Wow, it's Emil, baby. How y'all doing? How you doing? How you doing? I don't know if y'all can hear me. I'm trying to put this earpiece in. Hello. Shoot. Let me check my other earpiece. Can y'all hear me? I'm trying to go live. Give me 2 seconds getting this shit together. Hello, can y'all hear me? I put both earpieces in, and I think. Wow, what's happening, Shazay? Shazay is first in the building. Shazay, girl, I got some little audio I'm gonna play. How you doing today, ma'am? You my sister mother. You know, Tequila is my mom. I haven't had the opportunity to really talk to you and meet you, but she give you the thumbs up of approval, so you know I gotta give it to you as well. I found some reading glasses, y'all. I think these my husband reading glasses, but I'm gonna try to see if I can use them. I think I don't know. I lose reading glasses, and I just ain't never went and bought no more. But because I really don't need glasses per se to see every day. But when I'm reading things, I do. Who is James Kerr? Dusty, the Dusty of the Dusties, y'all. So no wait, let me do this again. So I'm just gonna go ahead and start this video. Take these earpieces out, and let me see. And just let me know if you guys can hear this here, cause this shit crazy. So I'm gonna start it close to the right here. Okay. I have a question for you, Diesel. Okay. All right. I know we're laughing and stuff, but I want to ask you for real. Why are all the cops quitting? Because for one, um, the pay is horrible, and two, the support in the community is not there. You know, I've always taught that policing is not one of those. Um, it's not a fulfilling career. You never get thanked, but you always get blamed. You know what I'm saying? Okay, you guys, can y'all hear that? What's up, Louis Safari? Hey, bro, what's happening? I want to just say welcome, everybody. Please hit the like and the subscribe button. If you're at the Argument League, please hit the like and subscribe button. Let's be trying to show Suave love and show me love. I want to grow, and I also want his channel to grow while he's out on his little hiatus right now. But he will be back shortly, you guys. So we just want to keep everything going. So. All right, and Shazay, you say who was James? I don't know if you subscribe to Nala and Taz, but girl, James was the guy who said that his daddy tried to kill them by hitting him with an 18-wheeler, but he hated his mom who died when he was like a baby. So anyway, wow, what's good, Hood Therapy? Everybody, welcome, welcome, welcome. What's up, Sharice, Sister Sharice? Let me I'm gonna play a little bit of this audio, y'all. This here is so. This shit was so funny to me, but on a for real, it's so sad. And I just had to share this here, really and truly. I just have to share it with y'all. I just had to share it. Hold on. Let me go ahead and play. And so a lot of people have gotten into this profession not knowing exactly what it is. And now that they see what it is, you know, they thought it was something different. But it's nothing like that. When it comes to real life, yeah, the TV glorifies law enforcement, media does, but when it comes to real life, it's not anything like that. And then you don't hardly get paid as well. It's not something, you know. Would you enjoy your job if we took out calls for like mental health? And
I think that was a great question, guys. Because I don't think really police should have to deal with a lot of the mental um patients, because I've seen what family members calling because they need help because their loved one is having a mental breakdown, and those people get taken out, and it's because the police have no experience in mental health, right? So okay.
Mental health is one of the main things that police does not need to deal with. We should not be dealing with mental health. We should not be dealing with. Okay, so let me give you what I think should happen. There are a lot of hospitals that have their own security staff, that have their own police department, and all that stuff. I think.
Okay, friends, I'm gonna go ahead and skip because I agree with what this guy's saying. So I wrote down on this paper when this fool come in on this conversation. Let me see when he started talking. Because that shit right here, it was just too much for moi. Oh, I really didn't take as good a notes as I thought I did. All right, I'm gonna start it right here.
So, Jay Prince, since you keep saying that we need, who do y'all listen to in your community? The dudes that commit the crimes.
Did y'all hear that shit? Who do we listen to in the community? Now he want us to defund the police, but this guy is telling us who they want to listen to. Wait, let me rewind it a little. Let me see.
The only pushback I ever had on police was when they used to do what's called the jump outs. I want to answer 911. Also in the communities, I think they try to get us. They want to do the little move quick that so people could try to show this fake appreciation for them, and so they're going to come back. So then when they come back, the community is not going to be calling out all the bullshit that the police have done. So I don't totally agree with that, Jake, because there are police officers now that just don't do anything. They're not doing anything.
Exactly. Okay, so this guy Jay Prince is really pushing this subject that we don't need police in the black communities, right? So this is why I'm saying I was all in that chat, y'all, last night saying I backed the blue, and I ain't never in my life thought I would be screaming that the mule backs the blue. But listening to this here guy, I'm gonna have to stop, y'all.
Hold on, Diesel. I know that I'm tired of this conversation. I did a show on this about community policing, right? Oh. So, Jay Prince, since you keep saying that the dudes that commit the crimes. Oh, word. So, okay. So, if y'all can police your own community,
why, sister, nobody?
Who gonna tell? If y'all afraid to tell now, who's gonna make y'all feel safe enough that y'all willing to tell and get people actually convicted of these crimes that they do?
Now this dude said, who do y'all listen to if y'all don't want to listen to the police? This man James said to the people who commit the crimes. So now this other guy asks him, so if you don't have the police, who gonna hold you accountable for the people who commit these crimes? Now here's his answer.
We're not talking about conviction. No, we trying to remove the conviction. The whole. No, we're not. We don't see. I think we are programmed to believe that we need men, black men, to be because that's all we've seen since we've been here. No, we don't need that.
He said he believed that we've been programmed. Negro, Y'all killing each other. Are you saying that y'all programming us? Oh no, he ain't saying that. You know who the ultimate blame is gonna all fall on, right? Right? Right, Sharice, sister nobody? Come on now. We know who the ultimate, we know who's doing all the shit that he ultimately is about to blame. Right? And he's not talking about the murders, the grapes, the molested. He ain't talking about them crimes. Just let y'all listen. Wow, what's up, Sister Koji Malik?
That never solved anything. If there was a case with the police. Okay, hold on, guys. Hold on, Diesel. Hold on, Diesel. I know that I'm tired of this conversation. I did a show on this about community policing, right? So, Jay Prince, since you keep saying that we need, who do y'all listen to in your community? The dudes that commit the crimes. Oh, word.
Now that's who they listen to. Fair use, everybody. I don't have that disclaimer. Anybody know the disclaimer? We using this for commentary and education and Negro stuff. So all kind of everything we using it for. So come on.
So okay, so if y'all can police your own community, who gonna tell? If y'all afraid to tell now, who's gonna make y'all feel safe enough that y'all willing to tell and get people actually convicted of these crimes that they do? We're not talking about convictions. No, we trying to remove the conviction, the whole thing. We're not. We don't see. I think we are programmed. We are programmed to believe that we need men, black men to.
That's me, y'all. Oh no, we not.
Because that's all we've seen since we've been here. No, we don't need none of that. That never solved anything. If that was the case, if all these convictions and all this stuff, other stuff is supposed to solve the problem, how come niggas feel like they commit these crimes and they gonna commit crimes tomorrow? So that's not gonna stop nothing. That's the first of all, that wasn't my question, but I'll reiterate. If you're afraid to talk about you, and they sleeping with the cops and all that, here's the difference. Okay, now what about the old people? Their family members. Okay, what you just explained is exactly the same thing when you talk about cops in white neighborhoods. Those cops is the white people, sons, nephews, no? And they sleeping with the cops and all that. Here's the difference. White people.
Do y'all hear how dumb this dude is? I'm just for real. This dude, oh Lord, don't call people that. I'm trying to be better today. Better than I was yesterday. Do y'all hear this? This brother. Oh. Here we go.
Tell on their whole family. White people tell on their own family. But the security of them getting all this ridiculous amount of time. Like, I don't think it should be human up to him. I think the judge just put people in prison for all this length of time. They should do at least 5 years just to see. No, you jumped all over the board. No, you jumped all over the board. You talked about police. You talked about community policing. I did a show on this. Nobody convinced me that y'all listen to anybody in the community. Nobody in the community makes you feel safe enough that to even talk to law enforcement in the first place. So there is nobody to actually police your own community. We got to stop lying. Okay, law enforcement.
Let me put these glasses back on. What's up, Sister Koja Malik, Sister Nobody, Sister Sharice, Sister Charzay, Louis Safari, Hood Therapy. Koja Malik said they want boys in the hood again. They want to steal and kill honest working single moms, turn sons into soldiers in gang wars and pimp and pander black girls. Oh my goodness. I agree. They want to run amok over decent people. And that's the whole thing. That is the whole thing. They want to run amok with no accountability. And right now, like it or not, the only accountability these here men like James face is the law. And that's the bullshit that let me tell you something. Girl, he about to bring it full throttle. I just want y'all to hear how he equate this shit to black women. I'm just gonna keep letting him talk. Wow, Sister Incognito in the building. Hey, my love. Hey, my little sis. Koja Malik. Yeah, my baby. She's speaking it. Incognito saying, "What's up, Koja Malik? What's up, Sister Nobody?" Y'all, Incognito, a real one, for real. She's saying, "What's up, Sharice?" Incognito said, "What's up?" Queen Cascade, "What's up, Queen?" Mew, is that you? Yeah, this me, baby. You all fuzzy, sis. What's up with your what's up with my sound? Oh Lord. Cause I'm doing a ghetto production. I don't know. Yeah, Lord Jesus. You don't hear my sound good? Ew. Cause I recorded it on my iPad and I'm playing it through something else. I'm sorry. I don't know. Can y'all all hear me? Shucks. Okay, so I'm just gonna. Maybe I'll speed it up because I got a good amount. Let me go to what he say, nigga scared. Let me speed it up a little bit because I do want y'all to hear the gist of my disgust with this Negro. So let me just play this here, and we won't. Yeah, I'm putting the link out. You know, sis, I'm putting the link out. Hold on.
Think that every person in that group was on their own and they didn't snitch on each other. No, it's just like a gang. When a gang does crime together in the community, they don't snitch on each other. And the same thing at law enforcement. Yeah, they call those gangs. Correct. Hold on, Black people. Let me finish real quick. As a collective, when it comes to law enforcement, if an officer outside of that group sees what that gang inside that group is doing, and they tell, they get prosecuted. What I'm saying is, okay, the ones that's in that gang, because police is a gang. They the most deadliest gang because people gotta surrender their heads so they get to get their head blown off. Yeah. But like if they go around and commit these crimes, ain't nobody telling on them. Ain't nobody gonna tell on no cop. And a lot of this stuff, with cops is the only people that can get away with murder. So you don't think police in the community, so the people that just let me just check with Jay. They kill more people today than they ever did back then. Okay, so Jay Prince, are you saying that Crips, Bloods, Hoovers, they're scared of police? Yeah. Oh, okay, so they are. Yeah, they is because they are. Yeah, they is. I wouldn't.
Now, did y'all hear that? Let me go back a few seconds.
Let me just check with Jay. They kill more people today than they ever did back then. Okay, so Jay Prince, are you saying that Crips, Bloods, Hoovers, they're scared of police? Yeah. Oh, okay, so they are. Yeah, they is because they are. Yeah, they is. I wouldn't say.
So y'all, this dude James is admitting that the police are scared of the Crips, Bloods, all these other gang people, right? So, this is why we need to keep the police around, okay? If at least they scared of them, because they ain't scared of us. They're not scared of their family. They're not scared of no other people here in America, but they are admitting that they're scared. Listen, we have to listen to these brethren. I'm trying to do better, but we have to listen to them and believe them. Hold on.
Because their behavior wouldn't show me we don't talk to be afraid of police officers. But why? No, not you, Jay Prince. I'm literally talking about, you're talking about actual active gang members are terrified of police officers. They don't want no smoke with police. So basically when police come around, they suck us. That's basically what you're saying. Yeah, because the mindset that we was taught, like I believe that's not true. For me, I believe that snitching, with that word snitching, all that other stuff won't matter.
Now I'm gonna tell y'all this here. That shit is true what he's saying. Because I grew up in New Orleans and I would know a guy who done killed 13, 14 people. and will be bragging that he done did all this dirt. But when the police pull up, he throw his hands in the air. And guess what? He gonna drop that gun, throw his hands in the air, and get on his knees and be face down, ass up. But he done killed your uncle, your brother, and all kind of other people. So this is what we need to hear. We need to hear this shit.
Okay, so they are. Yeah, they is because they are. Yeah, they is.
I wouldn't say so because their behavior wouldn't show that they were.
We don't talk to be afraid of police officers.
But why?
No, not you, Jay Prince. I'm literally talking about, you're talking about actual active gang members are terrified of police officers. They don't want no smoke with police. So basically, when the police come around, they suck us. That's basically what you're saying. Yeah, because the mindset that we was taught, like, I feel like, I believe,
That's not true.
For me, I believe that you got snitching, with that word snitch and all that other stuff won't matter. If they do come around, we should be able to put them in their own fucking jails. Why do we gotta bow down and submit to them?
Man, okay, y'all. Thank y'all for coming in. Please hit that like button. Please, please, please hit the like button and subscribe. I'm gonna speed this up. Y'all know I need company. Y'all know I'm from the city and I like company, y'all. I'm gonna have some coffee and tea and some French bread for y'all. So give me a second. I'm gonna speed it up just so y'all can hear this foolishness.
Since we've been here in America, yeah, we might have.
But let me just tell you this. I want to hear you. I want you guys to hear how these people start capping and over talking this man because they don't want him to keep putting his foot in his mouth. I can't see the thing because I'm trying to work two devices right now. So it's like one device I can't use the reading glasses and one device I am. So I'm gonna catch up with the chat in 1 second. But let me just let y'all hear this here. And also recognize how people are trying to overtalk him to save him. They're not overtalking him because they disagree. They're overtalking him because they want to save his ass. But go ahead. Let me just play this.
A lot of black police officers, black judges here and there, but the system itself, just like school, the elected official. I'm not elected, I'm appointed, but I'm just playing. But when it comes down to it, and the point that I made with NFA, and same thing with BLM.
All the money from the black community. Like last night.
Why do black people always want white to save us and all this? That's come from Jay Prince. Hold on, Jay Prince.
You heard that shit? That come from our weak ass mamas. That listen, this nigga about to break it down where all this degeneracy shit come from.
Hold on. Diesel finished his point as he is the only elected official. I'm not elected, I'm appointed, but I'm just playing. But when it comes down to it, and the point that I made with NFA, and same thing with BLM.
All the money from the black community. Like last night.
Why do black people always want white to save us and all this? That's come from Jay Prince. Hold on, Jay Prince. Wait, 1 second. Hold on, guys. Before y'all go fuck this up. Okay, Jay Prince.
Did y'all hear that? Black women done fucked us up. Black women, we do all the fucking up of everything. We the root of every problem. We the cause of every problem. Man. Oh, Jesus. If Cynthia G is not right, listen to how. Listen, just listen, Pete. Please listen.
Why do black people always want white to save us and all this? That's come from Jay Prince. Hold on, Jay Prince.
That nigga said that come from our bitch ass mamas. Listen to him. It come from his bitch ass mama. Now I'm gonna tell you, his mama died. And his bitch ass daddy didn't raise him. But let us continue.
All the money from the black community. Like last night.
Why do black people black people always want white to save us and all this? That's Jay Prince. Hold on, Jay Prince. Wait. One second. Hold on, guys. Before y'all go, fuck this up. Okay, Jay Prince. Since you have hold on, wait 1 second. Since you have this theory that it's white people, right?
No, the nigga theory ain't that it's white people. It's our bitch ass mamas. Our bitch ass mamas done fucked us up. But let me tell you, in about 20 seconds, they all about to jump in to stop him from talking because they see which way he going. But I just want y'all to continue. Please hit the like button. Please subscribe, guys. I need some subscribers.
Okay. Stop ignoring that. No. I'm asking you a question. Listen to my question first. Are there any historically black cities that are led with law departments that are predominantly black? No, I would say never, because since we're here in America. You say that again? I would say never because since we've been here in America, and we might have a lot of black police officers or black judges here and there, but the system itself, just like schools, the curriculum itself is white based.
So you saying you think the system is so done?
The reason why a lot of black women okay, let me say this here, Aaron. The reason why a lot of black women advocate for these police and the system and stuff like that, because let's keep it 100. If it ever come to a point where the policemen say, okay, y'all can't call us, and we're not gonna call you off the shit. At that point, black women need black women need for black men to be afraid of the white policemen in that.
Now, why does he suppose that black women need black men to be afraid of the police?
And we're not gonna call you off the shit. At that point, black women need black women need for black men to be afraid of the white policemen in that system. Hold on, man. Let me finish.
See, this is the Captain Saverhose about to jump in. But let me replay what he's trying to tell us. Let me replay it.
And the system and stuff like that, because let's keep it 100. If it ever come to a point where the policemen say, okay, y'all can't call us, and we're not gonna call you off the shit. At that point, black women need black women need for black men to be afraid of the white policemen in that system. Hold on, man. Let me finish.
They don't want him to finish. But guess what? If y'all could say fair use, anybody have a fair use thing I could pin? Because guess what? I want to say fair use. Because guess what? This Negro, they all about to jump in to play Captain Saverhose. Okay?
The reason why black women need
Did y'all hear her say he's standing up? This is the type of women I tell y'all we need to be afraid of. Because they all jumping in to stop him from talking.
And we're not going to call you off the shit. At that point, black women need black women need for black men to be afraid of the white policemen in that system. Hold on, man. Let me finish. The reason why black women need for us, the reason why black women is definitely need for black men to be afraid of that system, because when they want to do their bullshit, when they want to do, how they gonna get away with that bullshit that they've been doing? Why are we blaming black women? Hold on, man. Let me finish my fucking point, though. My point is, like, again, black women need for black men to be afraid of that system, because friends, you be saying, hold on, fam, let me finish my point, anything, man. Can you please allow me to finish my point? No. He's a bitch ass nigga. No.
They all jumping in, y'all. They all not gonna let him finish that stupid this brethren. They will not let this brother finish this statement. I'm trying to stop using bad terms, but it's hard. It's very hard for me.
I'm not letting you talk. No, that's crazy. No, that's crazy. That's crazy. No, I am not letting him. No, I am not letting him talk crazy like that. No,
But let me tell y'all, they cut him off for almost 10 minutes. But guess what? He came back. So let me speed it up. Let me speed it on up to where he started back. Because all of this here, it was, I promise you, almost 10 minutes of deflection and him screaming and hollering about, please let me talk, let me talk, let me finish what I want to say. And they just was like, hell no. So let's start about right here. Wait, so the lady, no, so one lady is asking him, so what if your mama needed to call the police? Somebody broke in her house or something happened in her house. What about if your mama needs to call? He, listen.
Listen.
Black people gonna have to get cancellation. I'm really gonna have to do it now. It's always the dark-skinned ones, man. It's always the dark-skinned ones, man. We don't need no more money telling us how to run our black community. You too dark to speak. People that's very privileged. The privilege is no longer part of me. Always they bring the man, fuck that. Right now, again, man.
How you know they don't go through?
So there's this woman who keep shouting. Now, what if your mama needs to call the police? What if your mama needs to call the police? This lady just is relentless, asking him, begging him. What if what if your mama needs to call the police? Finally, he answered.
Y'all gotta relax. I bet you got the top paying job in the black community. I guarantee you that he got more resources than any field nigga I know. And I already know that nigga. I just know how it goes. I'm just trying to be top niggas always speak for us.
I'm just trying to ask you.
We might have to do I'm stuck on my mama aunties for calling the police in a police business.
What's going on with police bitches, go, Jake?
That's what the fuck they is.
What?
We don't need no motherfucking police in our hood. We don't need no motherfucking white man. We don't need no motherfucking white man to tell us what the fuck we need to do. We grown motherfucking men. We don't need to be chastised by no motherfucking white man.
Why do we have to
Every time we gotta, dog, it's all over the board for black men. Every time we even go to Jesus, we gotta call on another motherfucking white man to save us. Man, fuck all that shit.
No.
You a white man, nigga. You a white man. Do not include me in this clip. JP, you live in a white neighborhood.
Y'all, this dude had me so on freaking fire. Let me speed it up. Let me play one more little stupid point. Brethren point he makes. Oh Jesus! Y'all pray for the mule. Y'all pray for the mule.
Oh my God, this was a fun panel. I hope you guys enjoyed this conversation. But we're gonna be down one delegation of the dark-skinned people. So
already white to me. All right, see you later.
Prince for president.
I cannot be removed, okay? I just want to make a comment real quick, though.
No, black women always try to get they look up to this dude. And he always try to put these niggas on a physical level we should be hollering. Yo, they don't gotta follow no motherfucking white man on a white man. It's always, every time we, here it is, a black man that goes through the black struggle, but y'all don't want to hear what the black man say unless that motherfucker super light skin on white. it depends on the circumstance. Nah, bro. It's called human fucking nature. No, it's all nature. Y'all gotta stop. There's some niggas that's willing to submit in my house to another race of being. I'm not willing to do that.
Y'all. Oh, wait. Let me put my little, Let me see. Where is that? Let me see. Y'all, what do y'all think about this foolishness? Oh my God. This is the same. Oh, no. Oh, wait, no. Oh, shucks. Lord. Okay, so I'm back up into the comments. Oh, man. Why y'all made me so happy? It's a bunch of comments. Wow. Sister Nobody says, Negro, y'all killing each other. Y'all doing the programming. Exactly. He's talking about we been programmed. Well, who programming us? Koja Malik said, what community police? Half of them can't pass a drug test. In the third grade level reading and math test. Many can't even work with elderly and kids. Koja! Yeah. Oh my God. Wow. Miss Zenova, 24. Welcome, sis. Welcome. Cherie says, Incognito, what's up, sis? She says she love you. She's smiling. Peace. Damn you. I want to hit the link. Cherie, hit the link, baby. Hit the link. Incognito. Oh, we hear it, but it's fuzzy. Oh, shit. I don't know. My internet left funny too. Oh, the audio was fuzzy. You know what? I need to learn how to do the audio from one device instead of playing it on two. Yes, they want. Sister Nobody says yes, they want to do what they want to do without repercussions, but that don't work. There was a study done saying 1 in 3 men would grape if they wouldn't go to jail. Ain't that some shit? Girl, what study that was? Shit, if it wasn't illegal. So she's saying, Sister Nobody B, y'all, is saying that there was a study done that 1 in 3 men were great people if they couldn't go to jail for it. Sharice, exactly. Listen to the niggas. Hey, love. Nobody says, Sister Incognito. Hey, love bug. Think maybe there's something wrong with my phone. I didn't see a comment. Let me try to. Sharice said, Mule. I read Nola was the most interested in the U.S. Girl, Nola is a motherfucker. Lima don't got her specs still. You gotta write it down. Oh, don't do me, sis. Listen, I'm gonna tell y'all, I have maybe 30 pair of reading glasses, y'all. But let me tell y'all something. About a year ago, my husband started needing reading glasses. So he just takes them and he leave them at his job, he leave them in his work, he leave them everywhere. And I do the same thing. So me and him are constantly without. And the saddest thing, I don't know if I just been with this man too long, y'all, but why our reading prescription is the same? It's horrible. So it's like I buy a pair, he can see exactly out of mine. And if he get a pair, I can see exactly, great out of his. So it's just like the first pair we pick up, we claim. So then it leaves me looking for something. Thank you, Queen Cascade. She said, smash that like button, y'all. Support. Thank you so much. Wow, my sister, I'm not for everyone. What's up, Kira? I love you. Queen, wow, I love my little sis, because I'm older than actually Queen Cascade. I just think Queen Cascade has this, okay, so let me just tell y'all this story. I am younger than most of my siblings. I have 2 siblings that are actually younger than me. But all of my life, I was the youngest. I grew up as the baby, right? Until I was 17. Then another one came, and then 5 years after that one, another one came. So all my childhood, I was the baby. However, I am the one for my siblings who are 1, 2, and 3 years. They joke and say I'm their big little sister, right? Because even though I was younger than them, I think I was just a very alert child. So I think they feel like I always boss them. So they always joking, tell me I'm their big little sister because I'm younger than them, but I always act like their older sister, right? My brother, who is actually 2 years older than me, always tell people I'm his big sister. Always, right? So yeah. Queen Cascade says, hey y'all, wow, it's the mule, baby. I like to hear Queen say that, y'all. And she don't say why, she say wagon, because she Jamaican in English. So who was James? Girl, James was a guy who came on Nyla and Taz's panel. And he was telling his life story. No accountability. Riza Sakaya. Hi, everyone. Hi, welcome, Riza. Hopefully you subscribe and join us for more. I think this is my first time seeing you here. Welcome. Do what? What the F is this? I don't know. C-Mule, he lied. Queen says C-Mule, he lied when he was on the Ghost channel saying he realized he was wrong. Now he begs to the same. Yeah, girl, that's why I had to play this. Because, and listen, it's more. It's just that I saw that you guys were saying it was fuzzy, so I stopped. But girl, he blamed women for everything. Koja Malik says they mama should let they R sit in jail instead of binding their ass. Exactly. Queen says James needs serious therapy. Yes. Quita says Quita Ward 1. Jada Prince is dumb. Told police don't call us and we won't call y'all. Did he tell the police that? Girl, that ninja there. I'm trying to do better today, y'all. Nobody. Oh, I got somebody. Hold on. Look like I got. Why is my. What's up, sis? Queen Cascade in the building.
Wow, it's the mule, baby. I should be saying my own name. Wow, it's Queen Cascade, baby.
Why it's Queen Cascade 2.0, baby.
Oh
Wow,
my
what's up,
God.
sis?
Midday,
Girl.
okay. I've just been like the last few days.
Queen, do you remember James?
Yes. How could I forget that emotional degenerate dust mite who needs some serious therapeutic help? Okay.
Wait, hold on. Wow, what's up, Cherise? Sister Cherise, do you remember James?
Oh, she might be having some issues.
What happened?
Okay. I'm not sure if it's a lady or a man. Is it? I'm not for everybody.
Wow, what's up? I'm not for everyone. That's Kira. Sister Kira, can you hear me?
Okay.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Cherise, yeah, what's up? Do you remember James from Taz and Nyla?
There's
Okay.
Queen Cascade
What?
is right. There's so many emotional men on there. I don't know which one you're talking about.
So James was the emotional dust mite, yeah. He was stalking Nyla's panels,
Yes.
yeah. She let him up at one point, and he told this story about his experience about nearly being unalived, but he blamed his attempted unaliving by his father on his aunt and the death of his mother. Does that ring any bells?
I think so.
Okay, let me go back a little bit because obviously there's some people in the chat that
Wow,
confused. Okay.
hold
Hey,
on, can
Sheree.
y'all hear me? Cause am I?
We
I
can hear
can't even
you
hear.
perfectly.
Okay, there we go.
I think you might have a page open in the back, Sharice.
Yeah.
Yeah, hold
So
on, that's my phone.
James basically told this story about the fact that his mom had passed away. Yeah. She
Yeah.
didn't want them staying with the father and had asked for the sister on her deathbed, sorry, to look after him and his siblings. Now, what we came to understand from the other parts of the backstory is James's father was a trucker, spreading his ancestors all over the place in different parts of the states. Got James's mom pregnant. By the time she found out that he was already married in a relationship with how many kids, it's the usual shit show in terms of not being honest about situations and circumstances. So it sounds like from the story, if I remember correctly, she tried to get away from him. He wouldn't leave her alone. Um, After the mother died and stuff, he didn't want to take responsibility for James and his siblings. He turned around and basically stated how the father came to the hospital, and the father turned around and said something along the lines of to the aunt that I can't manage these kids, so you keep them. The aunt, who seemed to have had a decent quality of lifestyle, changed her whole lifestyle to take on board these children, which James was one of. And because of an argument that was impending between adults about James's father's behavior, he decided that he was going to take his truck and ram it into the back of his auntie's car, which included James and his other siblings. And he has had a vendetta against his mom, seemingly since he was a child.
And his aunt, because he said that his aunt had to get on like assistance while she was taking care of them, because she had other kids too when she took him in. So he's a fucking weirdo.
He needs serious, serious help. And then he's gone through the
Hey, MJ.
space, tried to attack Goat, tried to set Goat up in some foolishness. Goat was trying to talk to him because he was coming on there calling us bitches and hoes and calling us out our names and all that kind of stuff. So you know how Goat does. And then at the end of it, like the little bit of, not that I had much respect for this emotional dust mite, but Goat was doing his little mini therapy sessions. We kept saying to James, you need to go and seek therapy. You need to go and seek counseling. The way you're behaving is not normal. And even Sister Tequila, she was really, really upset at hearing his story about how his dad tried to unalive him. And she
Wait,
sort of,
Queen. You doing
what?
an excellent rendition. But let me just say y'all this to Negro. Let me just add a few more details.
Go ahead, sis, because
So
mom
his
just makes
mom
it
has
wrong.
3 kids for a man. Now the man is a truck driver, so he over the road. So she expect him to be going a lot of days. Never knowing that the man actually was married and had 7 kids for his wife. The mom get health problems and died. But before she died, she discovered that this man who she done had these kids for have a whole nother family. So he says the mom started trying to keep them away because she broke up with the dad. But anyway, the mom dies. So he said they asked him, why didn't your dad take custody of y'all? Oh, well, my dad couldn't take custody of us. Not that the dad couldn't. The dad saying he couldn't because he already had a wife with 7 kids and he couldn't bring them to her house.
Yep.
So the sister, the mom's sister, steps up to take him. And because she was trying to get child support or some type of welfare, and because she was getting some type of services, it put him on child support. The man got so mad that the sister, who had 0 children, who took the responsibility of raising her dead sister's children, who had a brand new Cadillac, this lady must have been doing well, because she had 0 children and had a brand new Cadillac that same year. The dad took and rammed his 18-wheeler truck into the aunt's car to say, if I can't have my kids, then none of y'all will. And he almost unalived all of his children. And you know who this Negro blamed? His deceased mom and his aunt, the
Yep.
one who had to raise him. Y'all, it can't get no sicker than this shit.
And he said that his aunt had like 3 kids already when she took him and his siblings in,
He
or
changed
siblings.
that story because in the beginning she
Hold
had
on.
0.
Can y'all hear
she
me?
had none. But later on in life, she did
Yeah, we
have
can hear
3.
you.
Yeah,
Can
I'm
hear you.
sorry. Yeah.
Oh,
So
okay.
you saying that
I didn't know if someone could hear me. I'm sorry.
we
Who is
couldn't?
that,
You weren't.
Sharice?
We just heard you now for the first time. But so
Oh,
you're saying that at first
Wow,
he
what's
said
up,
that she didn't.
Sharice? I let you up earlier, and then
Hear
you
me?
must have dropped down, and then I saw you came back, so I put you back up.
Yeah, my
no.
like
What
my
did James do this time?
Girl, on
yeah,
a
what did he
panel,
do? Wait, can
sitting up
y'all hear me
here.
good? Do I sound clear?
We can hear you.
Yeah, we can hear
Yeah,
you.
I can hear you, but it's like maybe you're outside.
If
I'm not
somebody's
outside.
outside or maybe they're driving because there's
Yeah.
feedback.
I can hear you though. I can hear you clear.
Okay.
I can hear you. It's just when you talk, it sounds like something in your background a little.
That might be me, but can you guys
Oh,
hear me?
yeah, I can hear
We
you
can
clear
hear
too.
you.
Okay, cool. Yeah, what did James do this time? Because he full of shit. Well, real quick, yeah, no, it wasn't the 18-wheeler that he ran into his aunt's car. What happened was his dad took his car and got into a fight with the family members and everything. And he tried to leave with the kids in the car and said, if I can, and ran into a pole. And he
Yeah,
lost
he
his
did.
Yes,
license.
Yeah,
that is what happened.
yeah, he
Yes,
did.
I remember his story because he's
yeah,
trash.
he
Like,
ran into a pole. You right.
Then he
Yep.
lost his
he
driving
trash.
license, innit? He lost his
Yes, and he
trucking
lost his
license.
CDL, and he blamed all of that on the dead mama.
Yeah, he blamed it on his mom and everything because his dad, without his mom's permission, made her literally a side chick that was around the corner or whatever.
Right.
And then because of course she didn't know
Oh
that he was
God.
married. And then when the mom passed on, the kids went to the aunt because his daddy didn't want them because he had a whole family with 7 damn kids
I
on the
wouldn't
other
want him
side of
either.
town and everything. And then he still somehow blamed the aunt for that shit because she got on welfare and all this other shit. Not to mention, this is the same James who was sitting there trying to figure out how he can figure out how his child is being molested and all this other shit. Like, it's the same James.
Oh my God, I
Yeah.
forgot about the girl being molested. Oh my God, y'all. Let me give y'all another backstory. Queen, do you know this? Oh my God. So he called in another time to Nala's show, and he was saying he got his daughter. He thinks she being molested. Oh my God. But he like, I don't know if I should keep her. I'm gonna send her back. I'm like, and so Nala was
What?
like, if you think somebody doing something to your child, why would you send her back? I don't want her to blame it on me. Girl, we
Wow,
was
I didn't even
so
hear that one.
enraged in that
Girl, we
chat.
went in during that live. We was like, why would it be blamed on you unless your ass some evidence points to you?
Yes,
I
and I'm
vaguely
like,
remember that
call
part, but I didn't hear.
911, bring that baby to the hospital, girl. I was so in that chat going in. I
It
even
was
hit the
selfish.
panel.
I vaguely
Yes.
remember that,
It
but I
was
didn't hear him
selfish.
say that.
It was selfish because if you know you didn't do anything to your daughter, why the hell wouldn't you take her to the hospital? You would want to figure out what's going on with her. But because he wanted to be selfish and didn't want to be accused of shit, he sat there and is just gonna let her out here in this
Another
world
scary
possibly being
Weird.
ass
molested.
nigga.
You would never
Scary.
be accused if you didn't do
If
nothing. So
I
you
knew
must have
I
did
didn't do
something.
nothing, guess what? The first thing I'm doing, I'm bringing my child to get checked the hell out.
Exactly. And you
My
wouldn't
child
even
got
think
to
like
go
that if you
to
wasn't
the
doing nothing.
see. But the first thing coming, this Negro mind is, I don't want to be blamed.
Right.
Who think
The
like
fuck?
that? Come
Nobody.
on, man.
He
Nobody
hate women.
thinks
He
like
hate
that.
women too much. And my thing is, his daughters, I believe, because my mom always says that how you acted as a kid, basically, and how you treat people, your kids are going to be your karma. So with my daughter, she has an attitude problem. I had an attitude problem. So my mom would say she's my karma. James hates women. So his daughters is his karma. And he still doesn't know how to act like a father to daughters, because you act like you can't even take her to the hospital or figure out what's going on with her because you too scared you're going to be accused. Why the hell does that matter unless you know that you're doing some shit? That shouldn't even matter.
It's something really wrong with him because
Because he's a pedophile. Because he's a pedophile. He probably done looked at her inappropriately. He probably done stepped in to the bathroom when she was taking a shower and whatever. Not. He probably done try to look at see what clothes she's wearing and try to paint it off as he's being fatherly. Don't want his daughter out there looking promiscuous. He probably have. I mean, a guilty conscience will let you know. You know what I'm saying? A guilty conscience will let you know exactly what they're thinking about by how they move. If the first thing that you were supposed to do if you feel that your child is being assaulted or molested or even being touched is to start getting law enforcement involved or getting a mandated report done.
Unless you did it.
For her to get checked. But even if you unless you did something.
Shit, unless your butt did something, because guess what? Ain't no way in hell I'm gonna suspect or have an inkling or a thought that something is going wrong and not try to figure it out. We don't do that as normal people. Normal people do not do that. And then, oh my God, do y'all remember Taz had to ask him? He was like, I'm gonna put it on the screen. They was like, please don't put them babies on the screen. I'm like, what kind of man is this? You first of all saying this child been something done to, and then you want to show her face on the internet.
He's a man.
Yeah, he was trying to force his daughters to basically say that he was a good dad, basically.
Right. He's a man who's been exploiting his daughters.
That's what he was trying to do.
Day one.
He was trying to call his daughters into the room so they can prove to Taz that he's a good dad. And it's like, no, you're a trash dad, because you don't even know if your child is being molested because you didn't do what you needed to do to investigate it and everything, because you're so terrified that you're going to be accused of it.
But the funny thing is,
of course, but this is the thing. Of course, you'll be accused of it. I mean, they usually will accuse the men in their life. They're going to do that. But as long as you didn't do it, then your ass should be cleared of the shit.
And even if he didn't do it, Renee, even if he didn't do it, he probably set his daughter up to get molested, and he don't want to be involved in the case, because that's another reason why he probably didn't want to bring her to the hospital, because they're gonna wonder why. They're gonna question him, like, all right, if you had some type of inkling that you was bringing her, allowing her to go someplace, why would you continue to let her go over there? Why haven't you did anything? Why haven't you said anything? Why are you now just mentioning it? Yeah, because question the daughter, say, how long have this been happening? She said that this been happening for 2.5 years. Ask him how long he knew he had an inkling. He said that he knew for 6 months. They're gonna really check his ass about that. That's
because didn't he say that he has his daughters every day? So that would then point to who he has in his life that's around his children that could have happened with, since he says that he has them every day. But I'm sure his story would change and he'd be like, I only have them on the weekends.
Well, he do be having them though, because if y'all notice when he was on, because I remember that live, I just didn't remember him saying that he wanted to take them back. That's crazy. But if y'all notice, he did have the kids back there.
Do you remember the other live where he was on the live for how many hours? And the
talking
baby
shit
was
about
crying
black women
in the background. The baby was crying in the background during the live, and we kept telling him during the live, go deal with the baby, go deal with the baby. He wouldn't get off the live, and then he took the baby and handed the baby to the younger daughter and got back to the live when we were telling him to get off the live and go deal with your children.
Yeah, during that time, he was busy talking shit about black women, even though he has black daughters, talking major shit about black women while the baby is crying in the background. And he couldn't leave away from that and deal with the baby. He couldn't stop talking about black women. And that's what I'm saying. He hates black women so much so that he had daughters, and that's his karma. But he can't even sit there and understand that. He doesn't give a fuck that he has daughters because he doesn't like black women, period. He's not going to like his daughters when they grow up to be black women either. He just doesn't like black women. And then he tried to come on Taz's channel after that, trying to pose like he was somebody else, trying to talk like they need to protect black women. And I'm like, nigga, you James. Shut the fuck up. Quit lying. You're James.
Do you remember that when he came back and he changed his name? Because at first he came on as, what was it, James Prince? And then he came back.
No, it was something totally different. And then I was like that. And then we went to the back. It was a few of us that went to the back chat and was like, Taz, that's James. And then when Taz asked him and everything, he was like, He was like, no. And then he admitted that he was James. I'm like, nigga, we know what the fuck you sound like.
Right.
He
He's
came
the
back
only one
Mush
that says
mouth bullshit.
curated.
Okay,
He's the
these
only
are
one
the
that says
names.
curated too.
These are the names I know him by going backwards and forwards on people's platforms. So there's James Prince, there's J Prince, there's JP, and
Yeah, I
I think
remember
there's
J Prince.
one other name that I can't remember off the top of my head. But yeah, he kept coming back to Taz's live, trying to change his voice and change his name. It was ridiculous.
Well, he tried to change his voice, but he still had that mush mouthery.
Yeah.
And it was just like it just didn't work. And then we was in the chat and we kept trying to tell Taz in the chat that is James, and he wasn't paying attention to the chat. So we went to the back chat. It was a few of us that went to that back chat and was like, Taz, that's James. And he asked him and he tried to lie and say he wasn't James, but he wouldn't let us up to confront him about being James. So then he just kept asking him about it. And he was like, yeah, this is me. And I'm like, nigga, you didn't change your motherfucking mind frame. Nigga, you the same dusty, ugly ass nigga. Nigga, we know what you look like, by the way. Your crusty, ugly ass sitting there trying to come up here. Why you keep trying to come around when you know Taz's chat is mostly filled with black women and you don't like black women?
That's the thing.
He sat there and told Nyla that we need to be sacrificed, that we need to be murdered, and all this other shit.
He's
He
just
told
mad
Nyla all
because
that
black
shit,
women won't. He's just mad because he can't get a black woman, and because when they can't get black women, the first thing they want to do is smite you. They want to take you out.
Black women need to be hung. He said we need to be hung if we want to call the police on them. Y'all, it's just really, I stopped playing the audio because a lot of y'all couldn't hear the audio. Y'all was saying it was fuzzy, but girl, I recorded that crap because he said that the problem with a lot of us is that we want to call. What's up, Cameroonian?
You sound better now, but low.
Yeah.
I sound low. Okay, let me try.
Earlier, it was fizzing in and out when it came to you, but I could hear the parts of the audio.
Okay,
yeah, they stay
what's
lying,
up, Candy
though.
Cane Lane? Wow, what's up, wisdom over feelings? Hey, sis.
They stay lying though, just like that one fucking dude that sat there and lied. And then when I went up there and confronted his goofy ass sitting there lying, trying to make it seem like he wasn't the dude that was condoning men sleeping with 16-year-olds if it was legal. Like he was the dude that was saying it, but he tried to lie and say he wasn't the one that said it. They just be lying just to try to come around and be in our space. Like, move the fuck around. You don't like us. We're the Taz whores, according to them. We're literally the Taz thoughts. We're the Taz this. We're the Taz that. So leave us alone.
Oh, I'm the suave boss this, the suave that. But you know what? Y'all is some weak ass people. Because guess what? Wow, what's up, Sister Mimi? Hit the link, sis. But guess what? This guy, y'all, he started off because this guy named Diesel is a police officer, right? So let me just give y'all some background on this story. So the guy Diesel hit the link. He was like, oh, is that Diesel? And it was like, yeah, what's up? And he was like, yeah, so a couple people had decent questions like, why do people want to defund the police? And the guy was like, well, because first of all, you don't get paid well and nobody really appreciates you, they only want to blame you when you do something wrong, right? So this guy, James, he just like, I don't think we need, and his ultimate vitriol, because one lady was like, well, what if somebody break into your mom's house and she needs to call the police? You don't think she needs to call somebody for help against the, criminals? You know what this man said? Nah, that's not the problem when they call for help for people breaking in. But if they get a little abused by their man, and then he was talking about his cousin, because his cousin was under 3 strikes. So he already had 2 strikes, one for dealing drugs, one for stealing, and then the third one was for putting his hands on his old lady. Got him 40 years. So this man come up with every reason to hate women. Now, Negro, if you knew you was on your 3rd strike, why would you beat your old lady?
Because they full of shit. Because this is
abusive.
This is the problem, and this is what I tell.
But wait, he said black women should not have the opportunity. Nobody should come if they beat up her because she should have learned how to watch her mouth.
Yeah, no, they
And when they
really
get
do.
and
They
when they
really
get
do
kneed
believe
on,
that
and
because
when a cop
I
want a
was
knee
on.
on their neck, then they deserve that too.
Because I was on TikTok and this dude sat there and made a video reply to what I had wrote. And he tried to sit there and make it seem like that there's this mass epidemic of black women falsely calling the police and falsely getting black men arrested and everything for abuse when they don't do nothing to them. And I was like, yeah, but usually police officers, they mark down things in their report, things like bruises and marks and they also mark down things as far as hospital visits. Some of them go to the hospital with the victim. The hospital marks down all this stuff. Ain't nobody sitting there making these damn false claims against y'all dusty motherfuckers. Y'all just abusing people. And you trying to sit there and take like a 0.1% of the population that falsely accuses men of abusing them and stuff and trying to make it the overall narrative. And that's not what it is. His ass never responded to me. But guess what? A fucking mammy did though.
Yes.
And I had to chin check the fuck out of her
Girl,
goofy
wait.
ass.
When
I'm like, girl,
he
shut
was
your ass up. You probably one of the main ones he talking about.
Wait, hold on. Let me tell y'all, when he was going in on the black women, I skipped over it for us because there was about 6 girl, all the mammies and all the men started over talking him. He was like, "Can I finish?" And I thought they was like, "No, no, no," the men and the women. And he was steady talking, y'all, for a long time, for like 10 minutes. But I didn't want to play it for y'all because it was so distorted. Because he steady, but he going on, "Fuck them black bitches, fuck them black bitches."
What a fool.
But they over talking him, saying, "Why you keep blaming black women?" And this is sisters.
Right.
Listen, he blaming them because that's what he want to do. Stop trying to over talk to him. Stop over talking him and let him get it out. Because
But
I
what is he
needed to
blaming black
record
women
that
for?
clip. I wanted that clip.
What is he blaming black women for though? Like what, shitting him out and not aborting him? Because
His
that's what they do wrong.
existence.
His whole life, because he should have been aborted. Because
He should have been aborted, and he would have been much
Cynthia
happy.
G was right. Because let me
Preach
tell
him,
you
Jim.
something. This man admitted that his mom did not know she was a side chick. That his mom, after having 3 kids, his mom was just a side chick. His dad had 7 children with his wife. The mom ups and dies. He's before school age, so he's under 5 when his mom dies. And his aunt, who had 0 children, had a brand new Cadillac. First, he said the lady lived in a nice house. Then she had to downgrade, I guess, because she done inherited 3 kids. And the kid's dad, who was I guess overwhelming her, because he actually ran her car into a pole or some shit, trying to kill all the kids. It was a lot. But anyway, the aunt wound up getting welfare or food stamps or whatever government assistance to help her with these kids that were not hers. He was like, yeah, and then she wound up putting us out, and she getting government assistance for raising us, and she put me out. I said, and remember they asked, how old was you? Were you? You were 18 and didn't want to listen. She should have put your ass out. She did enough as a sister to get you there. Girl, y'all, there's another clip I have, but I guess it's gonna sound bad. Where he was on this same show. The name of the show is called The Fight Club. This guy comes up there and says all this negative stuff about his baby mama. Do any of y'all watch that? The baby mama actually hit the damn link. When she gets up there, she's so quiet, y'all, and respectful. He's like sweating. He's sweating because you know their cameras are on. He's sweating.
Hold on,
So
Mule. Which baby mother is it? Because didn't he say previously on Goat's one that he's got like, isn't it like 3
he
baby
has
mothers?
3. It was the last baby mother.
Okay.
And he kept saying, "What you doing?" She said, "Don't you always ask me to come up?" He said, "Yeah, I was asking you that when we were together. We not together, and all of a sudden now you won't come up." She said, "Yeah, because you're lying on me." He told them that this last baby mother had 3 children by 3 men, and she had custody of none of her children. Right? He said he had custody of his daughter with her, and each of her other fathers had their children. So she said, "No, I do have 3 children by 3 different men." She said, but I have custody of all my children. She said, however, my children's fathers live in different states now. So when they come get them over the summer, they all go in different directions. She said, but I have custody of all my children, including the one I have with you. He thought this woman was coming up there to curse him out or discourage him. She just wanted not to be made a fool of. She never cursed. She never, girl, when I tell y'all the chat and even the people on the panel started, what is this girl name? I have to go back and look it up. But they started changing their name to her biggest fan. You hear me? Because she didn't come up there to berate him or anything. And he was like, they was asking him about his credit and do he pay child support. He said, no, I don't pay child support. She ain't never put me on no child support. So she said, no, I never put him on child support. So then they was asking him about his credit. Well, she know I got kind of good credit because she don't want to help me with my credit. Everything good in his life was owed to this woman. You hear me? And this was not some shit she said. This was shit he was throwing out because I guess he thought she was going to say it. Then they asked him another question about his food truck business. Oh, she the one gave me the money to start my food truck. Tell him, baby. She was like, yeah, have you repaid her? Not $1 did he repay her. And she helped him with that shit after they was broken up. But yet, this is the type of men. It doesn't matter how much his baby mother did to support him, to love him, to invest in him, to still help him with his credit rating. It doesn't matter. He hates women. He don't hate women. He hates black women. And let me just tell y'all this here. It doesn't matter if you think you're submissive, if you're this and you're that, and you're helping them build and all of this here bullshit. They hate your ass. That's the moral to this here episode.
Exactly. I mean, but I always say that. Like, listen, black men, majority of black men have this mindset where they believe that black women is only purpose in their life is to be their doormat or their torment. You know what I'm saying? Like, we are supposed to be their weapon post for all the things that goes wrong in their life, all the things that they responsibilities that they don't want to basically take care of. Anything that goes wrong, we are supposed to endure and do much. And that's why everything when it comes down to us is you shouldn't open up your mouth, stay silent, don't get nobody in your business. Oh, and when things go bad or south, it's your fault. They even preach that women should stay in abusive, unfulfilling relationships with them just for the sake of being in the relationship with them. It doesn't matter. They'll try to use the kids as an example to get in, or what society will say, or you're going to die low. They use every manipulation tactic possible to tell you that you are beneath them, you are lower than them, and you are born to be their torment. And this is what you need to accept. You need to accept that I don't want to give you shit. I'm not going to give you shit. I'm going to give you the bare minimum. If anything, if I even do decide to do something, and you are supposed to just endure. And that's been their motto. That's been everything they've been preaching for a very, very long time. And they're even more blunt with it now because it's a death rattle that's going on, because they're at their last leg where women are like, you know what? I'd rather die alone than to even be around any of you motherfuckers. Fuck you and your waterheadism. I hope you choke on your own sperm. Try birthing your own babies out your own fucking rib. Women are just sick of it. And now it's like, let me cry, let me plead. Oh, we're fighting each other. We're fighting each other. We need to stop this. We need to come together. No, why should I come together with anyone who has literally said for the past decades that they wouldn't piss on me if I was on fucking fire, that they are willing to take me out or even take out my children just because I have an opinion, just because I don't agree with your stance, just because I don't like being cheated on. They like to push polygamy but then don't have no fucking resources, but they think that it's okay to have sex with two women and spread STDs and shit, but then go back outside on media and say that y'all the motherfucking HIV hoes. Like, you can't make this shit up.
Hold on. Sister, Sister MJ, let me be clear on this shit. Are you trying to say that you're not down with a man having 3 wives and all of them work hard, laborers, jobs, truck
If I
drivers,
can have,
Walmart? Hold on. All 3 of his wives gotta work hard for the money. And he can be a stay-at-home dad to a 20-year-old.
Exactly. Yes, I'm not down with that.
He is there protecting the kingdom. What is wrong with you, MJ?
What kingdom? Usually the women supply the housing.
Community peen, okay? Because even, and the matter of fact, he doesn't even protect that because it's riddled with fucking STDs and gonorrhea and everything under the fucking sun. They don't even take care of their fucking self. Even the women that they fucking disrespect and violate and call bitches was fucking taking care of them. Going to go get their health checks and go and report back to them saying, yeah, I'm clean, and they think they're clean. No, motherfucker, you the fucking carrier. You don't know nothing about fucking medical. You don't know medical terminology or anything about actual personal health. You don't care about personal health. You don't know nothing about protection because every single time these women be getting hurt out here, y'all the first one videotape and talk about War Star and want to post it up and use it for money and clout. You're not protecting shit. You don't even protect your own fucking image. Like they're a walking fucking oxymoron. They shouldn't be paid attention to. They don't deserve children. They don't deserve nothing. They deserve to be dry balled and probably even castrated. I said what I said.
No, and then MJ, real quick, if I could say this, I've been looking high and low on all these different social media platforms, all these different comment sections and everything. I'm steady looking for when men say some crazy shit about black women, when black men say crazy stuff about us. How come I never see we need to stick together and unite when it's on they shit? They only come to women's shit when we calling them out on their bullshit to say that shit. I can go and look high and low. I'll just use TikTok as an example. I have not seen yet. Usually the only thing I see that black men say in that comment section, if it's somebody that's basically taking up for black women or something, instead of them saying, well, yeah, you're right, bro, we need to stick together and all that, they run to black women shit and say that shit, and then they turn around and call that man a simp. That's the only thing they do. They don't never sit there and say under their shit when they're bashing us and everything, oh, we need to unite and be together, and we need to, we're the strongest together and we're made for each other. They never say it under a black man shit that's bashing a black woman, but they'll say that shit under ours.
It's not about coming together. It's
Rochelle.
all about women.
They just want us to shut up. Ain't nobody about to shut up for their goofy asses.
MJ, I'm gonna marry you some help. Y'all just need a man who gonna not cheat, but marry y'all 4-5 different.
I'm not interested
women.
In marriage.
You don't want no 4-5 sister wives?
No, I don't even want marriage with one man without any sister wives. I just don't want marriage.
God, these Negroes is too much. It's too much, girl. This man says the whole problem with our community is us. Not that the fact that somebody broke into his mom's house or his aunt's house and that she don't need to call no police. It ain't the problem that somebody is robbing and stealing out the homes. It's no problem that she's getting her purse snatched. And these are not problems in our society we should worry about. We should not worry about people who are drug dealing. We should not worry about the murdering of our sons and daughters on the streets who are being killed by gang violence and drive-bys and all. We just should not call the police.
No, they should only worry about the women that don't want to deal with them. That's all they care about, apparently. Like
Rochelle, it sounds like you're a snitch. It sounds like you're trying to advocate for snitching.
Oh yeah, I would definitely snitch. I don't give a fuck. I'll snitch and blow somebody's head away to try to come and retaliate for me snitching.
Listen, I asked my husband to buy me a whistle because I was born a tattletale. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, if it's some bullshit where like motherfuckers just don't deserve to be on the streets. That's point blank period. They are a detriment and a nuisance to society. And if you don't deserve to be on the streets, then if I see you doing some shit in the community that I'm in, or you harming somebody that is weaker than yourself, and all this other shit, I'm calling the police on you, and I don't give a fuck. And like I said, if your homeboys want to come and try to retaliate because your stupid ass sitting in jail for the crime that you committed, then they can lose their life too. It is what it is. It's no problem.
Let me tell y'all something. Women, ladies, gentlemen, men, even more so on the men. I'm gonna tell y'all this here because as a woman, as a mother of boys, I work so hard, y'all. Let me tell you something. I'm talking about quitting working and for years at a time just to be in a high school with two boys who was just not acting right. And through the grace of my ancestors, my grandmother praying for me and everything eventually worked out well for my boys, right? I only was blessed with one daughter. I never had to worry about my daughter really as much as I always had to fear and worry about the boys. I'm going to just tell y'all the truth. When people sit up here in this society and say the girls need all this protection, listen. My daughter helped protect her brothers from their own not dumb, I'm not using that word, from their own foolish things that was going to harm them. And I thank God that I had the sense to train her and teach her, even though they were older than her. Watch them, because I knew the foolishness my brothers got into. And at that age, honestly, I didn't go tell. So I prepared my daughter to be, yes, a tattletale. When you see them trying to do something and cutting school, call me. Girl, I was volunteering at the high school. One of my son's teacher called me. This boy skipped school and he knew I was in the building. Let me tell y'all something. It is not about your parenting. When these kids are going off to doing this thing, the only saving grace I know I had was that I had a spouse that allowed me the opportunity to take a bunch of leaves of absence that I didn't get paid for. So I would have to stop working, y'all, to make sure. And now the reward is great. I'm going to be honest with you. To sit up here and say I don't have one child that has, so far, let me knock on wood because I got a 12-year-old left, that has never been to jail, never been arrested. Let me knock on some wood. That is because they were all going in the wrong way. When I tell y'all, one day with one of my 15-year-old sons, I was ironing clothes, y'all, and drinking coffee. And I saw one of his best friends who had just slept at my house the weekend before on the freaking news for murder. When I tell y'all, it is so stressful for a married woman raising sons. I can't even freaking imagine the pressure of a single mother raising sons in a bad environment. And I won't say we lived in a roughest environment, but because my husband was in the military, we would move into different apartments, in different states. And when I tell y'all, the friends in the areas that you put your kids, that shit can be horrible. And when I tell y'all, it don't matter how good the home is. It doesn't matter how much you love your kids. The culture, the streets, and also, to me, even where I live now, which is a really nice neighborhood, these kids want to be real. It's like T.I.'s son. His dad and mom are millionaires. It's something with the culture, y'all. They want to be real.
Yeah, it's the culture. That's it. Because like most of the negative shit is promoted anyway. Like, if you think about it, anything that's really positive is considered whack or lame or corny.
I mean, it's what they want. So, like, I don't give a fuck what Waterheads say anymore. They can cry, they can whine, they can bleed all over the fucking place. This is what you want. This is what you asked for. This is the culture that you created. You want to talk about drill music. Drill music ain't nothing about talking about killing other people that look like you, because you definitely ain't going into fucking Brad's fucking community fucking drilling anything. So you're talking about killing your own fucking people. The people that you go to school with, the people that live in your neighborhood and everything. That's who you kill. That's who you're killing. When you talk about impregnating girls or pump and dump and shit like that, you're talking about the girls in your neighborhood. You're not running into these other fucking communities pumping and dumping and getting away with it and thinking nobody know your name or know your car and shit like that. It's not happening like that. So they could cry all they want. You created the narrative, you created the culture. Now you want, when it's time to take accountability, now you want to say it's all these fucking ghosts and gooby goblins out here like it's fucking Halloween every fucking day that's doing all these things and taking over your spirit to make you do these things. But you promote it, you get money for it, and you don't care unless it hits your house. And unless it hits you personally, you don't care what it does to anybody in the community or anybody else. So this whole community building, community minded, you're not community minded. You're people who love to take from communities. You know what I'm saying? You like to hustle your community, scam your community, and blench it dry. But completely dry. You take everything, to suck the soul, the life, and everything. You don't give everything that was built in these communities for people to have something of their own to be proud of. You gave it to other fucking communities for them to exploit you for it. They're exploiting you to fucking harm, kill, rape, and abuse everybody in your fucking community. But as long as you get fucking money, you don't fucking care. You know, as long as your family's good, you don't fucking care. Because you get run to other fucking people communities and act like you was always there. Fuck you. Take your waterhead and your waterheadism and your fucking mammies and go kill yourself. That's how I feel about it.
Point blank, period.
Well said.
I can't say shit after that. Point blank, period. God damn. I don't know who's trying to join us. I see it's me. I'm Not For Everyone. Sharice, MJ, Rochelle. I don't know. I keep seeing somebody trying to join, but then when you're trying to join, it's not showing me a picture. I need to see a profile pic or something. I recognize you guys because I did get pwned by them one time, and I'm just not trying to do that again because I had to delete that whole stream because I got a flag, and I don't want to do that again.
Oh, this comment right here, 100%. That's exactly what they do, and it's annoying. And they pretend like that's not what they're doing.
Yeah,
they want to take everything from women and not give shit back.
It's really no point to, and this is why I say that it's no point of arguing. There's too much information and research out here that you can, and stats that we can pull that we know what's up. So anybody coming trying to basically go against that and not showing any proof and effort that it's not what we're saying is only here to buy more time so they can continue on with the status quo. And this is what women needs to realize, that anybody who's coming up here and who's trying to quote unquote advocate for this and this and that, they're only just buying time. And that's why they always love to say that women are emotional and men are logical, because they always love to play on your emotions. If women become more logical, they don't have a chance to abuse you. They don't have a chance to manipulate you. They don't have a chance to violate you, and they know that. So everything has to be done by pulling on your heartstrings. That's why they will throw stories from way back in Cadillac. Well, my grandfather, him and my grandmother was together for 35 years.
Rochelle, what happened? I added you.
Yeah. Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, you on here twice though.
Did y'all hear anything I said?
No. Oh, you dropped off again. You dropped off one.
Oh, I'm sorry because
No, that's good. That's good.
No,
okay.
MJ had paused, or at least on my side, she paused, so I started saying something, but I don't even know if anything I said was even heard.
We didn't hear anything, so go ahead.
But look, Tequila said James' last baby mama name was Roro. And guess what? I was on Team Roro, honey. Yeah, Queen of War. We was Team Roro, baby. Okay, go ahead. I didn't hear you, Rochelle.
So a lot of what it got to a point where I couldn't hear what MJ was saying, so I apologize if it's completely off topic. But what I was saying was that they don't actually give a fuck about the community. The majority doesn't. They only say that they care about the community when it's convenient to say it. It could be something involving some type of racism or something like that. Then they'll say it as if we're just this tight-knit group that is all about the community. When in all actuality, mostly Black women care about the community, and they love that shit because then they don't have to do a fucking thing to prove that they care about the community. And they know Black women will do as much as we can do to show that we care about the community. And then they basically ride on the coattail of that and say, well, you see Black people, we care about the community. When in all actuality, you don't see anything that they do for community that shows that they care for it. They're the main ones that's causing the most violence, the robberies, the threat of just not being safe, period. They haven't done anything to make the community sustainable or safe for women and children, yet they always want to claim they care about the community. But again, they'll sit there and ride on the coattails of Black women business owners and all this other shit and you see what the Black people are doing for our community. We care about the community. We do, sir. We care about the community, but they're the main ones that cause the most harm to the community, and they don't do shit to show that they care about the community. All they do is say that they care and we need to unite and we need to come together. Okay, nigga, like even if we don't unite with you guys, what the fuck is really stopping y'all? What is really stopping y'all from doing something to show that you care about the community, i.e. making the community safer for women and children? They don't even understand that shit because then they feel like they don't have to do that because Black women, a majority, in my opinion, Black women literally just allow them to just walk around and claim they love the community and care about the community, and they do no type of actions to show otherwise. They don't do like to show that they do. They don't have to. They don't have to.
See, so this is what I'm talking about.
Wait, hold on. I agree. I totally agree. I want to say, hey, what's up to Tequila? Why, Sister Tequila, hit the link, sis. So I want to say, hey to Scar Beauty. I'm sorry, MJ. Let me
go ahead, sis.
Just a quick minute in the chat. Scar Beauty says, I do love that about New Orleans back in the day, because if the parents volunteered to work at the schools, the school would let them, because my mama said at the school, girl, and you know what?
Scar from New Orleans?
Yes, Scar Beauty. Why? I never knew that. I never knew that to this day. But guess what? Let me tell y'all this story.
Hold on real quick. I'm sorry. I know this is your panel, but I want to answer Marvel. You are a naker because I see you all over the place. You be saying the most stupid ass shit. You're a naker.
Marvel
no, but see, this is what I'm saying. Like even to what Marvel is saying in the chat. They come with, this is why you can't have conversation with certain people, especially when they're going to be dishonest up front. Now, Queen Cascade mentioned the $50 billion that Black men is costing the government, and because he doesn't want to admit that that's what the stats said, and that's what the article came out that said Black men, it didn't say Black women. He would say Black people is causing that number. You see what I'm saying? The dishonesty, because again, you can't complain that Black women having jobs and being educated is stopping Black men to take those positions, but then also say that we're also contributing to the $50 billion deficit. You can't make this shit up, and this is why you got to stop having conversation with people who wants to be dishonest up front when they just want to buy time and peg on your emotions, so you become emotional, and then you start accepting abuse. Even someone lying to you and continue to lie in your face, and you know that they're lying to you, is a form of abuse. We gotta stop it.
Sure okay, well, let me just say this, Marvel. Marvel, I could give a fat rat ass about you saying that there's anger. I don't give a fuck. I don't care. You can think I'm angry. Who the fuck are you, nigga? Nobody give a fuck about your opinion. You're just some random ass nigga on YouTube. I don't have to not be angry just to make you feel good or wanted about something. I don't have to feel like I can feel how I want to feel. I mean, it is what it is. You can say I'm angry. That's not going to stop me from saying what the fuck I got to say. So next.
And you'd be mad too. More than half, if you'd be mad too, if half the population that lives on this planet really don't want to do their job that they claim that they were naturally born to do, you'd be mad too. But it's not real anger. So if you want to get into it, we can get into it. But I guarantee you, you will run away from this conversation. Be grateful and thankful that women are using their anger at the moment, or whatever you want to call it. Be thankful, because if we get to the other side
Marvel
of it,
ain't getting no fucking body. You need to sit your roach looking ass down somewhere. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. I'm a little tipsy. That's the thing.
The funny thing about it is when you be dealing with basic ass females, anything that someone who's intelligent has to say, especially coming out of woman's mouth, to misogynistic men will deem as anger and trigger. You don't know.
I don't know if Marvel want to come on
what real anger and triggers from. When you deal with basic ass bitches, then yes, them even having an opinion is being anger and trigger. So I can understand why they would think that.
No, exactly.
Marvel, you can come up
but it's not
if
anger,
you'll let you come up, but with someone like me, I don't know if you want to come up here. Because not only am I going to quote unquote sound angry, but I'm actually going to spit logic.
Rochelle, MJ, Marvel is trying to come up. Do y'all want him to come up?
He can absolutely come up, but I'm not trying to hear that, oh, you sound angry bullshit when I start speaking logic and start speaking stats and all this other stuff. I don't want to hear that who hurt you and all this other shit. I don't want to hear it.
Okay, so Marvel, when you come up, please, I don't want any cussing. I do not want to hear the B word. Okay, and hopefully this is Marvel and not a porn bomb. I'm gonna let him come up. I really haven't been letting people up I don't know. So let me just try this.
Oh, look, the quote unquote Naker fucking comment, who hurt y'all? If we did say, let's say for instance, somebody did hurt us, and let's say it was black men, then wouldn't we be justified for the shit that we say? And why is it that all these different black women in different continents, different countries, different states can literally have the same fucking complaints, but it's always who hurt y'all? I don't know.
Auntie said so much aggression. Wow, what's up, Auntie? Auntie. I don't know. So let me see. Go ahead, Marvel. I'm
not even gonna comment to Auntie anymore because he looks like a fucking roach and I can give a fuck.
No, Auntie, I done spoke to him before. He kind of cool. I'm gonna be honest. So just let's see what Marvel got to say in real life. Let me see. Speak up, Marvel. Are you not on the panel?
I'm here. I'm here, Moo.
Too, y'all. Moo coming.
Yay! Hey, Moo.
Hey,
Tequila. Hey, brother Moo. Tequila.
I just had to hit the panel and say I love y'all. I miss my family.
We love you too, Tequila. And here come my bro Moo Moo.
Hey, Moo.
Yeah, that's why I came up. What's up, y'all? I came up to see what this dude Marvel got to say, man. Because you ain't finna be playing with my sister Rachelle today. So what? You on here talking
about brother? Hey, brother, don't come on here trying to threaten me. Don't come on here doing that. Don't come on here doing that nonsense, man. Who you think you is?
Nigga, first and foremost,
don't call yourself trying to threaten me. Y'all don't know me.
He didn't threaten you. All he said was you ain't gonna come up here with no bullshit. But
I'm not
granted, I appreciate that Moo Moo comes up and
I don't go around disrespecting women. Y'all don't know me.
Okay.
Then nobody said we did know you. What are you talking about?
You sounding real slow right now, so go ahead and make your point. What you came up to say?
We're not
all right, nigga. I sound slow. Bring your ass down to Shreveport, Louisiana. I sound slow.
Oh, bring your asses to shut your bitch ass up. Ain't nobody got time for that shit. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? Why y'all always trying to climb on panels, acting like somebody gonna take a fucking road trip or get a plane ticket to come and fucking fight with y'all stupid asses? Sit your ass down somewhere. That's exactly why it's enough violence in the fucking community already. Because nigga, you need to come see me in Shreveport.
Hey, what you came on to say, bro? What you came on to say? Because all that ain't gonna get you nowhere.
He's not gonna say nothing anyway.
I'm sorry, y'all. Listen, Marvel, I had to kick you because I had been trying to mute you to explain that Moo Moo was just coming to make sure that you was coming in peace. But every time I muted you, you kept unmuting yourself. So we're not about to have that kind of level of disrespect.
Mule.
No.
You
I'm just
know,
saying,
Mule.
if he wants to come and speak his piece in a respectful manner, because Mumu, one thing, Marvel, Mumu is a very respectful man. He's not coming at you. He just basically wanted to make sure that we're okay, that Rochelle was okay, that MJ is okay. So you have to, as a real man, respect the guy to say, I'm just coming up here to make sure Sister Rochelle gonna be okay.
Right.
That was
I'm
it.
gonna be
But
okay.
I'm saying
I'll
that
go on.
wasn't to be a disrespect to him. That's what I'm saying. You know
Right.
what I'm saying? And Mumu, first of all, is my brother. So I don't really give a fuck what he said, because I know he's a good dude, and I know he's respectful to women and men. He's not just respectful one way, and he's very logical. So
And see,
I'm
Mule,
sorry. Y'all can
that's
go
what.
ahead and talk. Yeah, I love you, but
Yeah,
what was that,
I want to hear what Marvel got to say, and I just want to let him know, like, all of that tough talk, we ain't never got to do that on the internet, because, like, you know what I'm saying? That'll never move me in real life. I'm not ever worried. Hold on, no, listen, Mule. I'm not finna go there. What I'm saying is, I'm never worried about no man like that in real life. So all of that, we can skip that. He can. So if he got that part off, he's a tough guy. Okay, that's fine. Now let's get into some intellect. So that's what I wanted. If he wanted to come up and had something to say on the intellectual tip, let's get into that, so we can skip all the tough guy stuff.
Yeah,
Momo, he didn't have nothing intellectual to say. He came up here to chastise women, and when you came up here, you being a man, you became a threat, because see, these men only got smoke for women. They don't really have smoke for other men standing up there to be supporting women, for them to actually speak their mind. So that's why he quickly went to, I want to fight, or you can come see me, whatever, not because that would draw away attention of him not really having actually anything intellectual to say to the discussion.
No, and MJ if I can, is right. The only reason why I kicked him, because this is the first person I've ever kicked. I'm gonna be honest, and it's only because he inciting violence. I'm not about to play that shit. You're not about to say Mumu could come somewhere. We don't want to hear that kind of stupid shit. We don't. I mean, I'm trying to do better with the stupid and dumb, because I've been calling people stupid and dumb, y'all, all week. I don't know what's wrong
Mule,
with me.
if I could say this real quick, I do. I'm not about to. I will go on mute and let Marvel say what he wants to say. But first of all, I have a soft spot and a protective spirit, period. And there is some black men that I will go to bat for, and Mumu is one of them. There's several of them, especially in YouTube space. And nigga, you're not about to come up here talking about Shreveport, and nobody gives a damn about that. Like that was my whole thing and everything. So don't come at Mumu, because I mean, this ain't the first time. Mumu never asked me, of course. He never asked me. He usually does the protecting. But I have a soft spot for some black men on YouTube. I mean, in real life too, but some black men.
Okay, but see, this is where I said about the disingenuous conversations, because Marvel clearly said, he just said in the chat that he don't disrespect black women. However, you disrespected me by trying to say that I was emotional and that I was angry. You also said that to Renee. However, when Mumu came up here and clearly said to you, I just want to hear what you had to say to my sisters, you took that as disrespecting you, and that's why you went off. So if for you not to even see the correlation that you could do something to someone that you don't know, but you take defense when someone do it to you when it's a man, that's where the disingenuous come from, and that's why I don't have conversation with disingenuous people.
Yeah, because he didn't expect Mumu to come up. That's what it is. He didn't expect Mumu to come up, so he thought he was gonna come up here and say, "Oh, sisters, y'all sound so angry. You guys hate black men."
Exactly.
And
that dumb shit.
He was gonna come up and probably say all that bullshit, and then Mumu put a monkey wrench in that damn plan, and then so he got sidetracked by it and decided he wanted to represent Shreveport and all this other shit.
That dumb shit that we don't care about, because guess what? It ain't where you're from, baby. It's where you act, and when you act, you need to know how to act. So on this here channel, you need to know how to act. Let me tell you something. There's some men who I'm gonna let go a far away, because I know their character and I know they're decent men. And as Mumu, of course, we all love Mumu. I don't know if everybody know KF504. is suave. Because see, it's some men who not coming to start shit. It's some men who not coming to, even if we disagree with them, they'll challenge our mental. They come in with some intellectual shit on us, or a different version of what we may think. They're not coming to blame everything on us. That is the problem. I'm not saying that Black women haven't been at fault for some things, but what I will say is, you Negroes do all the crime and the violence. If we can get that shit in our communities under hand, it would be a lot more cooperation with everybody. Because right now, we are running from each other. I promise you, Black people who are even in the hood don't want to be there. They're just trapped, and they're looking for a way out of that shit so they can move to a suburb far away from other Black people. And what I would like as a perfect society is for us to want to be just like white people want to be with white people, Asians want to be with Asians, Hispanics, Arabs want to be with Arabs, Indians. I want us to have a society, a utopia like that. But we would never have that shit because we have so many people who justify and exemplify degeneracy. And until we can get that shit out of the way, like this guy James talking about women should be beat if they get smart and all this stuff, we have to get rid of people like this. And we have to name these degenerates. You understand? Because listen, I don't know. I don't want to go on my crusade.
But I would say I don't think Black women did it like have any fault with anything. I mean, no, Black women aren't perfect, but as far as the community goes, it's not really much that Black women have taken part in.
Let me tell you, hold on. You know what? Let me tell you what the hell the fault they got. There was a lady when I was a little girl. I idolized this lady. My birth mom died, y'all. I was 3 years old.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear
that. And let me just say, I got legally adopted. My dad got remarried, and at 7, I got legally adopted. I mean, I wore the white dress, me and my sisters, and one of my sisters and one of my brothers. My older sister would not do it because she's way older and she really remembers my birth mom. But we really didn't. Like I said, I was 3 when my birth mom. I have the stories of what they told me. But let me just tell you this here. This is what I say to people. And I think this is why I had so many children and really wanted to be married. Listen, we as a collective have a community that really, even when you have hardworking parents, it's a community of degenerates. Your parents could be at work thinking you are AB students and you guys are so good and so smart and you can watch yourself finally. And you know what you're going to do? You're going to succumb to that community. Why is it that they hate the movie The Woman King, but they love the TV show Power? Why? Why is it everything that we want to support and think is good for our Black people to watch is drug dealing and murdering?
Right.
Why?
I just want Aunt T to come up.
Now,
that's all I want.
Let me tell you,
he has nothing to say.
Twice. No, but he don't.
No, yeah, I want him to come up so he can tell me how most of the crime and violence that goes on in the community doesn't contribute to the males in the community. I want him to come up and prove that to me.
No,
in my opinion,
and he won't.
But I mean, so far what I remember of Auntie, he's a good dude. But I mean, I can't vouch for what he trying to say.
No, I can't tell because he's full of shit.
Well, yeah, why don't he come up?
In my opinion, he's taking the angle. He's not taking the angle that, this is on women. He's taking the angle more of women do it too. Women are also do this, that, and the third. He's doing one of those, well, y'all do it as well, but it's disingenuous because it's not equal.
Black women have not taken part in destroying the community.
Who said
that Trinity said she about to do something strange for a piece of change. If you're going to do something strange, baby, change better be involved. You heard me? $dollar bills.
I'm like, what you talking about change? You don't need no jingles. You need some paper flapping.
Don't do nothing.
But how have Black women destroyed the community? Can he answer that? How have Black women destroyed the community besides giving birth?
Girl, let me try to go.
Taylor, bitch, I don't know who the fuck you are, but shut up. Shut the fuck up.
Isn't the one that was saying black women are destroying. The Marvel dude was taking that approach. The Auntie dude was taking more of, we're all at fault. We all do it type thing. And he's wondering if he'll be able to talk. There are many women on this panel who don't mind letting you dig your own grave and will mute the fuck up. So feel free to come and talk.
And I'm not saying that black women haven't done anything. What I'm saying is black men have done the most destructive. And let me tell you something. You know, you guys want to be our leaders. You don't know how many. Let me tell you something. For all of the damn prostitutes who have pimps, you got to look at it. Those pimps are the fucking leaders of those prostitutes. Let me tell you something.
Even if they don't have pimps.
No.
They're still
Then who was you talking to, Taylor? Who was you talking to?
Is you guys all want to be freaking leaders, but what the fuck y'all leading us to? Destruction. This is what I'm saying.
But Mule, even the prostitutes that don't have pimps, they're still selling sex to men. So if they didn't have the demand, then there would be no supply.
But
so that's my whole point. Like I don't think that they can really put the finger to the destruction of the community at women.
The whole video that off the plantation, these men were basically kidnapping women and making them into prostitutes for fucking white men. So prostitution
they still are.
And the black men being pimps to them. Let me tell you something. We as black women have followed black men for a long time, y'all. I don't know if you
ain't follow no damn man.
No, not us today, but I'm saying our ancestor women. And guess what? It got us to what? To the lowest point and to what? Welfare. And then when you finally took the welfare, the men blame you for taking welfare. So I am tired of women talking about that they need men to be leaders. I advocate, if you're a woman talking about you need a man to lead you, you are a fucking failure as a woman. You need to lead your damn self. And that's just point blank, period. But anyway, I'm not knocking anybody who have a man as a leader. But what I'm saying is you need to be able to think for yourself, sister. Because I have seen people be led. I'm talking about, I'm telling you, I idolized as a kid. I had started this story earlier and stopped it. Listen, there was a woman I idolized. She was a school mom. She used to be a PTO president. Her husband was the biggest dope dealer. As a girl, I didn't notice about my friend's father that he was a big time dope dealer. All I knew is that the mom was immaculate. Her hair was always long and beautiful. She was a chocolate woman, real petite. She came to every field trip. She volunteered in the school. I admired this woman. Do you know within a few years, this lady started losing even more weight? The man went to jail, y'all, her husband. Now, he done got the woman on drugs. My friend wound up telling me this shit when we was like in junior high. Her mom, by the time we was in high school, was prostituting her body on Chef Mental Highway, y'all, in New Orleans East. And when I tell y'all, I have learned I was young in this shit. And I was always observant. I didn't have to go through shit. If you smart, you can pay attention to shit that's going around you and not repeat that shit.
100%.
But what I tell y'all, I saw a beautiful fucking queen go down because she was sampling drugs with her fucking husband. And guess what? He got her hooked on that shit. She wasn't no longer volunteering as a PTO mom. She was a fucking crackhead. And so you got to be careful where y'all all want these men to lead y'all. Use your own damn brain.
Here's the thing. I'm sorry to cut you off, Lima, but here's the thing, right? One of the things that always like drives me insane, especially with some men who be on social media who's talking about now the big move is to try to uneducate and make black women jobless, right? Or not get jobs, right? So they can quote unquote ascend from the dust to be the quote unquote leaders and providers because black women don't allow them to do that because we're so good at it, right? The thing about it is, what's the first thing that these men say to you when they're no longer in a relationship? Let's say you are that submissive woman, that uneducated woman, the woman who doesn't have a good paying job. When the relationship is over, what's the first thing they say that come out their mouth? They want you to be independent. Why you don't have why you you with a new man? Why is he not paying the bills in the house or providing for my kids or things of that sort? The first thing they want you to do when they crave for you to be quote unquote this submissive little meek woman with no education and no resources is that you need to be independent. You need to be independent because we're no longer in a relationship anymore. I am no longer responsible to take care of you or the family that I create. This is why you cannot listen to these dudes. You can't listen to them. It's a double-ended sword. You're not going to win because their logic is that they always benefit. You can't listen to them.
Hey, Mew. Hey, I love you, man. I'm about to jump off. Love all y'all, man. Y'all be cool. I gotta go back.
Love
to
you.
I was in the band.
Mama, where you at? Show us where you at.
I'm at work. I got this white dude next to me listening to y'all.
Okay, no.
And y'all
Put on the
got this
harness, bro.
Y'all
Put
got
on
this
the harness.
Be safe, brother. Be safe.
Don't be falling off of poles or none of that stuff, Moo.
I'm on the ground today, falling off of poles. I'm on the ground.
I'm about to say, you be up in high spaces and stuff doing stuff.
Like I'm a stripper or something, man. I don't work on.
No, my bad. No,
y'all sure did make it sound like that.
Damn, yeah, no. He be on like high. He be
high
up high.
skyscrapers and
not on stripper poles.
Okay.
Yeah, nah. I don't be doing nothing strange for change. But
no, my bad. I didn't mean it like that.
Nah, I know I'm messing with you. But yeah, y'all be good, man. I gotta go back to work.
All right.
All right, thank you.
Hey,
bro.
ladies. Juan, Mule. How you doing, sis?
Hey, Wisdom.
Hey, Wisdom.
I just want to come up and chat with y'all just for a little bit. I'm getting ready for work as we speak.
Girl, you been getting ready for work. What the hell?
Well, I just came back to the store with Mama. Yeah, me and Mama ran to the store right quick. So, because, it's that time of the month, y'all. I guess I'm syncing up with the ladies at work now because they started theirs. And I said, oh, that means mine around the corner. Mine started last night.
Yes, but you know what? You got to be careful about that because guess what? If yours doesn't change, that means they're more dominant than you.
Well, see, mine changed like it's part of the moon cycle. It can start on the new moon, half moon, new moon. Mine's daily change. So I said, Jesus, because I knew because it was like two ladies that came up to me. One was like, hey, you got an extra pad?
When I'm with my sisters, for some reason, my older sister, because she's so domineering over me, oh my God, my stuff will link up and change with hers. Like yes. And I noticed that. Yeah.
If I could say this, Mule, let me go ahead and apologize to Taylor. I'm sorry. You probably were timed out because you responded to me for calling you a name. I'm sorry. I don't have patience for mammies. They really, really annoy me.
No,
and so I just don't have patience for a mammy at all. So you definitely got called a name for how you are, basically. So I don't have patience for you guys. So I'm sorry for calling you a name.
No,
I can't deal with mammies. I just can't.
Rochelle.
Yeah, Rochelle, Taylor, cool.
Taylor, cool. That's cool peoples.
Is she?
Oh, she really is.
Cool.
Well, she sure as heck came in mammying for Marvel, though.
Listen. All right. So here's the thing with Marvel. I don't know what he was talking about today. I don't even really understand the context. So I got to go back and really read the chat. But because I've been listening to y'all in the clouds. But what I will say is Marvel usually is really respectful and really nice. So I don't know what this is about. But I hear what he had to say.
So Tequila, I'm gonna tell you what happened. You know me, when I drill. When I speak the truth, I speak the truth, and I do it without no chaser. Apparently, he didn't like what I was saying, so now I become angry. And who hurt you? And so was Renee, and there's so much anger and things of that sort. So then he comes.
How many F words has she said? And I said a fucking lot. And then I said, how many times are black women tone police? And then that's when he said she sounds aggressive, and what she said was pointless.
Yeah, so Tequila,
Oh.
you already, honey, you already know how I am. Like when it comes to dudes spewing the same talking points as Dusty Nakers, then you can't really tell the difference between a nice guy and a Dusty Naker if they sound the same with their talking points. Saying
Yeah.
someone sounds angry, someone saying who hurt you, that all sounds the same as what a Dusty Naker would say. So it would actually drive me to think, are they really the same? And they
Yes,
just
ma'am.
pretend to be nice guys, because it's like you say the same things Dusty dudes say, except they go a little bit further with their dustiness. And he just didn't go that
and
he
far
didn't
with
talk
it.
long
joined
enough.
the panel, and
He probably didn't
is
talk long
usually
enough.
a very cool guy. So let's hear what's up, brother Auntie. You have something to add?
What's up, Mule?
Can we do one at a time, please?
Yeah, and we're
I
gonna
keep
start
getting cut off.
Yeah,
Well,
because
can I,
the host just
before
asked
you
me.
before you talk, Auntie, let me say one thing. I want to say this, because I'm probably gonna forget it. Listen, men, I really would like to see men and just women, everybody, to not weaponize the who hurt you thing, because to be honest, a lot of women are hurt, and to be honest, men be hurt too. They be hurt from things that happened to them when they were children. And my thing is, honestly, we're all trying to heal. I find it kind of disrespectful and disingenuous for people to be like, well, who hurt you? Why are you so angry? So, I mean, I would like to see us not say that.
Yeah, because it
No, I
came
agree.
down
I
to the
agree.
conversation. If I can say real quick, the conversation was about James and his fuckery and all the stupid stuff that he says, and how he literally will spend panel conversations for hours calling us B words, saying that we need to die, we need to be sacrificed, and then here comes some dudes in the chat talking about you sound angry, who hurt you?
Wait.
You absolutely right, because that
Hold
man
on,
did
guys.
wish
Hold
that
on.
for
Do
me.
y'all want me to finish playing the audio from earlier?
And he
Because
called
he
me a
does
bitch.
take and say, Tequila, that black women need to be sacrificed and hanged.
What we lying
that
about,
called the
Taylor?
police.
Why don't you come up and tell us what we're lying about?
I mean, hey, I don't even see
We're
why
not
she
talking.
What I
No,
talk
that's
about, the
not.
mammy ass
We're not
shit.
talking
That's
about
some
that,
mammy
though.
ass shit. What you
Rochelle,
mean
that's
that
not
we
what she's
lying
talking
about
about.
something? So you mean to tell me that we lying that somebody said we sound angry? We lying that somebody said who hurt you? What we lying about?
That's not what she's saying. She thought that you said that
she didn't ask
she was
who hurt nobody.
right. That's what she was
That's
saying.
what I'm saying. I was the one, and the host tried to pass it
It
to me.
wasn't Taylor though that said who hurt you or anything. So no, I don't know what she's saying that we lying about though.
Nobody can hear, guys.
Rochelle. Wait,
I'm the one that said it, and I'll tell you why right now.
Okay, let Auntie speak. Okay,
it doesn't matter because you gaslighting, but
okay, hold on, Auntie. Okay, I'm gonna give him
why
the
would
floor.
anybody come up here and talk to me? I know
Auntie,
you
don't
don't
worry
give me
about
echo chamber, but no, real shit, you got to get these bitter bitches up out of here, man. Straight up.
Bitches. Not
Yeah.
No, your mama's a fucking bitch. The fuck
Your
is you
mom's
talking
a
about?
nigger
You
bitch.
dusty,
You should've
dirty,
aborted
You
these
see
raggedy,
what I'm
niggas.
talking
rope-faced,
about?
ugly ass nigga.
These dudes.
Hold on, Renee. So, Lima, do you see what I'm talking about? Ladies, do you see what I'm talking about?
Wow, what's
Because you see how people exposes themselves, and this is why you need to allow them to
Nobody
speak.
can hear because both of y'all are talking at the same time. Please, we can't understand any of y'all. You got to go one at a time.
Oh,
we can't hear anything.
said Auntie did say it was not Taylor. So that's
No,
what
it
I'm saying.
wasn't
We're just
Taylor.
getting a lot of confusion right now. But listen, so okay, let me just give advice to the chat and to the panel. So when we're on the panel, because so much words get spewed in the chat, sometimes we don't catch it all. So when we do start seeing it, it's kind of out of context, right? So I have learned not to respond to everything I see in the chat, because a lot of times there can be even arguments within the chat that don't really have nothing to do with you, what we're saying. So that's all I'm going to give advice to. I can't tell you what to do because I'm not your mama. But I'm just saying that sometimes it's not good to always respond to the chat. Okay. So
I hear you.
like I said, Auntie done been up here a couple times and he welcome to come back. I've been in chat rooms with Marvel 318 from from Alexandria. He usually is cool. I had to take him today. I've taken out a couple of people. I've never done that before, but you will not come up here and curse nobody out. Now, all I will say is, I don't know what's going on. Maybe it's the full moon or some bullshit. But listen, if you're triggered, just don't come up. That's my only thing I can suggest. Because it is a triggering shit that I heard this nigga saying that black women need to be hung for calling the police. Listen, if a man is abusing me, I'm calling 9-11 on you motherfuckers. You heard me? So y'all could not like what I got to say at all about it. I am telling you now, I do not agree with no man talking about, and I don't agree with no Black Lives Matter. Talk about defund the police. Who else are we gonna have when some shit going wrong? Now, I'm gonna be honest with you. I've been lucky not to ever be abused by my husband. But if that nigga ever wanna grow wings, cause he way bigger and stronger, I'm gonna have to use 911, and that's point blank. Period. Shit.
But why would he just come up here and call us nigger bitches? Like, what is he mad for? Because women are talking over him? Like, that was just really
because that's who he is. That's who he is.
I know.
And that nice guy act and coming up on panels, being nice and everything. When women don't sit there and bend to his will, aka listen to what he say, because you know the black man is God and they're all knowing and all this other shit, then they get mad and all of a sudden we nigger bitches.
Yeah, that was just weird and like demonic. Like, I can't. Like, you look crazy and retarded. Like,
my opinion, and you know, I ain't caping for nobody, but my opinion is we do gotta let motherfuckers talk, whether we know they're gonna talk dumb shit or not. Because then people in the playback and people in the chat and everybody gonna be like, oh, y'all didn't let him talk. Y'all didn't give him a chance. Then he looked like a victim. He looked like a victim.
Yeah, because look what Queen Cascade said. What the F? Oh,
we need to go one at a time.
Auntie. And that's what I'm saying, because he's really not known for doing
he's really good at putting on a facade.
He usually says dusty shit though. Like,
he's really good at putting on a facade. This is what you got to understand. This is why it's very important to allow people to speak and allow people to actually really be themselves and be in the zone, because so many people will come up here and they will put on a facade of who they really are until you get them, something triggers them, and then now we're nigger bitches. But aren't you a nigger too?
He didn't even get to speak
yet
because
what
like, he was getting cut
everybody
off.
that knows me knows that I give niggas that business, and she does. She give them the business. Save me with that mammy shit.
I don't know what happened with the whole Taylor thing. Like,
I don't know what happened with Taylor either. That's what I'm not understanding.
I think it was a miscommunication.
Yeah, that's why I'm saying sometimes, you know, it's hard to be on the panel, and then you look down in the chat, and then you be like, "What the fuck you said, B?" And that person not even really talking to you. You know what I'm saying? So that's what I'm saying. Like, I had to learn that a long time. I learned the hard way. You know, being on the panel, keep answering the chat, and the chat talking to each other, and you thinking they talking to you. So sometimes, you know, the chat.
No, she talking about me. She talking about because she wrote something in the comment, and she came in with the cape swinging for Marvel. And then when I said something about it and everything, and then she said something. I wish we can go back up on the chat so I can really see exactly what she said, but it was something that was smart mouth. And then I said what I said. Now, yes, I called her a name. I did. Called her a name, and then she been crying about it ever since.
Yeah, I missed that because I didn't even hear the Marvel conversation. My bad.
Well, Beauty said right.
I don't know what really happened with the whole Taylor situation, but the simple fact is, if you're triggered and you don't like what you want to hear, then you know what you could do. You can either, you know, speak your piece and try to have a discussion, or you can click off. There's a big X on the right. But when you start disrespecting, calling people out of your name because you don't like what you want to hear, that just shows that there's really no conversation with you. Like, why would we even want to have a conversation with someone who finds it so freely to call us nigger bitches or bitter bitches? Because you got some people saying that he said bitter instead of nigger, but bitches in general, when nobody
which is another dusty talking point.
Nobody calls
he said nigger, and don't try to.
But
like, they love saying that.
But to feel so confident and comfortable to think that you can call somebody out their name and somebody's supposed to sit up on a panel and have respect for you, you got me all the way fucked up.
Right.
It's okay. So I will say. So if I let me say this real quick. Let me say this. I'm gonna be the bigger woman about it, because maybe I did misunderstand the caping mammying for Marvel. Maybe I did.
No.
So I mean, I'll be willing to apologize for that. If I called her a name, and I can admit that,
And you shouldn't have
and maybe I
Oh, thank you,
misunderstood.
Rochelle. Yeah,
Yeah,
because I
maybe
think
I
it is. Because
misunderstood that
Taylor
she was
go in
caping and
on them
mammying
niggas.
for
I'm like,
Marvel, even
wait,
though I know what caping and
Rochelle, she
mammying
has
looks
nothing
like.
you. I'm like,
Yeah.
now Tay go in on them Negroes. I'm like, wait.
I didn't know. Like, I mean, I don't know her like that, and like a lot of
But
people
I'm gonna
in
be
this.
honest. I've never heard Marvel speak. I've never even seen him hit a link in my, in my life. So today would have been the
I
first
have.
time.
I think I have
I've
too.
never, but I've been with him in different chats, and he's usually real cool with me. So,
But no,
you're right.
this is the problem I had, because okay, Mumu, he came up on a panel full of women.
I
He
didn't
didn't
like how he
expect
came
Mumu.
up to address Mumu. I did not like that. That's why I dropped him
No,
down.
like he didn't know Mumu was gonna come up, so really he was just gonna come up and address women. So when Mumu came up, and Mumu said, "I just want to make sure that my sister is good, blah 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 blah, and my other sister is good, and all this other stuff." Then all of a sudden he gets angry and offended by it, as if he didn't want a man to come up to defend women. That's the problem I have with him, and also the bullshit he was saying in the chat, the dusty logic of, "Oh, you guys are angry," and all this other crap. Like, I already had like a bone to pick with him to begin with. And then of course, since he irritated me or whatever, because he's just another typical, in my opinion, then I mistakenly thought that someone was mammying, or Taylor was mammying for him. And again, I'm going to say I apologize for that. If she was not mammying for him, because honestly, everybody that knows me, I absolutely cannot stand pick me mammies. I can't stand it. Like, my radar goes up immediately, and I get very angry, because it's like, why are you so damn dumb to be pick me and mammying? Like, so I get really angry about it. And I can admit that I may have misconstrued what she was talking about or what she was saying. And I just picked up and thought that it was mammying, because we see enough of it already. And it drives me absolutely nuts that Black women don't know their power. They don't know that they deserve to be loved, and they just want to come and mammy for some man. And so I got angry, and I said what I said, and I apologize for saying what I said. And I'm tired of I Scam Goofies Part 2 or whatever the fuck that is. Anyways, I'm tired of that motherfucker too. So, but Taylor, if you weren't mammying, I don't know you. I shouldn't have came off the way I came off. Again, I've already expressed how I feel about mammies, and I kind of just took it that way and everything. So I immediately jump on mammies and Dusty's behind. And I apologize if you weren't mammying for him. I should have never treated you that way.
Oh, thanks, Russia.
Oh, thank you, Rochelle. That's real woman shit right there. You heard me? Well, sister,
I'm really sorry. Like, I'm sorry. Like, I really, like, y'all know, like, these women on this panel, besides the one in the top middle part, I don't think I recognize her.
That's
but the rest of them know how I am. Like, I can't stand it.
Chill. She kind of like tequila. She's just a sweetheart. But look, sister, nobody came back in. You had something you want to add, honey?
Hey, I'm sorry. No, I just I had to get off because I had got a phone call, but I couldn't stop kicking because this a little off topic, but people will act real funny with you, especially when it comes to Black men. But as soon as you get emotionalist, they get real scary. Motherfuckers be calling you, talking about, hey, do you want me to bring you something from the store?
Can y'all hear me?
No.
Did you go out?
No.
Exactly. Once you ignore his ass now, huh?
Wait, I couldn't hear anything she said. Like, I think maybe I went out.
Shit.
Like,
is it me?
I'm sorry.
Yeah, you probably went out.
Oh, okay.
Because I was doing that.
Can you hear Sharice?
Yeah, I heard.
Yeah, I can hear y'all.
MJ, I can hear everybody.
Okay, now I can hear everybody. I couldn't hear anything nobody said, so I didn't know if it was me or if nobody else could hear her. I'm sorry if I interrupted. I didn't mean to interrupt.
No, you didn't.
Okay, so
Okay,
this is, and like I said, this is a kind of a triggering episode for this show, but I mean, I have to show the James, y'all.
Oh
because
my God, I hate him.
James, listen, Rochelle, it's very
I hate
triggering.
him.
Listen, but I just have to. just bear with me a little longer, you guys, because okay, let's take a vote. Who want to hear the rest of this Negro?
Well, real quick, if I can address someone real quick,
Okay.
Mule. Trinity, I don't like mammies and pick-me's because I want all Black women to succeed. I really do. Like, I really, as much as I may not show it, I really do care about all Black women, except mammies and pick-me's, because I'm just like, why are you like that? Like, a man is not your end-all be-all. You do not have to sit there and literally throw, like, the reason why I don't like
going against Black women
they
over
throw
everybody
everybody under the bus for the sake of a man. They'll throw their children under a bus for the sake of a man. Them are the type of women that will literally say, well, my 10-year-old daughter seduced my boyfriend. Those are the type of women that mammies and pick-me's are, and I absolutely cannot stand them. So I don't respect them at all, and that's why I have a problem with mammies and pick-me's.
Me personally, I have a kind of unpopular opinion because I know the mammy spectrum ranges like autism, but I mostly feel bad for them. And honestly, I probably showed them more love than I should, because not only do they get their ass beat by women with sense, they get their ass beat by these same dudes they're trying to protect. It's like they get the shittiest end of the stick, and it's like they're doing it out of love, but it's also out of ignorance. And I do think it has a lot to do with programming and religion and all of the stuff that some of us are really just spoon fed as young Black girls. Like, so some of them are mammies and don't even know they mammies. Some of them are mammying to their own detriment just based off of a religion or what they were taught. And I feel bad for them. I do. I really do.
I mean,
and if I can address
Cameroonian, hold on, can I say something? I do think that I did used to feel bad for them, but I do think that a lot of them know what's going on, because they'll complain about shit that niggers do when it's not benefiting them. But like Rachel just said, they'll go against women, their own children. They'll say that men aren't predators, but children can be predators. Like, I've heard women say that. Like, so
yeah, I mean, I've literally heard a mammy. I've literally heard a mammy say that the little girl that got abused by a grown man that's facing charges at this point had the Jezebel spirit. And then people are supposed to protect that and love that and support that. I'm not about to do that. And as for Cameroonian, like, anybody can get this smoke. You sitting there talking about why don't we sit there and give this same type of venom to the colonists and all this other stuff. Okay, well, first and foremost,
actually, Black women get killed more by them niggas that look like them, not by non-Black men. So stop.
Right.
And me personally, I'm not going to make white men my enemy when they're the one providing me all the resources. So y'all can say that white men are y'all's enemies and then cry about how they won't give you scholarships and they won't give you Section 8, even though they do give you all of these things.
Yeah,
like, y'all say these same men are your enemies, but then you ask for them to be your allies. Like, I'm not going to make them my enemies. Sorry, I already have enough enemies. Thank you.
Right. And y'all already established yourselves as Black women
enemies. Create, ain't that some shit?
Yeah, that's exactly what I was about to say.
Enemies we didn't even create.
Well, that's exactly what I say. You can't sit there and say things like, oh, well, why don't you have the smoke for the colonists and all this other stuff? But then when FAFSA rolls around, you take their money for school. You try to get scholarships. You expect them to give you welfare. You want them to give you money to survive on. You work for them. You do all this stuff, but everybody is supposed to hate the colonists and not the motherfuckers that's sitting there destroying the community.
MJ, don't
complain about not having shit. They complain that they don't give them anything. They don't give them programs and money.
Right. So, MJ, don't you do real estate? When they do gentrification, don't they basically make the hood into a livable place?
Yeah, they do.
Oh, okay. I was just checking.
They make it more sustainable. They get it up to codes. You know, the codes that they seem to never know how to complete when regular old smuggler folks try to put it in. Yeah, they do that. So because it's money that's being invested into that community, so it's more beneficial for projects and contracts for them to basically uplift the value of the community. See, a lot of people don't know about REITs, right? like when you think about stock markets, when you think about stocks, a lot of people just think about stocks for corporations or businesses, but there's actually invested stocks into property for the property value. It's called REITs. You can be a regular person, and let's say you examine a location where the property value of that is projected to increase by like 30%. So let's say it's like 50 million, and now it's going to increase up to like maybe like 80 million or so within the next couple of years. You can actually invest in that property value of that community to increase, and that's how people make money that way too. There's many different avenues and ways that you can make money, but if people ain't talking about that and they only talking about drill music and and these hoes ain't loyal, then I don't know what to tell you.
Well, Cameroon said, how can you say that when Caucasians that mass incarcerate your children aren't your enemies? But y'all are the ones killing
black men allow it. They're supposed to be the leaders of the community and they're allowing
children,
it.
Black women, and everybody in between. So how are y'all not the enemy? Like, y'all establish yourselves as the enemy out in the streets. Y'all establish yourselves as the enemy online when y'all say y'all are our enemies. Like, what are you talking about? Like, y'all are really gaslighting.
Well, what I really want is for Cameroonian to come up so I can basically spank his ass like I did another pro quack.
Him or her, whoever that is.
And then they bring up abortion like there's not a full spectrum on abortion. Like, I really hate when we try to oversimplify things. Abortion is very broad. If we'll just use the term babies, that's perfectly fine. Some of these babies are dead when they're aborted. Some of these babies are killing their mother, and their mother already has 4 or 5 living children that actually depend on her solely. Some of these, like, we don't go into depth. We just only want to act like these are viable babies that are about to come out the womb.
They advocate for abortion anyway, so it's
exactly. I was about to say that they pay for the abortion.
Saw a black man dragging a black woman into the abortion clinic. On video.
Right. They pay for the abortion.
And they're making it seem like that they're lied about hollering to stop abortion. They're not.
Women that have lied about being pregnant and men have given them abortion money. Like,
Kim, and real quick for Cameroonian, like, I'm not even gonna sit there and stunt. Like, seriously, stop trying to make it seem like that white people are mass incarcerating children that do nothing wrong. You mean to tell me that there's plenty of kids out here right now got gangs that's literally stealing cars and they don't deserve to get incarcerated?
But see, this is why I say you have to stop. You have to ignore people like this person in the chat because they're
because he won't come up.
They're trolling.
Yeah, they're distracting from the conversation.
They're spewing misinformation because they like to have you misinformed because you can't make an educated decision when you don't have the proper information. So this is where the manipulation tactic 101 starts, and this is what they do. He knows what the truth is, but he will glance over the truth to just tell you his narrative because that's more beneficial. You cannot have.
I guarantee the person got felonies.
You can't have genuine conversation to actually fix anything when the prime is there, but we have to just realize is that they don't want to fix shit. They like shit the way that it is. That's just something that we're going to have to accept and move from there.
Exactly. They do all this crying about.
They need to really stop pretending that white men are their enemies. When they love white men, all they talk about is how they just want to be accepted by them. That's all they want is to be accepted by them. So don't be mad because they don't want.
And they're not doing anything about it. What are they doing to these colonizers for them to stop doing what they're doing?
What
are they doing? They're not even fighting back. All they're doing is crying about it. What are they doing?
He's saying that they're incarcerating your children, but you fail to believe that these quote unquote children are out there doing things that they're not supposed to do. You fail to believe that a lot of them are actually doing crime. Like, there is a small percentage that a lot of people was incarcerated now today, or maybe even for like 20 years, going so far, have went to jail for doing something that for not committing a crime. There is more people in here who have went to jail for doing crimes. So you want people who do bad things to not go to jail. That's what you're saying.
But if that's what's happening, what are they doing about it?
Especially if they're doing these crimes in your community that you're talking about crying over gentrification for, then how are these people who doing these crimes helping the community?
And didn't
what are y'all doing though? Y'all are not doing anything to change it, and they're your kids too. They're not just black women's kids. Like
right, and black people are moving out of those communities to get away from that mess.
Stop acknowledging him
Exactly.
because this
Stop
dude said
talking
that
to him. You
enslaved
keep doing it.
human
He's
beings,
trolling.
people with no rights and no ability to do anything, chose to sleep with. So you're saying that enslaved people chose to sleep with colonists? You mean enslaved people
that's where
were
that's
raped?
where they got the
They
whole
were
Jezebel
raped
narrative for, right?
like
I mean, when they call
children,
black women,
minors, enslaved people. They do
when
not
they
have
call black
choices.
women,
Therefore,
Please
they
not
can't
entertain people
consent.
in the
and
chat.
this is why
Can
I'm
we just
I'm sorry.
continue the
I won't be
conversation?
acknowledging him anymore. That was absolutely
Don't
disgusting.
acknowledge him anymore, because like I said, if he's sitting up here talking about enslaved people or enslaved women and girls being forced to have sex and to mate with other races, especially at that time, and that's where they give the narrative of calling us a Jezebel. That's where the name comes from, because they feel that you were supposed to die, and then
what Afro descendants chose to fight, huh? What?
Right.
Okay,
Really
yeah,
dumb,
I'm done. I'm done responding
They
to
were
this
really the
person
ones
because
getting
now they
bent
just making
over,
up
and
shit.
they loved it, but they want to try to put that shit on us. Like, fuck out of here.
Well, they're not talking about what they're doing to the women over there in Africa. Okay, are we talking about how oppressed they are, the genital mutilation, and how those women being oppressed? Like, y'all want to talk about that, but y'all want to say, well, we need to go back to Africa.
He
For
doesn't think
what?
they're being
It's
oppressed.
even worse.
He thinks that they're sleeping with them at their own will. That's what he thinks.
No, them women are being raped, being stolen from their families. You got black women or black African women that's setting up programs or standing up to fight this mess, but like nobody want to talk about that though.
He's talking about
I'm not
He's
gonna have
talking
a
about George
conversation.
Floyd again.
You talking about George Floyd, the one that robbed the pregnant woman?
Hold on, guys.
Pistol whipped and robbed a black woman, though. Like, that's the wrong person to use that as an
The host
example.
is talking. Please mute up when the host is speaking.
Let me just tell you this. You're right. So please, I am Goofy says to please subscribe and make sure you subscribe to me. But let me just tell you this here. The George Floyd uprisings. I'm gonna go back to that. I was one of them dummy women. I was what you call a crash car dummy. I was one of them people out there, you guys. Me, my husband, my daughter, 3 of us flew. We actually caught a plane, y'all, and flew out to protest the murder of George Floyd. When I tell y'all, George Floyd murder, when I finally saw it, I didn't see it for almost 4 days on purpose. When I saw it, I threw up for 2 days. I cried for 2 days. My husband was so mad with me.
Right.
He was like, I told you not to watch it. And when he knew that I was throwing up and couldn't, function behind the shit, I said, I can't do nothing. I couldn't go to work. I couldn't do nothing, y'all. I was throwing up. I was sick in my stomach. He booked, my daughter found out how much the flights was. My husband paid for them, and we went out there. We protested for 3 days straight. We were out there. We would leave the hotel early in the morning, figure out where we were meeting, and we were out there. And when I tell you guys, it was a white woman, his wife, his girlfriend, each day would tell us to go home. And each day we defied this white woman. His choice, his preference. Right? We defied her because the absolute horror of watching this tall brother with a knee on him murdered like that, it just outraged me. And when I tell you, my daughter and my husband did everything to try to bring me some kind of peace in my mind, and my mind still haven't wrapped around how it's okay to kill somebody just blatantly like that, You hear somebody saying they can't breathe. You hear somebody calling for their mother, and you don't get off their fucking neck. But I will tell you what's more egregious to me. This shit I've been hearing on YouTube from this manosphere. I'm telling y'all, when I learned about this manosphere, that shit has sickened my stomach even more than George Floyd murder. And when I tell you, if black men do not want any allies, if they keep this shit up with this J Prince, this James nigga, and they keep this hip ideology going, as if black women have not been with you from the fucking start, from your birth, from the womb with you, you will one day be by yourself. But I want to tell my sisters, when we leave them out to dry and they all 100% completely by themselves, it will be to the demise of us as well. It will be no us versus them. This is the trickery the enemy wants. Once we leave these Negroes who hate us, and the saddest thing is they show us that they hate us. This is why I can't blame the sisters for doing all the shit they do, right? Because it's petty shit we women do to get back. It's monstrous shit the men do. I've only been robbed at gunpoint by black men. My house has only been broken into by black men.
Mine too.
Wait, hold on. Let me just tell you this. All of the negative, horrible things.
Oh my God, me too.
Has came from black brothers, right? But because we don't have a system in place to correct these black brothers, we only have the government. Now, I have not physically, I'm not saying my sisters, I have never physically yet been molested or raped by a man. And I think I have never physically been abused by a man.
I have.
As of yet, I'm just saying. I'm not saying what's going to happen tomorrow. But what I'm saying is, as of today, what is today? 9/24. I can only speak for today, right? So far from today, 9/24/2022, I have not. But what I'm saying is, the millions of women who have, you guys need to stop. I'm not even saying hold yourself accountable. I'm saying realize who the fuck been there for you, and stop the fuckery, stop the lies, stop blaming everything on black women. Because when we finally leave your ass, it's a done for all. You're done. This shit is not gonna get better for you without us. And keep blaming women for fuckery. The most heinous of heinous crimes that you choosing to commit. And you know what pisses me off with brothers? The only time y'all mad with the white men is when you think he get away with more crimes than your ass. Who give a shit? You chose to do them crimes, nigga. I don't have sympathy for that shit. You sit up here and talk about, the white man sold cocaine and we sold crack and we got way more time. Well, nigga, you sold crack and destroyed a fucking nation. I don't feel sorry for all of the shit y'all want me to feel sorry for. And I want to tell you why. It's not that I don't love you. It's because, you know what? You need to fucking either do better or disappear. You need to acknowledge and respect the women who, let me tell you something. Every man who done did domestic violence on a damn woman, his mom, his sisters come bail him out of jail. We have to teach our sons. I have trained my sons. If you gotta beat a woman, you don't need her. You need to hurry up and run and leave her. Do not ever put your hands on a woman. And I teach my kids this. I taught my daughter, if a man hit you once, call me. I'm coming to get you. We coming day or night, whatever. You got to get out of there. My son, a truck driver. Child, they told him to put chains on his 18-wheeler truck to drive up north in the fucking snow and ice. I told him, park that shit. I'll fly you home. You understand? We have to be there for our family members so that they don't do wrong things. But what I'm trying to tell y'all, we need to make some type of a stand here in America, because guess what? This shit about to get really worse. And it's going to get worse for all of us. The women, we're going to sit back and we're going to say it's going to get worse for you men first. And you niggas keep talking about winter is coming. It's coming. But I bet you go through that storm before us. When we have zero protection and zero people to count on, oh, we will feel it. But it's coming for you guys first. I'm sorry. Go ahead and talk.
Yeah, I just
and we know how to weather a storm. We've done it for years alone.
Exactly.
Yep.
If I could say something real quick, this is the thing when it comes to me. While you know people feel like how they feel as far as how I feel about black men or whatever, I have respect for some. I don't have respect for the majority. As a matter of fact, I'm gonna be honest and say I don't like the majority, because for me to sit there and grow up and be on this big pro-black type of way of living, in a sense, and then even when growing up I have been molested as a child by a black man, I have been beat by a black man, I have been emotionally, mentally, psychologically abused by black men. I just had to deal with, I've been picked on by the way I look by black men. Even though I'm light skinned, they talked about my lips, all types of stuff, because I have fuller lips. Just different things like that. Even after all of that, I still was one of those ones that felt like that I could only marry a black man. Until I got to the point where I was like, I really don't even want to marry. It's really not worth it. But for me to come on in certain spaces and stuff and see how they talk about us, how they mistreat us, see all these different stories from all different black women in all different parts of the world saying the same type of abuse, that is what made me say I don't like the majority of them. So I mean, they can call me whatever they want to call me as far as being a feminist or whatever the case may be, because I care more about black women than I care about black men. And that's the honest truth. And they continue to prove me right every day, even with fools in this chat, by spewing all this rhetoric about all this blah, 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 and the colonizer and all this other stuff. Well, guess what? I'm successful. I'm not on any type of assistance. I'm not on any of that type of stuff. And I didn't get any of that from a black man. So for them to sit there and say all this, what have you, like, I haven't been abused by men of no color. I haven't been molested by men of no color. And I've dated all types of different men, but I've never had to deal with this mess other than my own kind. And for them to sit there and really just try to say, yeah, black men abused you, black men molested you, black men did this, black men did that to you, but you're angry and who hurt you and all this other stuff, and you should just stick by us regardless. We don't do shit for you. We don't make the community safe for you and children, women and children. We don't we down talk you. We uplift other races of women. We do all this shit. But we want you to stick by us because George Floyd was taken out, even though he robbed a pregnant woman at gunpoint. And even though he chose a different race of woman over his own race of women, we want you to just stick by us because we're just black. I think that's a crock of BS, and I can't get behind it. And it's just, as hard as it, like, yes, I know that not all of them are like that. And that's why I say I respect some. I definitely respect and care about and love some of them. I don't just write off all of them, but I don't owe you respect, and I don't owe you love, and I don't owe you concern because you are a black man. Because guess what? You don't show us the same type of grace. Y'all don't give a damn about us. You down talk us. You treat us like shit. You abuse us. You say our problems don't matter. You don't want to listen to us. And you expect us to ride with you. It's not going to happen with me. I don't care. And I have a son. And if my son was to treat a black woman the way they treat us, or to sit there and treat me the way they treat us, my son will be fucking written off. As much as I love him, he will be fucking written off. Because how dare you, after I raised you and took care of you and pushed you out of my womb, that you treat black women like shit. I'm not fucking having it. I'm not. And it hurts because I'm over it at this point as far as me, and I've already made my decision. I'm not fucking with the majority of them. I don't give a fuck what they go through. I don't give a fuck about how much they're harmed by the police. I don't give a fuck. The bottom line is, until they start treating more black women with respect that they deserve, they can kiss my fucking ass on a shitty day. And that's it. That's all. And I stand on it.
And they're still saying dumb shit in the chat.
I care about some of them, but I don't like the majority of them, and I just stick with that. I don't care what the fuck they say the colonizers did and all this other shit, because they keep crying and bitching about what the colonizers do, but they do nothing without the colonizers. They do nothing without them. And then they want to cry about all this mistreatment and slavery and all this other shit, and most of these niggas that wasn't even born. Matter of fact, all of them wasn't even born during the time of the ancestors being truly brutalized and disrespected. They didn't even have to suffer that trauma, but they sit there and they take that trauma and put it on themselves like they were the ones that were traumatized behind it. They literally, they just basically, they take that type of trauma and say, well, you know, I should be able to rob people. I should be able to kill my own. I should be able to kill colonizers. I should be able to harm children. I should be able to molest women and children because the colonizers harmed my ancestors over 100 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
I'm tired of that shit. I'm sick and tired of listening to complaining. If y'all don't want to do shit to make a sustainable community for us and the children, that's fine. But don't come here expecting us to sit there and sympathize with your plight, because I personally am not. I feel way more sorry for black women and children than I do for black men. And that's the realest shit that I can ever say.
How can you feel bad for grown men, especially that are calling black women coons in the chat?
Mm-hmm,
you can't call us coons when you're at the very bottom and you're not doing anything about it at all. Like,
especially in a world where pretty much they all have a crutch. How you have a crutch in a world and yet you still can't do nothing? But yet the women in your counterpart who is deemed the least desirable, the most unpaid, the most unwedded, the most children, yet somehow she's now the most educated and has the most businesses. How is it possible that she did that, but you don't have any children and yet you couldn't lift a finger to do anything for yourself?
Well, that's their problem. They're mad because you're doing shit. They're mad because black women are getting degrees and they're not. You're a coon because you're actually like trying to do something. They don't want to do anything. They want you to be at the bottom with them.
Exactly. Right. And did you notice that wasn't nobody talking and crying and whining and complaining about black women until they started exceeding and excelling again across men?
Hold on. If I can respond real quick, because first of all, I'm sick of this bullshit. Like, first, I don't give a fuck about the next dusty, raggedy, broke, trash bag ass motherfucker calling me a coon. I don't give a shit. But this is my thing. You still ain't did shit for the community, but somebody got to be cooning because we out here trying to get our own, because y'all don't do a fucking thing for us. Y'all don't do shit for us. You don't even make the community safe. Y'all don't even fucking grab these niggas by their neck and say, hey, stop shooting people. Stop doing this. Stop doing that. But somebody got to be a fucking coon. Nigga, I'm successful because I got myself there, not because your broke raggedy ass. So I don't give a fuck what you say. Yes, I have a black son. My black son is well taken care of, and he sure as fuck isn't going to be in a chat room calling people coons and shit. But your raggedy, broke, dusty ass that ain't did shit for the community but get on the internet and call people coons, you ain't did shit.
I think that's like an illiterate way of saying queens. I think he's trying to say queens in a like derogatory manner, and so he wrote it like Queens. I think it's Queens
If
because
that's the
he's
case,
been
then he
saying
dumb as
that.
fuck because he can't spell. Which
But
then
who
proves
cares
the
what he
point
has to
again
say?
because
Like,
they asses don't graduate in high school in high numbers.
he's doing absolutely nothing. Like, you're doing nothing. You're twerking your bussy in the chat room. Like, how are you gonna call black women coons? Like, what are you doing? You're the one. It's not that you're not doing anything for the community. You're actually the ones that are making it dangerous.
Hold on,
it's the hood because of y'all.
hold on,
Y'all
Sharice.
are killing everybody.
Hold on,
Children, the men. Like,
hold the fuck up. How dare, nigga? I'm nothing like Harriet Tubman. Nothing like Harriet Tubman, because for one thing, I wouldn't have the patience for y'all niggas if you decide to stay in slavery. So I'm nothing like Harriet Tubman. So don't try to compare me to a great woman like that. Hell no, I'm not about to save y'all motherfuckers because y'all don't want to be saved. Don't compare me to her. She did awesome, great things for motherfuckers like y'all. And y'all sat there and basically decided most of y'all wanted to stay in slavery and shit. So as far as I'm concerned, she did way too much. So don't ever
Didn't
compare
she
me
end
to
up
a
getting
queen like
robbed
that.
by black men?
Yeah. They didn't give a fuck about what she was talking about. They was too scared to do any fucking thing. So don't compare me to her. And I'm nothing like Assata Shakur either, because for one thing, although she is I would say a lovely woman, she shouldn't have never helped y'all them niggas in the Black Panther Party because they was abusing black girls and black women and then practicing so they can go abuse white women.
what is he talking about? Like, why are
he's
you comparing her
stupid.
to a woman who had to save the black community? Like, where's the men that are doing it?
This is
none of them are
man
doing
who
it.
does
That's why
not
he keeps
know
bringing up women's names.
This is the same man who does not know what grape is, okay? This is the same dude. Everything he's saying about how women do the most abortions, black women are killing all the babies, everything he's saying, mind you, I need y'all to know that about 15 minutes ago, he said if black women and men don't stay together, then there'll be no more black people. Our community reminds me of an abusive baby mama, baby daddy scenario.
Wait, let me just maybe I didn't say this earlier, so I'm simultaneously streaming on two platforms right now. This is not just Mu University. This is also the Argument League. So some of the people who you guys are talking to are not actually on our channel. They're actually on the Argument League.
Yeah, because I'm like, where is it? I do not see him.
Yes, so that is why you can't see them because they're actually on the Argument League.
Cameroon, you need to worry about what the fuck them men over there in Africa is doing.
Yeah, but you can't
black
see
women.
them because we are simultaneously podcasting for Sister Hurricane
Cameroonian, kiss my black ass. Kiss my black ass, because obviously black women didn't do a good enough job as far as abortion because your stupid ass is here.
And that's what I was getting at. The fact that they'll say all of this, so many of them across Manosphere, across Red Pill, all of them will talk mad shit about black women. But at the end of the day, when it comes down to it, they'll always say, we need black women and black men to stay together so that we can keep the community going. Y'all don't like us. We ain't shit, remember? We this, we that. Why would y'all want to keep the black community going?
Exactly.
Because they just don't want us. They don't want us to say what they really on. They don't want us to expose their type of behavior. They want as if the shit is a secret. Everybody knows what the fuck they do. Why is it that white people can run around saying that y'all abandon your children?
But
it's because you're doing it in plain view and everybody knows it, and you're doing it in such high numbers that everybody sees that it's a problem. Yet they get mad when we speak on it, and then all of a sudden when we speak on it, we need to stick together. But when black men talk about black women's weaves and how we look masculine and we are masculine and we're manly and all this other shit, they have nothing to say. They don't be over there. They don't be over there saying a fucking word to those men, but they'll come over here and cry to women.
But then y'all lying and say y'all are the most active fathers. Like, everybody doesn't know. It's a running joke that y'all don't take care of y'all kids. Like, it was a meme about the Little Mermaid because she's black, and they were saying how, like, I guess she don't know her dad, or like,
tell your mama to stop cooning. She should have drunk that Drano shake.
Well, he's saying dumb shit. Like, I think we should just ignore him because he's not saying nothing. Like, he's a low level idiot. Like,
let me just say something. I gotta get out here, y'all. Let me
sorry.
just say something. I gotta go. I gotta get to work.
Hey,
I know I be getting to work.
okay, wait, no, okay, go ahead. I'm about to let somebody else. I'm not fair. Kira coming back in. I don't know. She
Okay,
must have got
yeah,
kicked
I'm
out.
finna jump down, but all I'm gonna say is they need to stop trying to hold black women hostage because they only know they can come through this realm and through our wombs, and that's the only reason why they need us. But no, we're not gonna keep giving birth to y'all because y'all don't like us in the first fucking place. But ladies, I love you. I'm finna go to work. Mule,
Much
have a
love.
great live.
Much
I will
love.
be in the
love
chat.
you too, Wisdom. Love you too,
Bye,
honey.
Wisdom. I love you
Bye,
too.
y'all.
Thank you so
Have a
much
good
for
day.
coming.
See you later, Wisdom.
Okay.
And I think it shows a certain level of disdain they have for their own children when you're not willing to fix the environment. You're not willing to fix the reason a lot of these women are having abortions, the environment, the fact that, there's a lot of people who can't get, proper food or can't afford this, that, and the third. There's no two-parent households. Like, you're not willing to fix the reason for the abortions. You just want the abortions to stop. So you just want children to be born into this environment. It just shows
No, can I
a
say
lot of
something?
selfishness and disdain for the children,
They don't want the
And then
abortions to
they're gonna
stop. They
hate
want
you
you
for
to.
being a single mother. That's the thing.
Can I just say
Women
something
have
real
been
quick?
hold on. Women have historically had those kids, and then all they do is talk about they've been raised by a single mother. You see what I'm saying?
But they don't want the abortions to stop. They just want you to not choose to have one. Because
What's
when
up,
they want
Sister
you to have
Persia
one
Malik?
and you don't want to have one, then that's a problem. They want
That's
to
a good
physically
point.
try to force you
Yep,
to have an abortion,
that
and they
is a
want to
good
pay
point.
money to give you to have you have an abortion. But
No,
now that black women are saying that they want to abort them, it's a problem.
this is my theory.
These men don't
Honestly,
want
they don't
them.
want
Oh,
you to
you
have
know what? And that's
abortions
exactly
only
the same as
because
the sex
they,
industry. When
they
we take it into our own hands, whether it's the sex industry or having abortion, they want the choice and not for us to have
Right.
the choice. But when we have, that was a good fucking point. You made a good fucking point.
yeah, because what I wanted to add to that is I don't feel like I feel like they only want black women to stop having abortions so they can basically use it as a way to make black women suffer. Because if you know that you are sleeping with this woman that hardly has anything, she's probably not working or whatever the case may be, and you impregnate her and abandon her with a child, and you don't want her to have an abortion
And then
because
you're
she can't
gay on
take
the
care of this
low.
child, that means that you want her literally to struggle and suffer. And you want that child to suffer too. And that's how you know they don't give a damn about black children and they don't give a damn
But
about black women.
you have to
Because
put all of the things that they say together because they drop breadcrumbs. But if you're not listening to
Yep.
all the conversations, number
Yeah.
one, they don't want single mothers to be married because a lot of them black men feel like if I put a baby there, I can always go back there. My baby mama let me have a place to sleep on her sofa or whatever because
Yep.
we got kids. So they trying to create this thing where they say black women who are single moms have no value because they always want a couch to sleep on. And while they talk about black mothers, whenever they need help or a place to stay, they don't go to their homeboys because their homeboys ain't letting them come in. They can't go to their brothers because their brothers ain't letting them come in. They can't go to their male cousins. They go to the women in their family who let them come and sleep on their couch in their extra room or whatever. We just saw the old lady who would not let her, I don't know if it was her daughter or whoever,
Yeah, I
she
think it
would
was her
let the
daughter.
daughter stay, but she wouldn't let the grown man stay because this is a tactic of men. They always have
And he
had
was trying
women,
to beg to stay.
and they want to be able. Now, imagine if we didn't have no police. We done seen what black men do when they don't have police in the community. They turn projects into gang places. So they want black women unprotected so they could break in your house. Like you say, ain't no white man never broke in my house. They want to
Right.
break in your house. They want
I've
to rape you.
never.
They want to be able to steal from the working people and turn our son into soldiers in gang culture. And that's
And
why
they
they
say
don't want
it.
police there. That not because of us, because they want to run amok. And I see them. I almost cried the other day. I actually did have to hold back. I go into the open bay dorm at the prison. That's because some dorms in cells, but this is open bay. I see white sheets on top of a bunch of men sleep at like 8 o'clock, 9 o'clock in the day. It looked like nap time at a daycare. They are fine. They didn't want to leave slavery because they're fine with it. And I see those grown ass men sit there and run the equivalent of a plantation, and they're happy. They all have jobs. They all go to school. And they won't even go to KFC and work for $15 an hour. But them motherfuckers on Tuesday, which is chicken day, will work like hell for an extra tray. It is their mindset. I don't know why they so defeated. And now they're mad because we aren't. And our success, even though we aren't doing it to shame them, shames them without us trying.
He's saying he wants Black women to stop killing future generations, but it really like irritates me when they do this because it's really fake and gaslighting. Like y'all are killing everybody.
So why
it definitely is, because he's not going to be the one that's going to take care of those kids that don't get taken care of.
Yeah, they don't care about
So for him
generation.
to run his mouth and sit there and say things like "stop this" and "stop that," okay, well, you take care of all of those kids that are that's unfortunate. They have unfortunate lives. You take care of all of them.
And grown
but his
adults.
broke ass ain't gonna do shit but cry and attack
and sexually assaulting women and children, and stop killing men,
Well,
women,
what
and
happened
children.
to you,
Y'all stop
MJ?
doing that, and maybe people will want to give birth to y'all.
Oh, my
Okay,
bad,
y'all,
Lima.
MJ came
And
back,
then he
y'all.
kind
I
of
don't know
really
what
just
happened.
showed his
In
hand.
Africa,
Yeah.
they stole children.
Right, like
Them
people
girls
say the
can't
most
even go to
low-level
school.
shit. Like
The
I
girls
had
can't even
I
go
had
to
a
school
phone
without them
call,
stealing
so
them off the bus. The girls can't even go to school without them stealing them off the bus. So they ain't got the time to worry about what the fuck happening over here. Because I'm not saying I
they
don't
just
know
say dumb
African
shit.
culture,
Like,
but I ain't trying to get back over there no time soon because they have less protections over there than they have over here. The little girl, this gas went up. Her family selling her off to marriage because she can't go to school free no more. And that's in a country where they the majority at, and that's what's going on. And I ain't gonna say I don't know if I'm seeing everything that's truthful or not, but ain't no way I'm trying to go back to Africa. I'm not. I would have been out of Africa.
Listen, nobody's killing. Nobody's supporting killing Black women babies. Nobody said abort Black female babies.
I
don't know
am a
what the fuck
single
he's
mom.
talking
And
about.
this is, but this is my.
Nobody said that. So,
I mean, if the dad doesn't want to be around, if you can't
Black
afford
female,
it,
Black women are not the
if it's
issue.
risking your life, if you decide that's what you need to do, then that's what you need to do.
But this is my. But
I don't even hear women saying that because Black women are not the issue.
I truly believe that Cameroon Western guy is the Afro diaspora nationalist guy. He just changed his name because
I've
the
seen his
things that
talking
he's
points
saying
before.
Yeah, those are the same talking points. It's the same thing. So that's why I'm not even paying attention. But before I left Lima, I had a phone call and it cut me off, so you couldn't even hear me. But I wanted to talk a little bit based on what you said earlier. Like, we have to get out of this scarcity of what's going to happen to us if we remove ourselves from Black men. And the reason why I say that is because we're dying almost at the same level as Black men. We are the womb holders. If we're not here, there ain't gonna be a Black race regardless. So if we're getting killed by Black men,
Let's say this, long as Black men sell plasma, long as they sell plasma, they'll sell sperm. And I ain't advocating for nobody to be no single male. Me personally, if I had to live life over again, I would still become a mother I would just go to the sperm bank and get it, because I ain't got to let my motherhood go because y'all want to eat food. I just want to be connected to no man, but I'm a different breed,
I totally agree. I totally agree with you, ma'am. I totally agree with you, ma'am. I'm sorry. I don't know. I can't see your name. Can I have your name so I can call you?
Koja.
I'm sorry. Oh,
Koja.
nice to meet you.
Koja.
Oh, Koja. My apologies.
Yeah.
Nice
that's
to meet
Koja
you.
Malik.
Yeah.
Or I think that's how you say it.
Yeah, so I would always be mother.
Yeah, but we have
everybody
we have to get out of this scarcity thing. Like that's where they want to fear you at. You notice that's one of their their fear tactics when they speak to us, when they want to manipulate us, is who's going to defend you, who's going to protect you. When the white man comes and they want to and take us all out, y'all gonna be asked out. This is their biggest thing when they're talking about the winter is here situation. But the thing is, these men are already taking you out. These men literally are on social media and every platform saying that they're gonna replace black women with fucking white women, and because they're the seed of the father, that they're gonna have black children with white women. So at this point, they already deem you not needed to quote unquote create the black race. Like, we have to get to the point where we can't have this kind of fear that if we remove ourselves away from black men to survive, that eventually we're going to be killed off. We got to get out of that mindset, and we got to stop letting them manipulate us to think that that's why we have to basically endure the shit that we do with them, because that's what they want.
We will not have to be connected to them to have babies, and that's what they want. See, they want. I wouldn't have no baby from if I wanted to be a mother and I was 40, and I say this all the time, and I was approaching the end of my fertility, I would go to that sperm bank. See, when you go to that sperm bank, you don't have a connection with them, but they are reverse engineering this custody system, so you will have to be attached to them, and they can suck off of you through that. So I wouldn't give up my fertility, but I'm a different type of bitch. I wasn't concerned about becoming a wife. I always wanted to be a mother, a wife, not so much, but I would never give up my fertility. And black men, get it right. We can't survive without y'all, bitch. Y'all take y'all ass to the fucking plasma bank and sell blood. So y'all ain't got no problem doing what y'all like, jacking off in a cup and having somebody pay for it. And you will not have a connection to me or any resources that I have. So we ain't in no threat of not being here if we want to, because we can survive without you. And I would not even want to be legally connected to you to have a child from you. I would pay the 20 grand so I don't have to have that legal connection to you. If I wanted to have black children, the black race can survive without y'all. FYI, if y'all didn't know that.
And they're always talking about numbers as if they're waging a war. Like, nothing.
They ain't never having a war.
Y'all
Like,
not
they ain't never
doing
gonna
nothing
happen.
now. So even if we had 5 million more people, what the difference? It would be 5 million more nothing. Like
5 million more of them killing each other. Like
that's really just one of those things that they use to gaslight and try to guilt trip you. Is they, like, first of all, if I have a child, my child ain't about to be fucking going to war with somebody else to help y'all niggas. Like, y'all ain't even all together when it comes to like unity or anything. So my child's supposed to go out there and give his life or her life or whatever the case may be, just because y'all dream of having a war. Like, y'all never are going to have a war. If they didn't have a war back in the day when they really were being brutalized, y'all aren't having a war now. Y'all are way too comfortable, just like it was said before. Y'all sit up in them damn prisons and shit, hella comfortable, 3 hots in a cot. You don't do shit. You don't pay for shit. People actually pay for you to live, basically, because they send you money on commissary and all this other shit. So I'm not trying to hear that shit about abortions, and I don't give a damn about what people are talking about as far as abortions. If a black woman wants to have an abortion, then I feel like that she should have one. I mean, obviously, she feels like that she's
the
not going to be a
delusion for me,
suitable
though.
mother.
It's the delusion, though, because you're saying about a war, like, y'all don't even want to do that. Like, y'all want to be comfortable. Y'all want white men to do things for y'all.
Well, they want us to do it.
Look at
They
Nia
want
Long.
us to
Notice every
fight it.
time they talk about a war, why are we involved? Why do they want us to fight with them? Like,
it's not fight with them, it's fight for them. When they say,
they get us
when
want to
they
stay
say,
right
quote
next
unquote,
to them, killing people and doing
The
crazy
only
shit.
people that they fight is black
You know
people.
that when
They
they say
don't want to
we,
fight
they mean
anybody.
women.
They're only in competition with black people.
Anytime they say we need to get the community together, they're talking about women. They're saying women need to get the community
Why
together.
don't
but they say
you black women focus on the colonizers? What do y'all want us to do to them, bro?
Yeah, what the hell we supposed to do to the colonizers? Y'all ain't doing shit.
Y'all not even doing
Y'all
shit.
ain't doing
Y'all
shit
want
to
women
them,
to
but
do
we supposed to
something?
do something to them.
But y'all say y'all are stronger than women.
And then they sit there and they make it seem like that we're just like any other race. No, other races of men, they do not make their women go on front lines of fucking war. They don't
They
make
make
them
it
do
seem
that.
like the women got in line and then the men did something. That's not how it works.
You remember you're masculine though.
The men are already
they're
doing
always
shit.
talking They're always talking about you picking up work and doing stuff that is quote unquote deemed masculine, but then they say that they don't have feminine women to be feminine with, like, or going off of what they say. It's not masculine for you to defend yourself. That's just, that's what that's self-preservation. That's what anybody is supposed to do. When there's a threat happening to you and your offspring, you're supposed to defend yourself. But they don't know nothing about that because they have never defended themselves, let alone any other family that they have created. They don't defend. They don't defend their community. They don't defend their name. They don't defend their honor. They don't defend nothing. And like I said,
they don't want you to defend yourselves. They want you to be vulnerable so they can prey on you. They don't want you to defend yourself.
Literally, they in the chat talking about we should be taking on Becky's. As soon as we hit a Becky, her Tyrone gonna come punch us in the face. No, thank you.
Right. And as soon as we get punched in the
y'all
face,
are not doing anything. Y'all are not taking on no groups of men. So, but listen, it's so contradictory because one minute they want to call black women masculine, then they're saying you need to take on Becky's. Like, y'all want us to do something and y'all are not doing shit.
They want to sit back.
Y'all are not busting one grape.
They want to sit back like a queen and have two women jousting over them. Like back in the day when a knight had to fight for the queen.
They need you to let them to go ahead and beat up on everybody, so you could be the woman king. Then they can turn around and hate you and call you masculine because you are, because they had to make you the woman king because all of the men were gone. And then once you become the woman king, then they got to tell all of society how you're too masculine and too this and too that. And so they can make you so unattractive and all this other BS. And then when you try to hit Becky, oh my God, he gonna hit your ass right, left.
And that's why I said it's pointless.
Well, and then when he hit you with that right, left from Popeyes, then he gonna take and say it was all your fault, and you don't need to have no value to call no police.
But they so embarrassing. They don't even know how feminine they sound. You remember, like when the princess was being fought over by the two knights, they literally want to sit back like some queens and have two women fighting over them. That is so unattractive as a man quality.
They're just bitches. They're not even feminine.
Yeah, they want two. Yeah, and I don't even know if they even recognize how.
Do black men know we live in a patriarchy? Do they realize that even black women and white women got into a war and we fought and one won and one lost, that wouldn't change shit because we live in a patriarchy?
As a matter of fact, if you really look at shit that's going on in the social media spaces and stuff, you will see more black women putting hands on white people than black men. So I've seen black women literally give a 2-piece and a biscuit to a white bitch, and black men they get called N-words and they don't do shit.
I've seen black women as the human shield at protests and riots and stuff. Like, they don't do anything and they don't want to. They're always behind black women. In every situation, legal, physical, anything. When it's a knee on the neck, they look at the 17-year-old girl that was recording and say that she should have did something.
Right.
Not the 6 or 7 grown black men that was standing there.
Yeah, let me just say this. Let me just say this to knock this out the way. Okay, you can call me a coon all you want to. No, I'm not fighting for black men. I'm not. I'll fight for black women. I'll fight for black children. I'll knock a bitch out in a hot second, or whatever it comes down to. If it comes to black women and black children, nope, I'm not fighting for black men. I don't give a damn. I'm not fighting.
Y'all got the wrong generation.
So maybe that'll just nip it in the bud, and then you'll understand that nobody's scared to fight anybody. I'm just not fighting motherfuckers for you.
No, y'all need to be fighting off them.
We want you to fight the women that are mass incarcerating your children.
The men are mass incarcerating the children, and you won't fight them.
Do y'all watch Atlanta's? Do y'all watch?
That's why I say they don't understand patriarchy.
Kev 504. These here Negroes here, Mr. Kev, they do the most.
Did y'all watch?
Yeah, Cameroonian is a clown. Like, he really is just a clown.
I'm not fighting the women that you lay up with and you claim is the most beautiful among them all and stuff like that. Nah.
I don't give a damn what he say. I'm not fighting shit for them. I'm not. I don't care. I'm not fighting nobody.
I mean, but I even wanted to make it clear.
The non-black female police officers that mass incarcerating your children.
Give me the numbers of how many that is, because most of the police
and the non-black female judges, Mule.
Most of them are men.
Nice conversation.
Yeah, I'm not saying nothing else.
It's
This
really
nigga
not
said
necessary.
because you know what?
Because it's nonsensical.
Yeah, it's nonsensical. That shit don't make sense.
Yeah, for real.
Because even if we
But his dirty
indulge
ass
his
won't come
thought
up here and say
process
it.
and say that we do go to war, even if black women
That
and
shit
black
crazy.
men, I mean, black women and black and white women went to war, and one lost and one won. No matter who lost or who won, it would not change anything. We live in America in a patriarchy. So even if we did what they said,
Thank you, Sister
it wouldn't
Taylor.
matter.
She said I'm extremely low. I need to turn my mic up. Thank
No,
you.
Yeah, you
but
Can y'all hear me now?
yeah,
Yeah.
A
but
little better,
nobody.
yeah.
But you keep going
Even
far away after
even
a
if we
while.
was to go to war and we was to win, the fucking Asians will take over power. Black men just don't have power, period. So
And I
even
don't
in
know
the
if I want them to
patriarchy,
have
they're
it. Well,
not
I'll
going
say it.
to
He's
they're
not
not
serious
going to
though.
step up and be the powerful leaders of
He's not
anything.
serious
So
though when he's
Asian
saying
men will
this.
step up and take over when white men are taken out.
Honestly,
So
the
But
only
he's not.
wait, let
representation
me
we
just say
have.
this here. Cameroon, why the hell you keep wanting only women to do this here? Why
He's
aren't
a
you
bitch. He
doing
got too much free
something?
time.
Well, he said, why aren't y'all confronting the
You're far away
non-black
again.
female judges and state's attorneys as mass incarcerating your children? Are they
You're
not
far
your
away.
children?
Cameroon, why
You
don't you
sound
go to
low.
hell? Why don't you worry about
Are
what the
these
Cameroonian
children
women
not
are
your
going through?
own children? I don't listen. This nigga here. Listen, I'm trying to do better,
I'm sorry.
but you gonna make me say every bitch motherfucker. Listen, stop coming in this chat.
Can you block him? Because I was trying to look
Because
at
I'm
because
sick of
he
his
on
motherfucking name.
Suave,
He's so weird
he
and
on
stupid,
Suave
and he's
fucking
so
chat,
weak.
y'all. But he just coming through my shit.
We
He not
just
on
saw.
my shit.
But he's
He's
dumb.
weak.
So
I
I really
just
wish.
saw two
I want y'all to
instances.
protect y'all energy because he's really dumb. Like he's not even saying nothing.
No, he's
I
weak.
think
I
he just
saw
wants,
two
like I
instances
say,
in which it was black men. The Atlanta street interviews. This black man had got out of prison, and he was saying he hate his brother, but more so he hate his brother wife. Now he done fucked up his life. He want to eat shrimp and lobsters, and he feel like the people should give it to him so he could help other people. He had so much vitriol for this man, his sister-in-law, and his brother, probably because they don't want to take care of him, and he was still homeless. In addition to, we just had a black man, and it was on YouTube, that went and killed his brother's wife and children. His black brother, wife, and children. Because
So his brother's kids.
what I yes, tell you, he's a felon.
Wow.
I said that
black
shit
men
earlier. I was like, I
fucked up
bet
their
you his
lives.
motherfucking ass got
This nigga
felony.
killed
They're
his
I
calling black
guarantee
brother
he
women
been
wife.
charged
because
and
black
shit.
women don't want
And
to
his
fuck with
motherfucking
them.
ass didn't
Like
go
that's
to
weird.
jail. He didn't go to jail for
Entertaining
confronting
him. He's a
police. He went to
troll.
jail because he was doing some bullshit.
Nobody
Any-
cares.
Anybody else? Anybody else on the panel
Where your dad at?
afraid if black men
Cameroon,
did get
where's the
power?
men? Why
I
aren't the
am.
men confronting the
Yeah, I am, but not really because you know it's not gonna
non-black
happen.
judges and state's
Men are not
attorneys that
good
mass
people, period.
incarcerate your children?
Exactly,
Cameroon,
Koja.
Hold
where
on.
are
People
those
just need to
men?
start admitting it.
Hold on,
Tell me
Milton.
where the men at.
No matter the race, but some are a little more
Right,
civilized
Mule.
than others
Right.
at this time. But that men are not good people, period. And I just
No,
wish
they're not.
No, they're not.
would
They're really
They're not.
not.
understand the true nature of
I bet you did
man.
beat the felony charges. Stop fucking
Agreed.
lying, nigga.
Mm-hmm.
And he
Agreed.
bragging that he beat the felony
I
charge.
beat those felony charges. When I
You know,
sat there and
I
robbed
I
somebody,
could
I
He's a
beat him.
But you're
felon.
not telling me
I
where
could
are
I
say
the
told
men?
you he's a
Where
felon.
are
could have
He
went
all
talks
the
to
like
jail.
a
Don't waste your
children?
dusty
energy
ass,
on him, though.
pro
And
quack
the men
ass
are not
felon. That's how he
protesting.
talks.
But we can have like
I
a
could
different
sit up here
conversation.
and say
Because
I could have been arrested for a misdemeanor. I could have
Nigga,
been
stop
arrested
lying. You
for a
didn't defeat
misdemeanor.
shit.
I
hey,
ain't
Stacey
bragging that I
Dash,
could have been
how you
arrested
doing?
for a felony.
Tell everyone
And that's
I
their
know I'm
bragging
not
point.
with
He
the
bragging
fake
about he
Salutations,
beat
y'all.
the felony.
y'all. Was wild for the night when I came
But
in.
I
So
said
hi.
it earlier. I
What's up, Stacey
guarantee that he's a
Dash?
fucking
Thanks for coming
felon.
through. They just said they
I
want to
can't
build a
breathe.
bridge with
I
Oh,
knew it.
that's what
with
Taylor
I
meant.
knew it.
Mule.
He's like that goofy
and
ass
show the
dude that
world
be in
Hold on,
the
prison
y'all.
that wears
love.
the
Mule, we
kufi and
can't
all
Can
this
hear
we?
other
you
Can
when
we?
shit.
everybody else is talking. You guys,
Right.
when she's talking, we gotta be
I got
quiet.
to tap out. It's time to go to work. It was nice meeting all you lovely ladies, and I will try to visit that other platform, the Argument League. And it was nice meeting you. And I will check out y'all channels if y'all have channels. Drop it in the
Oh,
chat.
thank you.
All right.
Have
Good
a good
night.
day at work.
Thank
Bye,
you so much,
goddess.
Koja
Bye.
Malise.
Bye,
Love
Later,
Koja.
you.
Koja.
Bye.
But y'all, like, can we get over him because he's not saying anything like worth
Yeah, you're right.
Like,
I'm gonna have to
keep going
ignore
back
him
to
because
him.
he working my fucking nerve. And girl, I'm trying to do better, y'all, because my sister told me I'm cussing too much, y'all.
I want to talk about Mr. Hope.
Okay.
I mean,
okay.
Oh, we were talking about Mr. Hope.
No, I said I would rather.
She called him Brother Hope the other day.
Yeah,
I think that was Wisdom too.
Yeah, Wisdom and Sharice is so funny.
Yeah, calling him Brother Hope. That is Brother
was
Hope.
hilarious that day. I was crying.
He's a better class of woman. What are y'all talking about?
That ain't no, but he ain't shit but a man. That's what he is. A man with an artificial vag that he had created strictly for sex.
I had to go
because
on his
he can't
Twitter
get birth.
And respond to him because he was just y'all seen what he was saying. He was saying like the reason why black men have to be on the DL is because black women don't accept them when they say that they're bisexual. Y'all call them gay, blah blah blah. It's like really getting like very scary that they're really trying to force black women to accept gay men. Like y'all are not going to do that.
If you're bisexual, you are gay, and you are straight. You're both bi.
They
Too.
try to,
But it's like
get women to be forced to accept a lot of things. That's complete bullshit.
Okay, who want to bring
Good
the
point.
whole audience in the chat up to the story of Hope Giselle? Because I don't want us to start right here in kind of the middle. I want us to start about how she
I will do it.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right. So Hope or Mr. Hope was on a panel on Fox with Cynthia G where they were debating in reference of is black men, like I think it was black men under threat or something like that. And pretty much
there a war on black men?
Yeah, there you go. If there are war on black men. So she had a lot of things to say. But at the particular time, a lot of people did not know that she was a transgender woman. And then we found out about it. And then when we found out about it, we felt that it was kind of unfair that, there was only 2 biological women on the panel and pretty much 3 men,
But that's not even the tip. He was also being very misogynistic because we dug into his social media and a lot of skeletons fell out the closet where he's saying that he's more of a woman than us. We're cisgender women and he's more feminine. And he called Cynthia. He said that he didn't know if Cynthia was a real woman or not.
Right. And that's the problem because see, those are the era of the new modern women. Like these transgender women are really trying to usurp womanhood from actual natural born women. And it's so funny is that I wouldn't have an issue if he was discussing why. I would say like this. I do have an issue. Why are you discussing heterosexual relationship when you are in fact not in a heterosexual relationship? You are in a relationship with a man. You are a transgender woman. You're a transgender woman, but you're a man. You was born a man, so it's not heterosexual. And it just seems that Mr. Hope is getting clout by being in heterosexual spaces while we're having conversations, getting their 2 cents in. These conversations that's going on in the LGBTQ community and his community, where there's a lot of DL men, a lot of men who are bisexual or pretending to be or in a heterosexual relationship per se, the numbers of STDs, HIV is rising in black women who believe that they're in heterosexual relationships and not knowing that the men that they are with are actually DL or transgender. And I have a problem with is like, why are you not talking about what people in your community are doing to heterosexual women, but you're really, really, really comfortable about talking about what's going on between heterosexual relationships between men and women. So that's what I have a problem with, because now I'm going to look at you suspect that we can show the reports, we can show the numbers that the numbers are rising in STDs and all that stuff for black women from men in his community, and for him not to address it.
Well, he was trying to be deceptive. Like he didn't really care. Like his whole thing there was him being in a space where people didn't really know him, her like that, and he could portray himself as a woman. Like when we went through her videos, he was saying how he set it up a certain way. He didn't show his cleavage. He had on a certain outfit. so he would portray himself as a certain way. So he was trying to be deceptive and trying to step in. He's a misogynist, in my opinion. Like, he doesn't care about black women at all. He's trying to step into black women's space. Even when he came into Taz's chat
wait,
that day, hold on, let me finish this. Even when he came into Taz's chat that day, Taz, and they was like, "Oh, you don't like black women, you hate black women." He was like, "How do I hate black women when I'm trying to be one?" Like, you are. That shows how you hate black women, because you're trying to be us and you're trying to bogart or elbow your man elbow into womanhood and say that you, a man, is more feminine than us women. I don't care if it's Young Ma. Like, you're not more feminine than any woman walking the earth. Like,
I mean,
it's really misogynistic.
I really wish he just would have, like, when he came into Taz's chat, I wish he would have answered the question that I had, like, what did you change your genitals for other than sex? Like, because I don't understand. Like, you spent thousands of dollars to change your genitals to women's genitals, and all you can utilize it for is sex. So to me, that still puts him in a man's role that is hypersexualized.
Well, he did it to pass, I think. I don't even think, because I don't think sex is as pleasurable as it is when, you know, they have their original part. Because if anybody's had a C-section up here, you know that shit gets numb for a long time. So I would imagine that wound down there is numb for a very long time as well. So that's what I'm saying. I think it's more to pass and be deceptive is why the surgery is like a necessity for them.
The whole thing is, it's just like, okay, well, even if you use it to be deceptive or whatever the case may be, who the hell else is going to look at it unless there's some type of sexual activity going on? Like, who else is going to see it other than you? So it's just like, you paid all this money for you to look at it in the mirror, pee out of it, and have sex with it, because you can't push babies out of it. So it's like, that to me is very hypersexualized. That's the top. That's the top reason. That's the top example of hypersexualization. Literally,
in my opinion, a lot
thousands of dollars to change from a penis to a vagina.
In my opinion, a lot of them don't change the bottom half. They'll do the top half for the, because they're trying to assimilate better, or whatever the word you want to use. But a lot of them don't change their bottom half. To me, if you change your bottom half part, then you were serious. You really did think you was a girl, and I'll let you pass. I'll go ahead. You can go ahead. If you're gonna cut your whole dick off, then you can have it.
I cannot let them pass. I'm sorry, because
a lot of them will keep their, you know what?
Those are the main ones that literally talk the most shit about women, even though they try so hard to flex to be women. It's like, they're the main ones that say that they're the better women. They talk about the way our lady parts smell. They do all this shit, even though they have a fake rot out fucking genital. Like, literally, your realistic genital that you were born with is dead at this point, because it's been cut and flipped and all this other stuff and folded inside out. So now you have a dead genital.
And now you have to have a permanent dildo forever that you have to wear. But damn, I forgot what I was gonna say. Somebody else.
Yeah, no, I'm sorry. Like, this is my feelings. And of course, transphobia, the word, it just doesn't move me in any type of way. They can call me that all they want to, but I'm never going to accept somebody that was a natural born man to be a woman. And to be realistic, I'm never really going to accept a natural born woman that turns into a man. I just won't accept it. That's not what you are. Your chromosome doesn't change. You don't become, just because you think or you feel like that you're an XX, that doesn't mean your XY is going to turn into an XX.
I mean, for me, I agree. Like, for me personally, if you're a dude, you're a dude. And if you're a chick, you're a chick. If you want me to call you she, sure, I'll call you she. If you want me to call you he, sure, I'll call you he. I don't care. That doesn't affect me one way or another. But as far as the whole us being replaced, at the end of the day, there's a good amount of black women willing to give up our identity. There's almost all the black men are willing to give it away for free to anybody. White women, trans women, anybody can get it. And then everyone is trying to take it. So at the end of the day, it's almost a losing battle. So I found my relief in thinking of it more like this. Like, you want to be a black woman? Sure, you can have it.
That's fine. I'm still going to be a black woman. At the end of the day, you're still not going to be. But good luck with the treatment. You can go ahead and ask Becky how her trying to replace us is going for her, the highest growing group of single mothers. You know, you want to be a woman and you're a black woman and you're a black trans woman, you already have bad rates when it comes to dealing with black men. You already know what they do to you guys. But if you want to take our spot in this abuse Olympics, feel free.
And not only that, but when she was in Taz's chat, he sat there and was like, so what should I be then? When Taz basically was saying, like, you're not a woman. Like, I'm never gonna look at you as one. You're trying to take over who they are and everything. You know, Taz was being Taz, basically. He was saying the stuff that he was saying. But he sat there and responded at one point and was like, well, what am I supposed to be? So I simply wrote a man that likes men. Right. You're a gay man that likes men that happens to like to wear dresses. Like, yeah, that's what you are. Like, at the end of the day, that's what you are. Like,
I don't think he has a real, like, I personally don't think he has a real, like, love for black women, because I feel like even if you thought that you wanted to change into a black woman, you would still respect real black women. Like, you would know that you're trans and you're not more feminine than us. Yeah, you're not us, and we're not nothing else but black women. We're not cis or anything else. We're just black women, and you're trans, and that's cool or whatever. Like,
exactly. That's a great point. That's a great point, because it shows that they do see themselves as other. They don't see themselves as black women. That's why they're competing with black women, or else they would not do what they're doing, because they would feel like they're hurting themselves when they hurt us. That was an amazing point.
And Hope even said that we're jealous of him. Black women are jealous of him because our men look at him when he walks by and thinks that he's one of us. Like,
yeah, no, and this is
no woman would ever think, like, why would a woman be jealous of a man that wants to be a woman? Like, that makes no sense. Like,
and this is the thing that really trips me out, the fucking hypocrisy with it all. And this is how you know that he still has his male type of traits when it comes to the things that he says and how he thinks, because he literally said that black women are out here twerking for chicken boxes. Meanwhile, you go on his TikTok and see him literally twerking for likes.
I can't. Mule, you remember
and
that?
He's portraying himself as a woman, a black
Mule,
woman.
Are you there?
I didn't know that she was a he. I didn't know. I thought she was a daddy's girl.
Right,
you know.
Have you seen his hands?
You remember that twerking video?
I thought she was a daddy's girl. You know, some girls look like their daddies, and I don't like when people call black women men. So I just didn't want to assume she was you know.
Right, me too. Exactly. Honestly.
So I thought she was a chick. I thought she was a daddy's girl, though.
Yeah, no. The thing about it, and has she even talked to Nyla yet at this point? Because ever since she came into Taz's chat, she has not gotten to the point where she was going to do the question and answer with Nyla, because when she sat there and said that bullshit about the chicken boxes and the twerking and all this other shit, black women twerking for chicken boxes and all this other stuff, but he's sitting up twerking for likes on TikTok.
Yes,
like that stuff really just blew me.
The BBL was trash. Like, I couldn't.
It blew the hell out of me. I was like, he was saying that in the video, so of course he wants to come and defend himself. I guess you can say, quote unquote, defend himself in Taz's chat and everything. And of course he threw out the transphobic and, oh, well, you hate trans people and all this other stuff. And I'm like, no, we hate niggas like you that literally run around with this stereotype that black women are out here twerking for chicken boxes.
Tequila said her ass looked like a man. But for real, like, I really don't hate trans people. I've been cool with people that have told me they're trans. Like, it's just like, you know what you're doing. You're a misogynistic nigger, like, and we're not going to pretend that you're not. Like, you don't care about black women at all. And that's why you would get up there and pretend on Fox Soul that you were a black woman. Like, why would you ever get on there and pretend that why wouldn't you just go speak for trans? Like, if you really cared about trans people in your own plight, then you would be trying to speak up for your plight. Like, you're not going to come on here and try to impersonate and deceive all of us. Like,
yeah.
Yeah, it cut out a little bit. I don't know who cut out though, but I'm about to get off. I got 5%. Tequila says she's in the back.
Yeah, but
Okay, girl.
see you later, nobody.
Love you too. Have a good day at work and be safe.
Thanks,
Yeah,
babe.
that's why you can't take them seriously. Like you gotta like.
Wow, what's up, sister Tequila? Love
Black women got to get better at
Hey,
knowing,
yo.
you know, people who are not here for you. You know what I'm saying? Like we really have to have a stronger sense of discernment because, like I said, like you said too, Cerise, if your plight as a trans person is, you know, being accepted that you don't want to be your gender and then pretty much trying to start a whole new life as another gender even though you wasn't born that way, right? And then for example, for that other guy that was on Chaz's channel who had a kid, had married, got kids, and then at the age of 50 he decided that he wants to be he's transitioning into a woman. Like for you to not have that be that dishonest, you know what I'm saying, and live the life and the privileges of being a man. And then now you just one day you have an epiphany and you're like, you know what, I want to also dibble and dabble on both sides of the genders. I can't take you seriously.
And still
that's
women.
Wait, hold on, MJ. Hold on. When this conversation happened?
That happened before
Last
Hope started
week.
getting into the last week before Hope started coming into the chat and wanted to speak with Taz. There was a guy who came in and he said that he's 50 years old and he was like how he had pretty much his whole life. He said that he knew by the age of 6
It's Van
that
Barner.
he wanted to be a woman. He said that he knew by the age of 6 that he wanted to be a woman, that he was born in the wrong body or the wrong gender. But he played a life up to 50 years dealing with women, getting married and having children. And now at the age of 50, he decided that he wants to do a full-on Caitlyn Jenner. And my thing is that you lied to women, the women that you have dealt with, and you put on a facade and created children, you know, with a woman who probably did not want to be with a man who wants to transgender. Like you lie about your whole existence. Yeah, everything about your life.
Oh my God. I saw this guy Van.
Yeah, that's Van Barner.
Van Barner. I've been seeing him in the chat.
Yeah,
but
he keeps coming around, even though.
Story. Oh my goodness.
No, even though he knows how we feel ultimately as far as our thought process when it comes to him, because it's just like, dude, he literally was caping for Hope in the chat when she came and got obliterated, and he did it to, I keep saying she, but he, whatever. It did it to itself. Like it came to the chat, to Taz's chat, and decided it wanted to come up in there, and things didn't go its way. It thought that it was dealing with another Umar, basically, and it didn't turn out that way. So, of course, it decided to say, oh, well, you hate trans people. But Van came up in there talking all that crap and everything. So I was like, dude, you are deceptive as fuck. You literally played the women that had your children, played them completely. I don't think that there was a thought in their mind that they literally was sleeping with a transgender woman and having children with this transgender woman that's posing as a man. You are the worst of them. Right. Like now your kids have to sit there and go from dad to mom.
And you know what's the kicker about that too? He said that he was still into women. So you want to cosplay, as a woman and then still date women. So you want to be a lesbian. Like this is literally a whole transgender woman who wants to basically not usurp Black women identity, but also usurp lesbianism identity. Because now you want to trick women who are into other women to date you. What if they don't want to date you? Like
you see what's in common,
I think
though.
Majority of them have this. I think a lot of them either want to be with a trans person, a trans man that's transitioned to a woman, or they want to be a woman. Because if you notice, like how just the way they maneuver in the world, the way they speak to women, Black women especially, how they compete with us, compare themselves to us, think that we're supposed to be doing something that they're not even doing. Like, I think majority of them do want to be us. And like people like Hope just actually have the balls to do it. Like, because even when we saw Hope's boyfriend, like he just seems so happy to be with Hope, and I feel like it's because he's living in his truth. You know what I mean? He's not in the closet. He gets to be who he wants to be and pretend that he's with a woman, but he knows he's really with a dude. And I think a lot of them have that issue.
And you see what the common thing is. Both
they hate
of them
women.
Are men that want to be in a victim position. Both of them was whining in that chat like they're being picked on, yet they came to that space to try to confront something or to cape for someone and all this other stuff. And then they get upset when somebody doesn't say, oh yeah, you know, you can all of a sudden turn into a black woman overnight, even though you've been a black man your damn near whole life. Like, yeah, kudos to you. Like, they literally want somebody to pick me and mammy for them consistently. And it's like, no, we're not. You don't go through anything we go through.
Rochelle, does anybody know how old Van Vorner children are?
I think
some of them are grown. Some of them are children.
They're grown, and they don't. And he said they're having a hard time accepting it. Like the fuck.
Yeah, I think one of them. I think one of them is still a child.
One is 18, I think.
No, I think one of them is still a teenager.
Yeah, like 13, 14 or something.
Yeah, like 13 or something like that. 13 or 14.
Yeah.
I think the youngest.
And then of course he got mad because of everything that Taz was saying, everything that everybody was saying in the chat. So then he decided, oh, well, you know, Hope, you should go to Nyla's channel so she can basically coddle you. And that's what he's thinking at this point. So he encouraged her to go to Nyla's channel. Then he lied and was like, well, you see, Taz is saying to go to Nyla's channel so you can talk to a woman because you're a woman. No, he was saying go to Nyla's channel because he already knew there was something set up with Hope and Nyla.
And he's gonna treat you like a man. That's what he said. Like, and if you go to his shit, he's gonna treat you like
it's just disingenuous as fuck.
I'm
it's
sorry,
like, shut
y'all.
your ass up.
We not letting him up over here because I can't talk to him. I'd rather him go to a man's platform where a man can treat him like a man because
he doesn't want to be treated like that.
To him like that. I can't. I just can't do this. My head hurt already.
Yeah, and Andrea, he did say he wished he had a period. It's just like, dude, but you can't have one, so you're not a woman.
He don't wish that. He don't want that.
He don't wish that. He was being condescending. He was being condescending
really was.
Because that's why these guys, like these particular type of people, they love to like play in women's faces, and this is why we gotta put the brake on that and tell these people to listen. You're not gonna come here with your bullshit. I don't even want to even hear it. Like, don't even give them the opportunity to speak their nonsense because all they want to do is play in your faces. He's trying to usurp black women's identity, and when he want to usurp black women's identity, he always want to pin it back to all the negative stereotypes of black women's identity. But then yet you're fighting to be that, and then you're also saying that you're the better woman. And then you also want to manipulate women to support you to help manipulate men. Like, motherfucker, we got our own problems with these fucking dudes. Are you kidding me? I'm not helping you.
Yeah,
I'm not helping
you're a whole
you.
man out here.
Like,
you have the benefit of being able to put on a dress and play like you're a woman.
Yeah. Then he sat there on one of his videos sitting there talking about because when the women decide they want to say this and say that, and my sisters, aka the other trans women, my sisters, they sit there and when they slap one of you in the mouth, and I'm like, and if he slapped me in the mouth, I'm gonna treat him like a man and I'm gonna blow his face off. I got the bullets, I got all of that for it. I'm gonna treat him just like a man in a dress. You still a man. So if you slap me in the face, I'm gonna treat you like a man, and you ain't gonna have a life anymore.
Well, that's what I want to say, y'all. See, honestly, I miss the old transgenders, like the ones that I grew up on back in the day when I was younger. They had a respect and a reverence for women, and they didn't really try to compete with women. They just they might have dressed like women, they might have looked like women or kind of look like a woman, but what I'm trying to say is they had their own community, they stayed in their own lane, and they had a respect for women. Right. The newer transgenders, they're really different. They don't like us because we are natural women. They talk about our periods, the fact that we, can give birth, but they can't. Like it's just a lot of little slick stuff that they say. They talk about our boobs after we've nursed the baby. Say they call them saggy. Like, you know, they always just throwing digs at us. So
I mean,
I don't know. I feel torn when it comes to that community, because like when I say the older ones, I actually did I liked the older ones. I cared about the older ones.
I know what you mean. Like, yeah,
So,
that's what I'm saying. I've met some that were cool. You know what I mean? That definitely have respect for women. Like, and I definitely know what you're saying. Like, so I relate. Like, I don't think they're all like that. Like the older generation, the ones that are not online and on TikTok. But like,
yeah, like, cause I've been knowing some, cause you know my godfather he does hair, and I've been knowing drag queens and transgenders since I was young. I ain't even gonna lie. Well, since I could since I would say a teenager, a young teenager, and like I said, they always had a respect and a reverence for women. And nowadays, like the newer girls, as they would say, the younger girls, they just disrespectful.
Because the pathology of hating Black women is not changing just because they want to cosplay as Black women. And this is why we have to, like I said, we have to have discernment, because a lot of these new upcoming transgender women, they're the real reason why they're turning into women is to spite women. They're not turning into women because they actually, you know, felt like that from when they was really young. It's like it's getting to the point where because they're not getting the women that they want, and they starting to have this real vitriol for women, that, you know what, I'm gonna become the woman that I always wanted, and I'm gonna be better at it, and I'm gonna show and I'm gonna prove that I'm gonna be better at it. And then, you know what, and if I have to play or manipulate men, whatever, not to have a slight on real women, then I'm gonna do it. And that's what we're seeing right now. There, yes, you're absolutely right. Because me being born and raised in New York City, ain't nothing but drag queens all day up in here. You know what I'm saying? Like, and I've been around them and I know them, and the older generation of drag queens when I was growing up, they were never like this. They really actually did respect and value women. They value womanhood. They love, you know, they love the makeup and all that stuff like that. They just thought it was very beautiful and they wanted to be a part of it. These over here is all about usurpation. You know what I'm saying? They just want to usurp. They want to usurp. They want to be the new modern women. And you know what? Like at this point, I'm like, hey, if that's the modern woman that, you know, Black women, Black men want, then so be it. You know, I'm not going to fight it anymore. But when it comes down to us and our situations, we need to know when to tell them very politely that you need to stay out of certain conversations that you really can't have. You know what I'm saying? And it's not because we don't think that your opinion actually like really matter, you know, and people's opinions that matter, you can have them, everybody has them, but you're not going to change or benefit us by even jumping in our spaces to have conversations that we need to have when in reference in reproduction, when in reference of, you know, heterosexual relationships. You can't really have that conversation because anything that you do is not going to be a heterosexual conversation. So I don't understand your such passion that they have behind heterosexual relationships, unless you are trying to manipulate the situation where women still are becoming breeders in the community, so you can so you can form more for your community instead of the heterosexual community. That's the only thing I see by them being so, you know,
they're so
invested in ours.
They really feel, MJ, that they are heterosexual women.
Yeah. Yep.
I feel like said that she was the exact same as any other woman, the exact same,
and that the men were straight that she was fucking with.
No, they're not. They're gay.
Her in the chat, I said, you know, there's a plenty of difference. She says no difference. So when I brought up the doctors, and I told her, you know, we have to go to gynecologists and, you know, get our cervix, and she said, well, that's the only difference. I said, well, that's at least one difference that you're acknowledging so far. So
that's the main difference.
That's a huge difference.
Like,
that's the main difference.
Trying to ignore me after that, and then trying to say it like people were hating on her. No, I'm trying to let you know I don't hate you. I love you, but we're not the same. That's all I'm telling you. We're not the fucking same.
Right.
I feel like that those men, honestly, I just feel like that those are the ones that are a severe case of men that don't want to be men and they don't want to take
I'm
on
starting to
manly
feel that this shit
responsibility.
is getting dangerous with these motherfuckers. I'm gonna be
Yeah.
honest. If you that damn delusional,
Yes,
it's
I
no
think they're
way you
that
don't know
delusional.
that we're not the same. Come on now, we didn't transition to shit.
Right.
Nature or puberty, made us go from babies
Girl
to
to
kids
woman.
to girls to women. Not a doctor, not a surgeon. So how the hell you don't know we different? We didn't transition.
And when he was saying that they're the same, he was also saying that the men that they fuck with are straight because he's a woman. Like I don't know if I don't know.
I heard that lie too. That's what I'm saying. I don't know what to think. This shit is dangerous.
Listen,
it is dangerous though, because if y'all remember that clip, he was like talking to a straight black man, and he was like, the black man was like, well, you don't think that men have the right to know or ask, like, you don't think that you should have to disclose that information? And he was like, no, because I don't see what the problem is. You like women, I'm a woman, what's the problem? Like,
that's absolute
basically,
trash.
like, he doesn't have to disclose anything because he's a woman.
That's
it's like really
absolute
disgusting.
trash.
Right. And I feel
and
like
that's exactly why exactly why when those men get fooled and they feel bamboozled and angry and stuff, because they are true, because believe it or not, there are actually men out there that do not want to sleep with trans women. They feel like they're still men because they are, and they're not attracted to them in any way, shape, or form, whether they look like a woman or not. And then, of course, they call them transphobic because they don't want to have sex with trans women. So it's just like some of them don't want to be affiliated with y'all whatsoever. They want natural born women.
Well,
and I don't know why they have a problem with that unless they're very insecure of who they are. It's like, you're not
don't
a
y'all think
woman.
that that's a form of rape, that they can just lie?
Yeah, I think it's very
say that they're
disgusting. I
women?
think they should go to jail for that shit.
I think they
like
should
stop
too.
fooling some of these men, because then when they hurt y'all asses and everything, because you're faking and frauding like you're something that you're not, and then sitting there saying, well, I don't see a problem with it because I'm a woman, you like women. No, he likes biological women. That's why he's questioning you about it.
I think it's sick that they try to make it more of a crime for people who retaliate after being lied to. Like, it's not a crime for them to coerce someone by saying that they're a woman and a man thinking that they're having sex with a woman.
It should definitely be a crime for them to coerce someone and with a lie. You know what I'm saying? You're not who you say you are. And I don't know what you have been doing prior to being with me. And then now when I'm thinking that I'm getting into a heterosexual relationship and it's come to find out that I'm not, then I do understand why the anger and the rage that do come out with certain men when they do get harmed. I'm not saying it's right, but I do understand it, because at the end of the day, when you take somebody's choice away from them, how can anybody respect you at that point? And this is what I say when I say that it's a pathology with ancient men, and it doesn't matter whether they're transgender, they're gay, or they're straight. When you have a horrible mindset of how you treat people and how you view people, where you would like to remove people's choices, whether they want to be with you or deal with you or not, away from you, then we're going to always have these type of problems.
Right.
Yeah, it's
it
comes down,
and it's criminal because they wouldn't want nobody doing that to them, and it's simply we can hear you.
Oh, okay.
But hold on. Yeah, I agree. And I feel like it's more of a crime of passion, if anything. Like they make it more of a crime for people retaliating than them lying. I don't see how it's not a crime. It's like they're protected with everything. Like, it's kind of
they really are. Like,
I think Sharif, you're right, because they had a college boy. He was 18 or 19, football player. Yeah, he was dating a person who was trans woman, and apparently the trans woman gave him oral once, and then gave him oral a second time, and he had told all his college little teammates. After he bragged about this woman. The second time he met her and they went to a hotel, she gave him some oral, and this time he wanted to reciprocate. So she was he did not realize that it was a damn man until when he was grabbing on her, trying to, fill her up or try to, I guess, go down on her. Bam, still got a dick, and beat this poor trans woman to death. And now he is facing a life sentence, y'all. An 18-year-old college boy who was tricked.
Right.
And then they came up with a story, which we found out later was a lie. Yes, he did brag that he had a friend and this here older woman, that he was having, whatever with. But the thing was, what 18-year-old ain't gonna lie that an older chick like them. But this older bitch who was 30 years old, 34 years old, trans woman, fucking this 18-year-old boy, and never once disclosed that she was a trans woman.
And had probably no intentions on it either.
Girl, he beat her to death.
I don't know. I feel like that tranny got what the tranny got, because you should have told him that. And then for them to always
advocate for anybody harm. But what I'm saying, it should be against the law for you to do some shit like that to somebody. Because guess what?
Right.
I'm a straight woman. If I'm going on a date with a straight man and we talking and we kissing and we hugging, and then one day we decide to do something, and I find out that this straight man ain't a man at all, he got a pussy like me, how am I supposed to feel?
I'm gonna be mad.
I'm gonna feel violated.
Yes.
I'm gonna feel for real violated.
Exactly, because
I'm gonna fight this bitch because I didn't sign up for pussy. But how you think men feel?
You told me.
Lima, do you know I was over here hollering?
No, and then if you think about the shit,
but
like,
it's funny. I'm sorry.
And then if you think about the shit though, you gotta stop and think.
But if
like,
you think about
that's gotta
it, damn, you've
but,
been on this date with this damn trans, and you've been kissing her and all of this here, and you're a straight woman. You think you getting a man, and you get somebody with the same shit you got. Now, but really think about it, how a man will feel.
Right,
that shit's crazy.
Yeah, and that's where I was about to go with it. I'm stopping and I'm thinking and I'm like, okay, so imagine if this was a man and he is only attracted to biological women. So then it would feel like that a sense of their manhood is gone. I would think they would feel like that they would start questioning their own sexuality. It puts them in a really bad place, and then they wonder why they get their head knocked between a washer and dryer. And then they want to play victim and all this other stuff. It's like, you should have told them. You should have told them, because there are men out there that will deal with you, even though you're a trans woman and you're, a man with a dress, even though you're that, they still will deal with you. And of course, those type of men, you'll find some that they're just fine with it. They accept you. Then you'll find them other ones that's like, no, a trans woman is a woman, because they don't want to admit, of course, that they're gay.
Listen. A few days ago, I was on the phone with my sister, y'all, and she told me she was leaving this so-called Ralph's, a grocery store, and there was a woman on the ground. Another woman she thought was a woman was kicking her in the head. My sister said when she stopped her car, because she was screaming like, "Oh my God, you killing this woman!" Realized it was not a real woman; it was a trans woman stomping this woman damn near to death. She said it was two black men standing up there watching the shit. My sister said she just jumped over there and grabbed the woman and pulled her to the ground, and everybody ran away, But if it was not for her, what about this regular woman who could have got killed? Because men are getting so confused. They don't know if to stop the shit. Why wouldn't y'all stop it if it was just two women, if you saw one getting horribly beaten? This shit is
But they don't care. They probably was recording it.
When I tell y'all, women are going to be getting murdered by these trans. And there's nothing we're going to be able to do. They're going to say it's woman on woman. And knowing that's a straight up fucking dude killing her like that. Now, if that was dude didn't have a dress on, you wouldn't even have no problem. You know what I'm saying? Saying he was wrong, but because he got a dress on, it's less. This shit crazy, man. It still got man strength. These damn trans women still got men strength. We not bigger, we not taller, we not stronger, but we sitting up here having to acquiesce and play dress up like we all the same type of woman, and we not.
That's why I said,
if they want to say they're a better woman, if they want to say they're a super woman, I'm gonna let them have it because guess what? Bitches, you hoes is bigger and stronger and everything and taller and everything than us. Your hands, your feet, everything is way bigger. And y'all can be the super bitches. But we need protection against them as well because the misogyny is real, y'all. And when I tell you they will beat and harm women like any other damn man, you better get some protection. And it's confusing to straight men because a lot of times straight men, I'm gonna be honest, because I used to fuss at my family members to not even argue with gay men. You're not gonna win arguing a straight man with a gay man because they live to argue. So I hear my husband. He said that's what they do. But anyway, I always used to argue with them and tell them, you have no win arguing with a gay man, so don't even try, right? And I think we in society, especially in New Orleans, have told the men, don't even worry about arguing with these men. But never did we think that these men or trans women will start wanting to fight us. This shit is getting dangerous for us.
You know what I will say is part of our fault as women. I feel like we have let vanity get the best of us. And what I mean by that is I'm not knocking women for wanting for wanting enhancements like breast implants, BBLs, and anything else. But we are all starting to look the same, unfortunately, like because we're all going to the same surgeons. Sometimes it is hard for men to tell a natural woman, tell the difference between a natural woman and a trans woman because they both got the same BBL, they both got the same breast implants. And like I said, once again, I'm not knocking women who want to do that. Nothing's wrong with that. But part of it is us too, because we're all looking alike. In my opinion, I feel like we all are looking alike.
I mean, I do agree with you, Tequila. I mean, but we will have to take accountability that yes, we are doing a lot of, changes to ourselves. And
I ain't never did shit, but I do know what you're talking about. A lot of women are. Yeah, and I really don't even knock the sisters that are, So
I don't either. Absolutely. I don't please do what you have to do. You only got one life. You should live happy. But we have to also go by most of the time these women who are getting these new aesthetics are doing it for the male gaze. And that is because men are perpetrating what they're saying one thing and then they're doing another thing. So they'll say that they want a woman that they can bring home to their mom, but that's not the woman that they follow on IG. That's not the woman that they follow on social media or they watch videos. They like those plastic women. They like that plastic aesthetic look, the super boobs, the super BBLs with the chicken legs, and they like stuff like that. They like it. So if women are doing it for the male gaze because they're trying to put themselves in a position that men will look at them, and men are sending the trend that's what they're attracted to, then that's where that's leading to. Now me, unless you're a strong, a strong person who really love themselves, listen, it is what it is. God made me what I am. I'm going to accept it. And I'm going to take the natural route to change whatever I want to change. Then, so be it. And then if, women who do want to take the surgery route, go ahead, girl, do your thing. You got one life, but we can't change what is seen in society as what is acceptable or what people are gravitating to. And that's where I think some women who are having problems with their own identity and how society view them or how men view them. I think that's where the problems lie, in that it's too much validation, and women are relying on too much validation of men, and this is why they continue to move the goalposts left and right on what is acceptable and what is not. At one point, twerking was like, these dudes loved the girls who twerk. That's all they wanted to go to, with the clubs where the girls twerk at, and they wear the scandalous clothes. But now that it's so saturated, now it's like, ew, all you do is twerk. All you do is want to twerk this. Now you want to talk about songs about you twerking. You know what I'm saying? It's like the goalpost is always going to change when you're seeking validation for the wrong people. You're only supposed to seek validation for yourself. You need to be happy with yourself and move, and move on that. But we can see about how everything is changing in the goalpost movement. We see that people are seeking and searching for validation.
And you know what? I totally agree with you with that. And that's the thing that saddens me the most, because honestly, I always talk about my daughters, and
Tequila, I
just
don't like you being sad.
But it does. It makes me sad. I ain't even gonna lie. It makes me sad because it makes me think like, what in the world is it going to be like when they grow up? Like, are they going to want to are they going to want to change themselves, or you know what I'm saying?
Me and Rochelle don't, and MJ, we hate for you to say you sad.
We sure do.
It does.
I don't like that shit.
The whole thing of how. I know, but I'm just saying.
As soon as I hear that Tequila is sad, I need to run to where she is so I can fucking snap on somebody.
Yes.
Like, who did it?
I'm like, who fucking with Tequila? Like, that'd be a true story. Like, literally, I can get Sharice, she may send me a message or something like that. I'll be like, somebody fucking with Tequila? Where's she at?
Oh, y'all funny.
Yeah, you be making me mad because you always wandering somewhere in YouTube land and nobody knows where you are. So I can come and snatch somebody up by their roof.
I be like, oh, she was there unprotected. And then I get mad with Tequila. I be like,
why is Tequila always wandering?
Like, she my child. Like, I needed to know she was going over there. Like, oh shit.
Or if I hear that Sharice got called a bitch or something, I'm like, okay, who the fuck called you a bitch?
I'm like, first thing I'd be like, where? Who channel? Like,
yeah, I'm like, whose channel is it? And then I'll turn around after I come there ready for smoke. I'll be like, why the hell Tequila always going somewhere? And then with Sharice, I know why she goes somewhere. She just likes to kind of roam around YouTube land, just being nosy and all that.
I know,
so I kind of expect it with Tequila.
With Sharice too, girl.
Tequila just be.
But
Tequila Tequila be all across the world somewhere.
Can stand on all 10 of her toes, girl. I be cheering Sharice all days in the chat. Sharice be letting them have it, baby.
Yeah, Sharice, she one of them explorers. She a wanderer. She just kind of secretly watches stuff. Sometimes she'll comment and everything. Tequila just be like, hey, everybody, how you doing? And then the next thing you know, somebody cussing her out.
Yes.
Like, oh,
right, because they think her sweet voice and her, her calm demeanor, they think that as weakness. And I don't like that. I'm like, bitch, what?
Yeah, that should be making me so mad.
Be happening because I'll just say an opposing
what I think
opinion,
and then somebody cuss her out.
Get cussed out, and then I'll be like, do y'all realize? I be saying to myself, like, do y'all realize that I'm not even really that mad or coming at you like that? But okay.
No, I'm still waiting to hop on a panel with David Johnson since he wants to call you a bitch while you're in the chat. I'm still. You
heard about that?
Girl,
yeah, I heard about it. I'm still waiting for him to pop up on the panel so I can pop up on that same panel.
Tequila never even cursed at him, and she was telling him, why you calling me that? Girl, Tequila was on a panel, and she was and let me tell you, I was working.
No, wait, hold on. Tequila wasn't even on the panel when he called her a bitch. She was in the chat. He was calling her a bitch.
I heard Tequila get on a panel. She was asking, why would you talk to me like that? She said, I never cursed at you. And that's what made me go ahead and rewind and go into the chat.
Oh, I think that was Midtown Pookie.
No, I saw the scene when David Johnson was cussing at her baby. I am so ready for this nigga.
Well, let me tell you, he got mad at me because I told him
for no reason.
Listen, I told him that he was sad, and I told him that he was sad and pathetic, and that does not warrant that man to constantly call me a bitch every time he see me.
I mean, because he knows he's sad and pathetic. That's why he got mad.
Yeah, he know you telling the truth, girl. That's why. That's
Well,
why
like,
his only ammunition was to call you the B word because he know you hit him right at the core. He believes in himself too.
Oh, Tequila, that last time when you got cussed out by Apex, I came up there for you, hon. Came up there and treated him like shit just for you.
Yeah.
As soon as I found out that he was up there and you was getting cussed out.
Rochelle, I could not hit the link, girl. When I tell you, I was so proud. I was so proud of you, sis.
He made.
I came up like an hour after you when I told you Tequila. I said I was so happy Rochelle was here.
You did.
I swear to God, I came in there swinging on a vine like Tarzan. I'm like, oh, somebody fucking with Tequila? All right, bet.
Right, because I wasn't even saying that to him. I was so confused. Like, wait, what?
Yeah, he just think he can come up and say whatever to. No, some people you're gonna get fucked up in so many different ways if you come and fuck with him.
MJ always is in Cynthia chat. And one thing I do say is nobody be attacking MJ, you know, and I love that. So I be like, yes, sis, I just be cheering her in from the clouds. But guess what? Oh, MJ, I'm coming behind your butt too, girl. But
No, that's
MJ. Thank God.
I don't never see MJ getting attacked. So
No, I
if
don't
MJ was to
either.
get attacked just
I always
because
see her,
she
though.
is a military sister, I'm coming.
Yeah.
But and because I love her so much, I'm coming. But I never see MJ getting attacked. So but it's usually Tequila.
Listen, the reason why I'll tell you that much. The reason why I don't get attacked that much is because I know a lot of people know that I don't have no problem squaring up with you, especially if you don't make no fucking sense. Because we're going to sit here, we're going to make it make sense. And if not, you're going to get your ass chewed out. And like I said, I'm not as calm and demure as Tequila. And I love that about her. You know, I say what I say and it is what it is. You got a problem with it, okay? But if you start getting real reckless, then we're going to have a serious problem because my mouth can be far worse than what it ever has been when I usually jump on these panels. Usually I come with peace, but I can leave in pieces. That's just what it is.
I think Tequila, whenever she gets cussed out, I think her mouth be wide open in the background. Like she just be so surprised.
I be surprised because it be coming out of nowhere to me.
Like, what? Why? Like, I mean, like, you motherfucker.
No, you can hear it like when Tequila does that pause after somebody come at her, and she just paused for a minute, like she's like astounded, like why the fuck?
That's what I'm saying. Her mouth, I think her mouth be open.
That just be making me like, oh hell no. Like, hold on, dude, what the fuck you just say?
And then here come what do we call the B1 thoughts? Here come the B1 thoughts coming swinging in on a vine and shit.
Look,
we might come in a little late, but we coming.
That B1 thought all the time.
Fuck that shit.
We might come in a little late, Tequila, but we coming. Like we coming.
Oh, we'll be coming. We'll be there. And like I said, if we're not even, even if you don't see us texting in the chat, we there. I'll be listening.
Oh no, yeah. No. If I'm not there, I'm literally gonna be waiting until, like I'm doing with David Johnson. I'm still waiting. I'm waiting to run into him on a panel in our spaces, so I can literally treat the fuck out of his whole entire soul. I'm waiting for him. I'm just waiting patiently. I'm gonna run into him eventually, and I'm gonna remember it. It could be 5 years from now. I'm like, yeah, you remember that time, bitch, when you attacked Tequila?
Oh my God! I wish me and you could hit him at the same time. Oh, that would be beautiful, sis.
Well, yeah, like it really is something wrong with some of these people on here.
Girl, that would be epic.
My thing is like I'm like,
even know where that much hate coming from.
They'd be like, Tequila be like, well, honey, I just think that you probably need some therapy. So why did your man leave, bitch?
This gonna be Tequila. No, sisters, don't do that.
Yeah. He'd be like, well, we should really just listen to each other on the panel, and you should listen to the black men. Bitch, why your man
trying
leave
to do
you?
Tequila dirty though. Like I can't stand it because Tequila be coming up here, be like straight down the middle. Like, come on, guys. I wish we can get past this. I don't like this name calling. And they be like, shut up, bitch. What? Like, what the fuck?
Yeah, and they'd be like, well, fuck Tequila.
And I be on Tequila's side because she be trying to be straight up in the middle. And I'm like, yeah, guys, let's be straight down the middle. But then they get disrespectful and be like, you bitches. I be like, fuck all you. All you niggas.
Yeah, they always do that shit. Tequila be like, well, you guys, maybe you should just listen to us, just working together and unifying and being wonderful people together as black people. Bitch, where's your man?
No, Rochelle, this is Tequila. No, I just want black men to do better. I love you guys. I just want y'all to do better. And they say, bitch, where's your man?
Exactly. They always
That's what I'm telling you. That's what they'll say.
Fuck your daddies.
They'll be like, and why you run them off? And that won't even be the topic of discussion. Tequila just be like, well, this weekend I took my girls out and we had some dinner. Where's your man at, bitch? Why you run him off?
They do that, yo. They be like, well, why are you single?
On fire.
So where's your man at to take him out to dinner with you? You ran him off?
I'm asking, why are you worried about it, weirdo?
I'm like, why are you worried about it? You want to date my man?
But I think they get upset because my whole thing is my existence doesn't revolve around a man. I'm so happy and content without one. I'm good. Now, if I get one, great. But I mean, I'm so quick to walk out on you though. Like I don't stick around for a lot of foolishness. The minute I feel like you are treating me bad or you're not just giving me what I'm giving you back, I'm just gonna leave your ass.
And that's how isn't that usually what happens? It's either one or the other. And it's like, damn, you did it again. Like
And that's how it's supposed to be. Like, listen, you have to stop this validation from men. They've been using it to manipulate women for ages, pretty much the beginning of time. I even had an employee, right? A male employee said to me that God gave men the gift of gab towards women to basically protect for them to be able to manipulate women so they can basically still exist, meaning that if the men wasn't able to have an emotional connection or get an emotional connection to women, then they pretty much cannot solidify their own existence. So he literally said that was God's gift to men, is the gift of gab towards women. And for when I have never been quite the same after him saying that, because he quote unquote pretty much just confirmed that, most of the time things that's being said towards men, from men towards women, is all about control and manipulation. And they do these things to have access. They do these things because they feel that this is their only way that they can still exist in the world. Because if we go by everything else that we have and we're not emotionally attached, if we only focus on just being logical and what makes sense, a lot of people should not be born today. And
Yes.
there shouldn't even be no birth going on right now if we really go by logic. But we don't, right? We have men who know how to pull on our heartstrings and make us emotional, make us have empathy for them and their situation, and they use that as a tool for them to still exist. Like, that is
I
crazy.
completely agree. Welcome,
I
Mumu.
completely
But let me
agree.
just say this before you say something, Mumu. Listen, earlier on that yesterday on the chat that I was on, can you guys hear me better?
You
Well,
sound a
earlier,
bit submerged. Or it could
okay.
just be me.
So earlier on the chat that I was on, let me see. This guy brought up, they always want to bring up Bible verses only when it pertains to women, not when it pertains to men, right? So he brought up this verse in Genesis, and it was like, the women have to succumb to the man, and she will try to overrule the man, but the man will overrule her, right? So this was in Genesis, this guy was reading, right? And it was saying in her nature, she would try to overrule the man, right? And I will tell y'all this here. The way these men read that scripture, they were reading it as if the woman was wrong. But the way this man read that scripture, I've heard that all my life, that scripture. But hearing him say it made me think differently. It made me think the woman was right, because he's basically saying that's her nature to want to overrule him. Because if you read it for yourself, y'all, because I had to pull it up, and I want y'all to pull it up. It's in Genesis. Guys, the woman is natural. If you ever work with elementary school kids and watch them play, you will see those little girls are way more dominant than the boys. I'm talking about from pre-K to kinder to first. Those little girls, listen, my son is 12. There was a little girl when he was in the 3rd or 4th grade. I told my son, you can ride the bike, but don't leave off the street. She heard her say that, right? One day they were out there playing, and I saw her jacking my son. And so I was standing in the street. I'm like, what the heck? Why does she keep jacking on him? And then I saw him pop her on. And she was walking down the street. I'm walking toward them. And I said, well, why did he hit you? And she said, he hit me. And she told me, called me by my name. And so I was hugging her. So I'm fussing at him. Why would you hit him? Hit her. And he was like, because she always bossing me. And I wanted to go around the corner. And she told me, I wasn't going to tell you he was trying to go around the corner. And I know you said he couldn't go. So she was trying to really protect him from doing something she knew. And even though he popped her, she still didn't rat on him. But he had the nerve to pop up because, and let me tell y'all something, girls are very controlling. And this is in the nature. If anybody work with little children, you watch them from little girls and little boys. You will see who the boss. You will see who always trying to help and guide. It is not the little boys. And when this man read this scripture this morning, y'all, I thought, oh my goodness, this is what I've been seeing really for the last 22 years. I've been seeing the girls really be way more dominating than the boys. And it's like we're going against our nature to follow the religion. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. I mean, but that's why they changed
every day, y'all. In nature, you don't have to tell a girl to dominate or to protect. They naturally will know the rules and try to stop a kid from doing the wrong thing. Naturally.
Yeah. I've been saying that for a while now. The wrong people are in control. Like the wrong people are leaders. I think women should have been leaders a long time ago because it just makes more sense. Every country, every continent is controlled by a man. And ask me right now, which continent or country is doing well? I'll wait.
Well, you know what? It was a time where the whole world was matriarchal. I don't know when the switch happened and became a patriarch, but there was a time where most civilizations, if not all, were run by women.
Yeah, this was what I've heard, and I was wondering, like, how did that shift happen? How the heck did that happen?
Men came together and they put their women in bondage. And that's what it was. And then when they started to bring religion and now start to dictate what women's supposed to do and stuff, you remember they had to get rid of all those quote unquote wild women and witches, women with opinions and things of that sort, so they wouldn't sully or quote unquote be the rotten apple that messes up the bunch. So that's how that transition went to, you know what I'm saying? Like when there were the female rulers, even in Africa, their country was very successful. At one point in time, the men in those countries was like, when they were dealing with other men from other tribes and stuff, and let's say that man was the ruler or whatever, not, they would convince the men that they should not have been in rulership with a woman. She shouldn't have that title and stuff like that. So the men of her kingdom would betray, get in cahoots with other men, and they wanted to instill men dominance. That's how that went. It was just like they just go together.
I figured it was mutiny, but I didn't want to.
That's why we got that bro code. I mean, the bro code.
The bro code. Yeah,
the bro code been around since the beginning of time. You know what I'm saying? Like that's what that whole bro code is about. Like that's why you have men who know men who do fucked up shit, who do horrible shit, and don't treat women good, and they don't say nothing, or they make excuses and things of that sort. It's always about gaslighting and convincing the women that they need to stay, or that they need to endure, or this person's having a bad time or bad trouble. Never a correction on men, even though they know men are doing horrible things.
Facts. Yep, I say that all the time. I'm like, y'all are doing stuff that's quite horrible, and yet you're not saying anything. And those of you that claim to be the good ones, you're not opening up your mouth either. So what does that make you?
Right.
You can't expect us to point you all out when you all look the same. And for our safety, it would be better if we just all put you in the side of do not engage with them for our safety. That's another thing that very disturbs me, is that everybody just doesn't seem to give a damn about a woman's safety. And it's very disturbing. You see it everywhere in media and life. You see it everywhere where people will literally just hand a woman to a man, and she's like, look, I don't like him. He makes me feel uncomfortable. I haven't talked to him for months because of that. And it's normally a man that just is what it is. They're like, oh, come on. It's like you're literally putting her in harm's way just so that way you can get what you want. Do you know how sick that sounds? And if someone were to do the same thing to you, you're like, oh, no, you shouldn't do that to me. So it's okay for you to do it to somebody, but for them not to do it to you, it's the same thing. It doesn't make it any different just because now you're the one who's doing it. It's the same thing.
You're right, Kiara. Hey, Mimi.
Hey, Tequila Mule, Kira. I'm sorry, what is your name?
MJ.
MJ. Hi, MJ.
Hello.
How are you guys doing?
Hey, Miss Mimi.
Hey, Mrs. Mimi. I like the picture. Nice braids.
Thank you. Yeah, today's my daughter's birthday. She turned 19. And she wanted to.
Oh my God! Happy birthday! Oh, 19.
Yes, definitely. Happy birthday.
Yeah, that's a milestone. Oh.
Yeah, so she's hanging out with her friends
today. The last image I have is her prom picture.
Oh yeah, that's my favorite one too.
I think most moms like their daughter's prom picture. Yeah, I was excited when I got to take mine and my mom was there. Yeah, that was pretty cool.
Yeah, they're growing up so fast.
Yeah. I'm scared for mine to grow up, even though they are, but I'm scared.
Oh man. I was trying to like, I was in and out of your chat all day, Mule. You guys were talking about a bunch of things. But it was a good topic.
Yeah, earlier we was talking about this guy named James. He's like a real life weirdo, y'all. And he basically was saying he wants to do away with the police because black women keep calling the police on black men. And so the lady was like, who was on the panel with him, she was like, what if somebody broke into your mom's house? You don't think she should be able to call? She was like, so what would you call your mom or your aunt if their house got broken into and they called the police? He said, I would call them calling the police black bitches.
Oh my God.
So I had played the audio and everything earlier, girl. It was just like weird, like he blames everything bad with the police on black women. And then this guy who was on that panel, was asking him like, what responsibility do you hold if you're the one who actually doing the crime? He was like, well, all men do crimes. So he was like, so what type of justice should you face? Like, how long you think you should be in jail? He said, well, I don't think even if you commit a crime, you shouldn't go to jail.
What?
Girl, yes. The shit was so insane. And this guy, I'm telling y'all, he have a background of being on Nyla and Taz channel saying like how his mom was no good and all kind of craziness. Like his mom died. His dad and mom made 3 kids, and before she died, she found out she was the side chick. And his dad actually had a wife with 7 children. And so
Wow.
when the mom died, the dad, Nala said, well, why didn't your dad step up and take y'all? And he was like, well, he couldn't because he had a wife with 7 kids and she wasn't going to allow us at their house. Girl, he have a horrible background story, but when I tell you, he blames every doggone thing on women. Everything that's bad in this world, y'all, come from women. And I just was playing some of his thoughts today, and that shit was sickening. So I don't know if y'all want to, go back to that topic, but listen, that topic had me so heated. I had to share it with everybody.
Wow, that seems to be an ongoing theme for everything, especially like in the YouTube space. Everything is the black woman's fault.
Yeah,
Everything.
and the thing is, listen, his mom died. The dad didn't step up to raise him. His
Right.
mom's sister stepped up, who had no children at the time. Stepped up to raise them. Okay, now she got involved with a guy and she wound up having children of her own. But she was doing so well before the mom died that she had a brand new, whatever year it was, brand new Cadillac car, right? And the dad was so jealous, he wrecked the lady Cadillac. He was that mad, his real dad, because the lady got some kind of state assistance, which automatically put him on child support. And so the dad was an 18-wheeler driver, and because he ran that vehicle or something into a pole, he lost his CDL license, and he basically blames that aunt. Now, the dad was trying to kill all of his children by the mom, him and his siblings, because he said basically, if you doing this to me, all of them gonna die. But he don't blame the dad. He blames the aunt for getting the assistance.
My God.
Yeah, he was blaming the mom because
crazy.
when he came the probably count on one hand times that he came and seen the kids, all 3 kids, because he wasn't there physically taking care of them like he was supposed to, because he was busy around the corner taking care of his 7 children with his wife. So when he did come, the mom probably had gotten to the point where she was just sick of his shit, his unable to be consistent, just different things like that, and it wasn't healthy for the children. Of course, I'm just assuming. He didn't go into details because, of course, he didn't know what his mom was thinking. All he knew was everything was her fault. So, I'm just assuming she probably just got sick of his crap as far as how he treated the kids versus him taking care of his 7 kids and all this other stuff. So then there was this big altercation outside the house with her family and him. So he got mad and said, if I can't see my kids.
No, the mom wound up dying, remember? And then the aunt
No,
took him.
she died later on. There was an altercation before she died, and that's why he blames his mom actually for him losing his license to be able to drive trucks. And then at that point he started having to work at a car wash and stuff like that. He started working at a car wash because he couldn't get a job as a truck driver because he lost his license because he ran his car into a pole trying to kill him and his kids. Like, when we let them talk, just listen. And
yes, girl. And let me tell you, earlier today I was so mad at the damn women on that panel, and the men, because he was trying to really expose himself even more. And so he was like fussing. Can I finish my thought? They were like, no, hell no. Girl, when I tell you, that's why what I was playing to y'all, I was like, listen to how these people interfere to stop him from warning himself. But see, me, I wanted them to shut the hell up and yes, sir, keep talking, continue. Get all your foolishness off. You know, they were so enraged and so mad at what James was saying. I'm like, don't stop him. Let him continue this fuckery. Because I was recording, girl. Like, I need this. This is going to be my topic for today.
Because I don't know, some women always saving men that don't need to be saved. They need to be exposed.
And I remember him saying about the dad working at a co-wash. So thank you, Rochelle, because I remember, but girl, it's been such a while. So I kind of think I might have messed up the sequences of his life. But anyway, still, none of this shit was the fault of the women in his life, but he only hates black women. It's ridiculous.
I mean, if you're growing up in a society and a community that's telling you that everything fails because the woman won't be a doormat to you, then I guess in his mind that makes sense. If you're not supposed to have any responsibility, only just to control somebody to do everything for you, then yeah, I guess that would be logical for him. But it's not logical as to why are you relying on women to do things for you to begin with, and I personally just believe that women need to, get to a point of they need to stop asking these men who are not leaders to be leaders, because what they're doing is leading us right over a cliff. They're leading you to the demise. They're leading to the harming of your future offsprings or the offspring that you have here. This is what happens when you're trying to convince them to leave and they don't have it in them. And then if they do have it in them, it's not for the right reasons. They have it for selfish reasons. And to be a leader, you can't be selfish. Like that's not real leadership. And it just goes to show a lot don't know what real leadership is. They never been put in a real actual leadership role. They don't understand the concept of it. Like a leader is supposed to be selfless, not selfish. And the simple fact that they get that wrong, you can see that they get that wrong because everything they do is always for like self benefit. It's not for nobody else.
All you have to do is question. Anytime when they say something, just ask the question in your head. Is what he just said, is it going to benefit him and his gender? 9 times out of 10, whether you like it or not, you're going to answer your question. It's going to be yes. Every single advice they have for women, I noticed. I said it's amazing how all y'all's advice for women. It's amazing how it only benefits another person and it never benefits her and everybody else. It's just the other people around her, and it's usually a man.
And I 100% agree with both of y'all. But let me just say y'all this here. This is the what I came to think of, y'all. Don't laugh. But I want to start a new committee for black women and children. And it's gonna be called the Tattletales. Every time y'all see them niggas doing something down 911. Because this man is saying that the only people they're scared of, even the Crips and Blood, he said, just gonna put their guns down when they see Officer Law. So you know what? We need to call them more often. So y'all respect them. So y'all listen. Y'all gonna murder us, but if the white man in the uniform is there, y'all not. So I think we need to call them all day long. Listen, if you want to save a life, dial 911. Become a tattletale. Raise your hand if you sure.
Get your tattletelling on.
I tell the truth, sir. So help me God. We need to start the Tattletale Committee. I'm telling y'all, get some t-shirts made.
What you mean? That needs to be a TikTok page.
Girl, get us a TikTok page, honey. Come on now, get us a TikTok.
Just tattle on the ass. That shit go viral and put everybody on there. Yeah, come on, tattle on them. What you got to say? What they got to do? Go ahead.
Tattletale community. Community. We really need to start telling, because this brother said that they only scared and only gonna put their guns down because of the police. And then he was saying we need to defund the police. So any woman who chanting defund the police, we need to throw a brick at her house. She is not one of us. She is not here for us. If you talking about defund no damn police, for real. And we don't need no women talking about defund no police, and all these men want to talk about is how they need to be beating us. No. No, thank you.
Yeah, I mean, the math ain't mathing, because like I said, they're only looking at it at a male worshiping standpoint.
But I said don't defund the police, increase the police, increase, and become part of my tattletale committee.
No, and he also said that he has a militia of 200 black men that are going to go out, pound the pavement in the streets, and harm black women. So then they could turn around and be able to be in cahoots with white men to sit at the table of power, and then go from there. That's what he said on
Naira's. This is what he said, that he wants to have 200 black men.
He said he has 200 black men.
Yes, to harm black women. Now, he's not saying a revolutionary where he's going to try to overthrow a government or a system. No, he just wants them to abuse and rape and kill us. This is sick. This is fucking horrifying. Girl, oh my God. Girl, I thought, when I tell y'all, these men keep putting their saying this stuff, and in one part of my mind, I'm thinking, is he slow? Is he serious? Do he really have 200 men that's really about to start doing this shit on his orders? And if so, we need to start dialing 911 immediately.
Oh,
this shit crazy.
Most definitely. I don't be wanting to hear that stuff about defund the police and everything. Why? Because we've heard many black men say what will happen when they quote unquote when the power structure falls and they get a seat at the throne. They have no intention whatsoever of dismantling a patriarchy or anything. They are going to uphold the patriarchy like they try to do now. The only difference is their words don't hold any type of weight in society because they haven't done anything to fight for any form of power. So their words don't mean shit. And so they're just going to keep up with the same patriarchy, because then that means that they can subjugate women. And that's their whole reason for wanting to. Because if you notice, when you hear some of them talk, they'll say things like, well, when the power structure is dismantled, a bunch of black women is going to be raped and da 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 da. And it's like, why is that their first go-to mind frame?
I mean, like, that's why I really don't understand any black woman who's advocating for black male leadership right now. Like, it's the foolish thing. Like, when you have these men out here literally telling you what's going to happen if they was to come to power, or they felt that they're removing your power or your protection. They literally are telling you that they want you unprotected so they can have their way with you. They can hurt you, harm you, kill you, control you, do whatever they want to you. This is what they're literally telling you what their black men leadership is going to be. So I'm not really understanding why you're still advocating for them to be leaders. They already told you what's going to happen when they're going to get in power, and that's not going to be beneficial for black women or black children.
I'm not helping them get power or nothing.
What?
So they can subjugate us. Like, I've literally said it numerous of times. If we were to help them to get power, we would be extremely foolish, because they would uphold the patriarchy and they would then dominate and subjugate us. They don't even have power now, and they're already trying to do that. And because it's not working in their favor, because they quote unquote have the white man in their way of doing what they really want to do, they got a problem with it and everything. So now they want to cry and scream and kick and all this other stuff all over different spaces and all in real life, and that's why there's the every 5.5 hours of femicide, black femicide going on, and all this other stuff. That's why they do that, because they're not being heard the way they want to, and but they're talking in an abusive manner, and they want to be heard in a way where everybody's supposed to shut up and listen, and that's not going to happen, because they have not earned any type of respect in society. They haven't done anything, they haven't built anything, they haven't fought for any power. They expect the women to help them fight for power and all this other stuff, and then when you don't do that, they then cry in the same typical bitch made fashion. They call everybody coons because they can't do anything else but call people coons.
I wish this troll would go away in the chat. He's so annoying. He wants attention so bad. But anyway, yeah. Like I really don't understand why you're advocating for it. I mean, like, you can't be advocating for people to put you in harm's way more time. I mean, that, like, literally the simple fact that they're saying that y'all think y'all big and bad now, but when the power structure or the powers that be, white people or the white community, quote unquote remove their protection, then remove your protection, that y'all gonna be asked out then. So that pretty much correlates to saying that y'all not protecting us and that you don't want us protected. That's what it literally say. If you're waiting for some power structure to go so you can quote unquote have your way or control us, or you're gonna be, oh, women, you're asked out now, then that will go to show that who is actually protecting us. I mean, you can't say that you're protecting us and then also threaten us at the same time. It doesn't make sense.
Because they are truly they're the white supremacists of the black community. Like, they try to sit there and have some form of control by browbeating, guilt tripping, demeaning, degrading, and abusing women and children, because they do it to children too. Hence is why over 60% of black girls have been SA'd or molested or whatever before they turn the age of 18 in the community. Like, they wreak havoc all over the place. And then when you don't want to sit there and follow their black male worshiping rules and sit there and just big them up to be kangs and all this other shit, then they want to cry and say, oh, you're for all the other races, and no, we just need to work together and all this other stuff. When they know damn well that if we was to turn around tomorrow as black women and be like, okay, we are going to stop exposing y'all degeneracy, we're going to all walk hand in hand and work together, nothing would get done by them. They would literally sit there and say, well, we can't do this, and we can't do that, and what if someone comes and does this to the community? They'll come up with another excuse. There's always going to be an excuse of why they can't do anything. That's if we were to stop tomorrow and say, okay, we'll work with you and we'll help build the community. They will have no idea how to do it, because they've been too busy complaining about women that don't want them. They've been too busy complaining about a community that they have literally ultimately destroyed. Because I mean, with the violence and the crime and all this other and the abuse in the community, how could they not think that they are the main people in the community that are destroying it? And then, of course, when they get called out for that, they then turn it to single mothers as if they don't have any responsibility in that either.
Yeah, when they be the main ones asking. And the women are like, well, can we just slow down and wait and get to know each other? No. But then why the fuck are you asking for? Like, shut up. That's exactly why I tell them, hell no, stop asking. And don't ask me again. I said no. You deaf? You can't hear? And then after that, I'm like, you know what? I ain't got time to be you trying to pretend like you can't hear me. You can get out.
Yeah, it's just like when they do goofy shit. Like, for example, they sit there and they'll hit up your DMs. Then they don't know how to talk to people. They're just like, what you doing? Do I know you? I won't even know them most of the time. They'll be like, what you doing? Don't worry about it. Get the fuck out of my DMs. And then they want to sit there and act like that you angry. It's like, who starts a conversation with what you doing? Like, you've been knowing me my whole damn life and we've been having conversations for years. Just they just, I don't know. Like, and then if they're not doing that, they try to walk up on you on the street as if, being a woman, there isn't anything to worry about when it comes to harm towards us, whether it's sexual or physical or any type of harm. And we have to be weary about all of that, because we would be quote unquote considered physically the weaker species, which of course they prey on essentially. So with them even knowing that, they walk up to you all in your personal space and all this other stuff and try to holla at you and all, and it's a mess. And it's just, and then women have to sit there. I done seen so many testimonies where you can literally put a subject up on any social media platform where they'll be like, tell me what happened when this dude walked up to you and asked you for your number. What did you do when you didn't want to give him your number? They literally will have to say, well, I had to give him my number. I had to give him a fake number. Or when I told him no thanks, he started to get aggressive. And I done seen so many stories like that. And it's like, you guys are just and the crazy thing is I've never experienced that with any other race. And I've had other races approach me. They take their L and their rejection and they keep it pushing. I haven't experienced it yet. Not saying it doesn't happen, but I haven't experienced it. But I have with men that look like me. Call your names, all types of stuff.
Yeah, they'll do it on here. They'll do it on here online. There'll be a group of men, and there'll be one man calling a woman out of her name, and it's like none of the men say anything or check the man. But then,
no, they
but
won't.
then but then they want us to check women who get out of line with them, and it's just like no, because that happened to me on when I was on a panel one time. This girl was going off on a guy in the chat. He was like, you women are going to let her talk to me like that? Yes.
Yep.
Yes, because we've been disrespected several times in this space. When have you stood up to say anything? It's just silence, and then they'll laugh and kiki with the guy.
Yeah, like that one time when Brian came and called into Sin's panel, and I saw a comment from a black dude saying, so y'all just gonna let the white men talk about us like that? It's like, you couldn't do shit? Like, last time I checked, that's a man. Why couldn't you do anything about it? Why do we have to sit there and check him about some shit? We ain't got to do nothing. Because when people, when Becky's are on social media and stuff talking shit about us and everything, y'all don't do shit. Y'all sit there and call her all types of queens and all types of shit and don't do a damn thing about it. And we have to handle it. Just like we got to handle when y'all asses get into some trouble and all this other stuff. We always the one that has to handle shit. And then they want to sit there and be all up in spaces when women are clearly saying, we don't give a damn. Ain't nobody about to advocate for you. Ain't nobody about to fight with you. Ain't nobody about to do none of that. We're not, like, basically we're saying, go away. We don't care. And then they still hang around talking about stuff like their comments is relevant. It's just like we clearly are on this panel literally like, okay, well, dudes are doing X, Y, and Z. Stop advocating for them. Stop mammying for them. Stop being a pick-me. Stop doing this. And they'll still just be like, well, you guys are this. You guys are that. Okay, well, we don't care. We don't care. We don't care. Why are you still here? We don't care.
Because he wants you to
they can't
care.
read the room to save their damn life.
He wants attention, like dying and pleading.
Well,
and
it's not just him. It's a lot of them.
Oh yeah, definitely.
They do it all the time. It's like we can, like, I've literally been on panels and be like, I don't even want to fuck with y'all like that. Like, leave me alone. I don't like y'all. Like, literally. And they'll just be like, well, who you gonna be with? Well, I didn't say I was gonna be with anybody, but I don't want you. Well, we need to stick to, well, I don't want to do that either. So go away. Well, like, nobody wants you. Okay, well, that's fine. Go away.
I think they don't. They come across those, like, you know, like the sitting on the fences type of individuals, right? Like, there's some women who I have noticed who have been up here who says, I don't want to deal with them. I want them out of my face and da 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 da. But then literally will go to another panel and be in their faces, you know what I'm saying, or saying something completely opposite. So they think that every woman is operating on the wishy-washy, but the ones that they always want in the face is the ones who's firm on their standards and say, get away from me. I don't want to be bothered with you. They feel like it's it's like something that they have to conquer, right? It's like a challenge. I gotta convince her to change her mind. I know I can convince her to change my mind.
They're not.
But, you know,
they're not. Not
and
me,
they
at
don't.
least.
Yeah, it definitely not me. Like I look at you stupid real quick, but you know, but there are some women. You know, there are some women who literally, you know, gives in. And they know that there is some women that gives in, and they know that there's women that they can't, but it's all about a challenge that makes them even more like aggressive. That's why, like, for example, when you were saying, Renee, about the women who gets approached on the street from a guy, and the first thing they'll say is, oh, why don't you smile? Like, you don't even know she had a bad day or anything, but you're telling her that she needs to smile in your presence to make you feel better, because you need to feel like your presence did something for her life. You don't even know what happened to that woman, but before she met you, you know what I'm saying? But
yeah, that shit happened to me at a gas station. This dude literally was like, smile. I was like, do I know you? He was like, smile. He was like, no, you should smile. I said, why would I smile while I'm pumping gas at a gas station? Like, what's so happy about pumping gas? And he was like, just to be blessed to wake up. And I said, I'm not going to smile because you want me to smile. And then we just left it at that. Like, I mean, and then of course, you know, I have some tricks and stuff all up in my trunk. So it's just like, if you would have jumped stupid, we would have just had one less in this world, because don't jump aggressive at me. You can't make me smile. I don't understand that. Like, who tells somebody at a gas station while they're pumping gas to smile? Like, it's stupid. You know, you really just want me to smile so you can look at my smile. I don't want to smile, and I'm not. And I didn't.
Yeah. And that, like, when I think women need to understand that sometimes that leads, like, even small little things like that leads to a lifetime of abuse. And I think a lot of women don't realize that, because some of them used to peg that of thinking that was cute. If someone said, if you have a complete stranger out on the street telling you to smile, let's change it and flip it to a woman. If a woman or your boss or your coworker and you not having a good day, just come out randomly, or some random woman was like, oh, you need to smile. I don't like your face. I don't like you ice grilling me or whatever. Not. You will be alarmed, and that would be very disrespectful. But then now, you know, there's kind of like this. Basically, women have gotten used to a man saying, oh, you should smile more, like that's some like type of, I'm trying to hit on you or some shit like that. And a lot of them have accepted. Now you go on a date with this person, and then they do certain things like little small microaggressions, talk about, oh, let me finish, let me talk, or won't let you talk, or always implying on what they do. They only talk about themselves, like, or they'll say certain things. Then, like, all these little things lead up to your abuse that women don't realize, because a lot of women don't check it when it's supposed to have been checked. You know, a lot of women think, oh, he called me a bitch. Oh, well, yeah, you know, dudes out here calling women bitches. No dudes out here supposed to be calling you a bitch. Oh, if he's calling you out your name, he doesn't respect you. But how many women have been in relationships with men who have called them, you know what, you a dirty bitch, or blah, blah, blah. And it always starts when you hear about the physical abuse or a woman losing her life. It always started from verbal. You know what I'm saying? Always started for verbal, or them basically violating your boundaries from the beginning. Like, you told him not to touch you, or you told him not to give you a hug, and he still went in and give you a hug. Like, all these little simple things lead up to the abuse that women are dealing with today. And that's why we have to be very we have to be we have to be very strong on our standards and our boundaries. And when somebody breaks them and you tell them, listen, I don't want you doing that. I don't want you walking me home. I don't want you to know where I live. I don't want to pick you up. I don't want you picking me up or whatever. Not, I don't know. I don't want to give you a kiss just because we went on a date. You know, trying to get to know each other doesn't mean you get a kiss or you get a long, tight hug. You know what I'm saying? That's not something that you're entitled to. Once you see these boundaries getting broken, that's when you need to make the educated decision on are you going to instill a punishment or not? And the punishment is that person no longer has access to you, especially when you explain to them in the beginning that is your boundary and you need not to cross it.
We got to
Right.
stop allowing these boundaries to get crossed, and then we get so deep into relationships, and then more boundaries getting crossed, and then we're gonna say, "Oh, I can't believe that he did that to me." Well, you should believe that. If he called you a bitch out your name, and you told him that you don't like being called a bitch, but he did it, and then he said that it was a act of passion or an act in a moment when he was heated, he has no respect for your boundaries. You know, like there's so many different signs where these men are showing you they don't have respect for you, that we just throw under the rug, and we just have to stop doing it. We have to stop doing it.
Yeah. Because I had sat there and went on a date with this dude before, and everything was all fine and dandy and stuff until he asked my kid's birthday. I didn't like, because with any man that I date, it doesn't matter what race the man is. Any man that I date, he's gonna know I got kids. That doesn't mean he gets to see them. You don't get to see them. You don't get to see where I live. You don't get to know any of that until I'm ready for you to know that stuff. But
right,
he just happened to be the one that, like, okay, so in that 3-week span of time, I had went on 2 dates. I went on a date with a black man and a white man. So when I went on a date with the white man, he knew I had kids. We just pretty much kind of had back and forth conversation about work and all this other stuff, and just, you know, things we like to do, and, you know, our journeys to get to where we were and different things like that. Okay, went on a date with the black dude. Same thing. We just having conversations about work, different things like that. Until he just came out of nowhere and asked me, "Hey, you know, what's your kid's birthday?" After that, I was done. Cause I was just like, to me, that's a boundary. This is the first date. That is a boundary for me. Like, you can't cross that. And he crossed it. So I cut him off. And then he just was messaging me, talking about something about a second date. I just wasn't with the second date. And he was like, why won't you go on the second date? It's like, do you not like chivalry or something? I was like, no, I didn't like the way you asked about my kids' birthdays. Because I have to be mindful of that, because for the simple fact that some men prey on women with children so they can get closer to the children. And I thought that was a very inappropriate question to ask me, so I cut him off. And it can really just happen just like that, because it really doesn't matter to me whether I'm dating a man or even married or being married or anything like that. Does not matter to me. Like, I feel like I have other things that I'm doing. Like, you know, I'm really focusing on my career, and I'm about to go back to school. I got other things I can focus on, and that just doesn't matter to me. If I feel like that I'm attracted to the person as far as looks, personality, and all that, and they ask me on a date, I'll go on a date with them. But of course, I will drive myself, because I don't let them pick me up. I will drive myself and drive myself away. When I'm driving away, I make sure I take note of the car that they came in, so I can watch and see if I'm being followed or anything like that. Sometimes I may take the long way home. Like, I do extra things with extra precaution and everything. But yeah, it just, like, my whole point of that is that, yeah, you're right. Some they just don't know how to, like, I don't even understand, like, how, I don't know. I didn't understand how a man with a kid would think that was something that you can ask. Like, just overstepping boundaries and stuff like that. That's not something that you ask. I didn't ask you about your kid's birthday.
Right. I mean, it's just kind of weird. Like I said, I understand you're trying to get to know each other, right? But isn't the first date supposed to get to know about the compatibility of the mind? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Whether I can hold conversations and stuff like that. I would say maybe around, like, if you like 3 weeks, 4 weeks as of, you know, talking to somebody, whatever, not, you could start asking a little bit more detail, because you want to make sure that you're actually talking to the person they say that you're talking to, right? Because I do know there's a lot of women who date who don't ask those serious questions about men, and find out who they are and what they actually do, and whether or not they actually they're in a marriage. Instead, like, a lot of women don't do that, right? Because it's like a form of being snoopy, or some feel like they're being disrespectful. But
in this day and age, you're gonna have to ask that question. Like, you don't want to be dating a pedophile and then have them around your children. You don't want to be dating someone who has a rapist history. You know what I'm saying? Or more than one or two domestic violence charges on them, and then you're on a date with them, and then you're only hearing their side of the story, and there's three sides of the story. It's his story, her story, and the actual truth. And the actual truth is the fucking record that person put their hands on them. You know what I'm saying? So it's like you have to do that extra checking, and it's been looked bad upon women who does do it, but then when that woman get hurt and harmed, she gets vilified for not doing it from the beginning. And this is why I say it's like a double-ended sword that a lot of these men play around with women with, because they're always moving the goal points. You know what I'm saying? One point you want women to be thinking like this because you need access to them, but then afterwards you're ready to crucify the woman when she didn't do it. You'll have the whole village treating that woman as a village idiot for not protecting herself the way that she was supposed to in the beginning, but you tend to forget how you coerced her not to do it, saying that she was doing too much, or she was being overbearing and things of that sort. This is why you have to do what's right for you, and stop looking for validation and acceptance from men. Like, if they don't meet your standards, if they don't meet your boundaries, then that they're not supposed to be in your life. There's no reason why you need to bend any of that, because the person who wants to genuinely be with you will respect those things at all times.
Right. No, you're exactly right. Like, it's just, I mean, I have a laundry list of things that I'm just willing to not tolerate. And so with that, one of those was one of the things that was pretty vague. Like, literally one of my things as far as my boundaries is my kids and stuff. Like I said, everybody that knows me will know that I have children. You don't get to ask about them. He didn't even know their names. You don't get their names. Just know that I got children. That's all you need to know. Like, you don't need to know their names until I'm ready. You don't need to know their ages. You don't need to know their birth date. You don't need to know anything. Like, what was that for? So, and then of course he wanted to try to twist it and make it seem like the reason why I was cutting him off was because I don't like chivalry. I'm like, that doesn't even make sense. Like, you sound stupid as hell. And that's another reason why I think that you was on some other shit that wasn't genuine. Why would you need to ask about their birthday? And then when I mentioned to you the reason, you just say, oh, well, is there something wrong with being chivalrous? And I'm like, what does asking about their birthdays have to do with chivalry? Like, maybe you can explain that to me, MJ, because maybe I'm just lost. I thought,
I don't understand I don't understand how he even correlate that to chivalry, because like that is not the definition. I think he might have was thinking of a different word than chivalry.
I don't know, but that's literally his response to when he said, why aren't you responding to me? Why don't you want to go on a second date? Because at first I wasn't responding to him for a while. And then when I did respond to him, I was like, I don't think so as far as the second date. And he was like, well, why didn't you want to respond to me? Why don't you want to go on a second date? And I was like, because I didn't like how you asked about my children's birthdays. And then he was like, and then he said that shit about, well, is there something wrong with being chivalrous? I'm like, what? I was like, you know what? It's time for me to block. You're an idiot.
That was definitely be blocked. You're gonna have to block people who don't even know how to use the word chivalrous correctly. I mean, this is 2022. There's Google. There's Google Dictionary, the thesauruses. Please learn synonyms and antonyms. Like, I mean, come on now, like. That's not
ridiculous because he went to college and everything. It's just like, dude, like what?
That's even bad. Like, whatever college he I don't know. It seemed like he was trying to know. Like, did he even tell you what college he went to? Because I would say, don't go to that college if he doesn't know.
We didn't get too far. We didn't really get too far into stuff and everything, because after it got to the point where it was just. After that, it kind of just really got uncomfortable for me. I was so in my brain, even though we were trying to have a conversation and I was, at the end of it all, I was like, I'm done at this point. In my brain, I'm literally just sitting there thinking, like, why did he ask me that?
I mean, that's good. That's the military. girl. That smells
and
dirty.
yeah, and the only thing that I beat myself up over it is that I didn't be my usual self and just walk out in the middle of the conversation. That's what I should have did. I should have just walked out in the middle of the conversation. I've done that before on a date. Like literally, you say some dumb shit that just rubs me the wrong way, I will literally leave. That's why I drive myself.
Yeah, I mean, like it's like I said, it's not even safe. I mean, there was at one point in time that, you know, when they did come to your house, they would meet the family and things of that sort. But even in that is like it's not safe. It's not safe for anybody to come know where you live and all that stuff like that. You got a lot of scammers out here, and for what I get from him asking about their birth dates and stuff like that, and then wanting to know their names and stuff like that, like yeah, like it seems like you.
He didn't ask the name. Like I wasn't giving him the name anyway, even if he would have asked. But he didn't ask their name. He asked for their birthdays. And the only thing, like my mind just kept, even after we were done and I went home, my mind was still wandering because I was just like, why did he ask me that? Like, I was like, maybe he asked me that because he wanted to know their age, because maybe he has a preference for certain like certain ages of children. Like, that's how I was thinking. Like, I was just like, I just wasn't taking a risk with it. He's not worth it. He's not worth it at all.
I don't blame you at all, because that kind of leads me to him asking that too. Is either he wanted to use as retrieve as much information as possible to pin together to find your children's profile or whatever not, and or to see if they can get involved with them or see if they can have a personal conversation with them. And yeah, you just can't do that. You just can't do that. Like, it's not safe. And that's why, when you have men out here acting oblivious to how unsafe it is to women, you have to ask yourself that question is, why are they trying to pretend that they don't know what's going on out here and they don't know what their brothers are doing? When they see it every single day, and they quote unquote say when their own daughters, they be like, oh, well, that's why my daughter don't be outside. That's why I don't let my daughter go to the mall. Or that's why I don't let my daughter do this and that. So obviously, that there is a threat. There is there's a risk out there. So I have to question.
There's no reason that I should have left being paranoid. Like literally. Like it was a full, like when I said that I was looking through the mirror trying to make sure somebody wasn't watching me, like driving behind me and stuff, I was literally looking because I'm just like, in my head, I'm also thinking, I'm like, well, what if I just went on a date with somebody that's a trafficker or something? I'm just thinking about all this type of stuff, and I'm just like, nope, I can't. Nope, sure can't. Nope, not again. Not again, because that I should not leave a date being that paranoid and afraid that something's going to happen to them just off of a question. And it just was the wrong type of question for me. It's just, out of everything, you asked their birthday. And then when I sat there and said, no, I don't want to give you their birthday. No, I'm not going to do that. It's way too soon. His excuse for that was he's into zodiac signs and all the astrology. And I'm like, no. What the hell you need to know their zodiac sign for?
Right. That doesn't even make any sense. Like, why are you trying to get to know more about my children than me? You're on a date with me. You know what I'm saying? Like, if anything, you don't even need to know my birthday at this fucking point. like I don't know. And like, when I see the foolishness, it just drives me insane. And this is why, you have to keep guard up as a woman. It's so dangerous out here. And there's so many ways that people can find to get you, a certain way to get you, and do harm to you. You just can't do it. And any man who doesn't respect the fact that you trying to protect yourself, that's a man that you don't need in your corner. That's a man that you don't need in your face, in your space at all. Any man that wants you to lower your defenses so they can have access to you, that will make you vulnerable not only to him but to others.
I don't understand why they don't know how to read the room. It's just like, okay, so with the other example of the other date I went on, there was no questions about my kids. There was no questions about that. It was just literally an ongoing conversation about, each other. That's what it was. It wasn't, well, what's your kid's birthday and what's your kids' names? And there was no questions like that. It's like, how come y'all don't know how to read the room? But other people can. Like, that's really strange to me. It's just like, what the hell? Like, you didn't have anything else to say but that?
He probably didn't have anything. He probably didn't have nothing to say. You know what I'm saying? Like, most of them, they'd be like, oh, I want to take you on a date. And everything that they want to talk about is the most superficial kind of bullshit. And, so like sometimes they just be making shit up up on their heads and they try to make themselves sound so interested. They're not interested. They're not interested at all.
Yeah, and then another thing that was just a massive turnoff to me is, okay, so you got the education, that's cool. I'm not even turned off by that. I don't understand, and I forgot where he said he worked. I mean, at that point, I just pretty much was done after the whole birthday question thing. So I had already made up my mind at that point that I was just done, but it was just, he said something, I know before the birthday thing came up, he mentioned something about wanting to start a business and open up a hookah lounge. And I'm like, why a hookah lounge? Nothing else crosses your mind? Like, nothing? No other businesses? Hookah lounge? I'm like, okay. Well, I mean, and even that,
to me,
it
talking
just,
about some business plan.
yeah, it was just like, it was really strange because I was just like, okay, well, he's older than me and I'm 33. And I'm starting a business. I'm gonna start a business. Hookah lounge is not my type of business I want to start. I'm like, well, so what do you do with your overgrown ass? What do you do? Just like go and sit up in hookah lounges? Like, I don't know. Like, I just don't know. And it just, I don't know. It just wasn't something I pictured in a man that I would want. So I was just like, no. But the other man, he was just like, okay, he has his career job. He owns 2 houses. Just all types of different things. He talked about that he owned 2 houses. He owns one in a different state and he owns one in the state that he was living in and stuff. And that he used to be a Marine, and of course he still thinks he's a Marine because Marines for some reason always think they're just a Marine. You know what I'm
Marines are
talking about.
always forever
They're always
Marines.
a Marine. And I'm just like, ugh. So annoying. I was like, you're not a Marine anymore. So we were kind of joking back and forth about that and everything. And just, he was just telling me all types of different stuff and just that. And it just never went to my children. And of course, when we would have conversations like over the phone and different things like that, because I would see him on his job, because with me doing what I do, I go into high schools, and he worked part of the time in a high school during the day, but he also worked the streets at night because he was a police officer. He worked the streets at night. So he was working like double shifts basically. And so I would see him during the day when I would go to the certain high school that I would go to and stuff. And we would always have conversations and stuff. And even before he asked me on a date, I guess I don't know if he was trying to be respectful to the fact that we were around kids, but he wrote me a note asking me about, because he didn't know my first name, because in the military we only go by last names, and with him and his uniform I can only see his last name. And so he asked me my name and told me his name on the note. So he pre-wrote the note, told me his name on the note, wrote down his phone number, and asked me for my phone number. And then so I gave him my phone number, and this is after we had been talking, literally like having conversations in the school for well over a month. And then he asked me, and then we went on a date. And the only thing that really stopped us from continuing was the fact that, I have to move on. Like, I'm in the military and I got to go when it's time for me to go. So I had to go. And
Marines are crazy anyway. So, so you wasn't missing nothing.
Well, you know what? I can't even front on that. A lot of them are. I will say this. If he was crazy, he hid it very well. So I never saw a hint of it. So he was very good at hiding it if he was crazy. But
it wasn't enough time. That's all it was.
Yeah, I think it wasn't, because I'm telling you, the Marines is something else. But no, he was a sweetheart though, and it's just, again, he was He was a gentleman, you know, opening my doors. There was no asking me for a kiss. He asked me for a hug. And then but he wasn't asking me for a kiss on like the lips or anything like that. He was opening my car doors and all this other stuff. There was no asking me where I lived. There was none of that stuff that was going on. And then he politely asked me for another date. We went on multiple dates together and stuff. But again, it's just, you know, I just eventually had to go, and his life and his career was there, and we weren't, you know, talking to each other long enough or anything like that. It wasn't like we were physical or anything like that. We weren't talking long enough for me to expect him to uproot. Because you know I can't uproot. I gotta go where I go.
Go. You gotta go.
Yeah,
You gotta go.
It wasn't nothing like that. So we just, you know, parted ways, and it was very respectful how we parted ways, and we just left it at that. But no, the point is there just was a drastic difference. Like I just couldn't, and I God, I'm still stuck on the whole asking about the birthdays thing. Like because I have the history of that happening to me. That is the biggest thing that scares me the most. And it's just when he did that terrified me.
It triggers something in you. I mean, like I said, you endure something horrible and cruel as you're young, and you kind of now older, you kind of see how it played out, how it even got to that point. You know what I'm saying? Asking you certain things that, you know, that necessarily you don't supposed to be asking children. You know what I'm saying? Want to hang around children in certain spaces where you don't technically, it just should be children, not an adult, like, you know, around or whatever, not, you know. So yeah, I see how it definitely triggers something into you, because the first thing is going to be like, well, why the hell you want to know about my kid's birthday? And you know, like, what is my kid's birthday going to tell you about me? You know what I'm saying? Like, it doesn't correlate. It didn't make any sense. So yes, it did, you know, ring up red flags. But I know so many women who think that shit is cute.
No,
like I know so many women who think that shit is cute.
No, it's not to me. And I have to think about things like that, because first of all, my kids don't deserve to suffer any type of traumatic experience like that at all. And then for me to actually invite that type of monster into my life, and that happens to them, that would ultimately really put a lot of guilt on me. Not to mention, I like my freedom, and I'm going to jail. Like, I'm going to jail. It's just that's just how it is. And you know, I'm like, I have to think about my children. I have to think about myself, because I'm going to prison with a smile on my face, because he will no longer walk this earth. And if he does walk this earth because I so happen to miss the mark, then you know, he's not gonna be the same. I can tell you that. Like, he ain't gonna be the same. But it's just, I had to think about those things and everything, and I was done, and I was just, you know, I'm not gonna be responsible for something like that happening to them. There's no amount of a man that's that important. None.
As it should be, definitely, as it should be. But I'm gonna step on out of here, guys. I gotta get to work. It was good talking to y'all, ladies. Good discussion. Like I said, you know, love yourself, love your children, do what's best for your, you know, for you and your offsprings. You know, that is your responsibility is. Let men figure it out, and you know, don't give them, you know, you don't stop seeking their validation. You know what I'm saying? If you really stop seeking their validation, if they really want women, they'll step up to the plate. But until then, if they always know that you're looking for their validation and their approval, they're gonna never act right.
You are absolutely right about that. Bye, MJ.
Bye.
Where's Mule? Anybody else up here with me? I know there's somebody up in the top right corner. I don't know who you are though. Hello. I think we up here by ourselves. Oh, I'm up here by myself. Somebody. Oh, Stacy Dash said somebody sleep. She might be asleep. I don't know. But yeah, Stacey Dash, yeah, I was like, I know things like that happen. It personally has never happened to me as far as being followed. But yeah, no, I'm not. I was trying to make sure I didn't get followed, so I was on watch. Nyla's live. Oh, okay, I'm out. Peace, y'all.